Welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. The kickoff hour is live, and we thank you so much for being with us now 8 minutes past the hour. The Good Time Gang settling in for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the next hour. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. You can also follow us on social media, Rick and Bubba. That's at Rick and Bubba. All that's there for you. So much going on, and we appreciate all of you making us part of your day. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's
Hello.
happening?
Hello.
Some good. Some sad news coming out of the entertainment world. Toby Keith has passed away at 62. He of course was he's been battling a 3-year deal with stomach cancer, and it says here after a couple of weeks of saying he was finally comfortable with whatever happened, he has now passed away, surrounded by his family. And it's just been a tough battle for him because, I heard stories and updates on him, but I never really got to see an interview with him. And, Greg, I think you and I saw the same thing. He did a sit-down here recently, and you could tell he has really been battling.
Yeah, and they showed a picture of some event he was at a few months ago, and you could he was a big guy.
Yes,
he was shriveled up to nothing.
Yeah. He passed away peacefully, they said, last night, surrounded by his family. He said they said he fought his fight with grace and courage, and he did. He gave no excuses. And he had his children, 3 children, and his wife there and others. He had 4 grandchildren.
Yeah.
He sold, by the way, over 40 million records.
Yeah. I got to tell you, mid-'90s, I should have been a cowboy. Played a lot in my car.
It blew up. It was huge. Yeah. He was the biggest thing in country music for a while.
Yeah. He was diagnosed with stomach cancer in 2021.
I saw him in an interview, and you're talking about that song, and when he took off, he tells the story how he recorded it, and the record company wasn't going to release it. They didn't think it was good, so they let him buy the masters, and he bought them for like, I don't know, a few $100,000 or whatever, and then released it himself, and then it blew up, and he didn't have to split it with nobody. He got it all.
Yeah. I was talking to Bubba before the kickoff hour how many times we were able to have him on, and I know it was once. I don't know if it was more than that. He said it had to do with the Titans, him singing the anthem, and I think we met him. I think the guys were down.
Yeah, I think they met him on the sidelines at the game.
Yeah.
You probably did. You were there so much.
Yeah, exactly. It's been kind of crazy, man. That little run with being with the Titans, you met a lot of folks at that level. That's the highest level. And apparently another story is that football is now America's favorite sport. America's favorite pastime, overtaking baseball, which really did.
I thought that was the case years ago.
I guess so.
It was some kind of survey of like 12,000 people.
Yeah. This latest little survey.
I thought that
happened
happened
today.
I think both of
decades
the sports are going to be. They're going to make it.
I agree.
I think they're both doing okay.
100%.
But hey, America's pastime. I guess if you want that title.
Yeah. They're
living in the past. That's their problem, and that's why football has taken over.
Well, there you go.
Pew Research Center surveyed 12,000 Americans, and so they said America's pastime is no longer the sport played on a diamond. It's on the gridiron. So there you go. Hey, but like you're saying, we all kind of thought that was the case.
You talking about baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet? You remember that?
Yeah,
commercial about
sure
all
do.
the pastimes?
Yeah. They asked the 12,000 adults if you had to choose one sport as being America's sport, even if you don't personally follow it, which sport would it be? And
pickleball.
It was football. 53% of Americans believe football was America's sport. Baseball came in on the list at just 27%. Basketball was 8%, soccer 3%, auto racing 3%, hockey 1%, and a few other things came in at 2%. But there you go. That's a story today coming out of show prep that football surpasses baseball as America's national pastime, according to this survey. But yeah, Toby Keith, he was like Helmsy said, in the 90s, and then turning the corner into the 2000s, he had it going on. And then the stomach cancer hit in 2021, and it's been a 3-year battle. Yeah. And sadly, he has lost that battle. But in his last interview, he said, I'm at peace with whatever happens because, anybody, if you've gone through this, any type of cancer, or you have a loved one, you've got the chemo, the radiation, surgery is an option. And he said, I just got to a point where I'm just comfortable with whatever happens. He said, I had my brain wrapped around it, and I was good. I was in a good spot, he said, with whatever the outcome would be. And, that just wears you out, the chemo and the radiation treatments and surgery options. And you finally get to a point where you're like, God, whatever you decide, I'm good with. But it's at some point, he said he just finally found peace with it. So anyway, sad news coming out of that camp. And Bubba, some of you might be hearing this and be like, wow, I had no idea it was that bad. He was like, whoa, I didn't know he was struggling that bad. And he was. Yep. So sad news. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. We're off and running. Thank you so much for being with us. Some unique college basketball promotions to get the students involved with the game. We'll have to hit that. And Porta potty news. When's the last time you were in a porta potty?
I don't like anything to do with a porta potty. No. I try to avoid them at all costs.
Yep.
There's nothing good about a good old porta potty.
No, it's not. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Love is in the air, and some things just go better together, like whatever you're listening to and Raycon's everyday earbuds. And like any serious love story, your Raycon earbuds are here for a good time and a long time with 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life. They offer tons of useful features. Most importantly, you get amazing quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for all kinds of emergencies, from financial disasters to floods, hurricanes, you name it. Hard times take years to recover from. Make it easier with this 1-year emergency food kit and save $700 on it at preparewithbubba.com today. These delicious meals last up to 25 years in storage. This rare emergency food kit deal ends this week and you won't see it again soon. Save $700 on a 1-year emergency food kit at preparewithbubba.com. Preparewithbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. All right, so I know that we've all probably been involved with pranks. What is the best prank y'all have ever pulled off, or that maybe y'all got in trouble? Did you get busted in high school as teenagers?
Let me think.
I'm not a big prankster. I don't do that because I don't like to be pranked.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does.
We pranked a lot at work, like put stuff in your bin on the truck, and they'd put, like, we had this powder that you put on your hands, like baby powder, from using them rubber gloves. They'd put that in your hard hat, and you put your hard hat on, and all that powder would come on your head, stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm like y'all.
Pee in the tailpipe. They used to have the trucks with the tailpipe at the top of them.
Watch out.
And when you cranked it, it was a horrible smell. Somebody peed.
Yeah,
right.
Somebody's peed in it.
Yeah, it's rough.
We have a Denver man that got pranked, and it had to do with a porta potty, which I just think this is so.
Now that's
so
foul.
foul. This is so foul.
That's a line I will not cross.
No,
I'm not messing with somebody in a porta potty.
We're
Because
not
porta
doing
potties,
that.
I hate anything to do with.
So
them.
you give porta potty humor and pranks. You pass
I'm not
on
gonna be
those.
a part of it.
Yeah, that's just
It's
disgusting.
Is that where you draw the line?
Yeah, that's a strong line. I get that.
Anything to do with feces and
I
stuff?
don't think
I'm
anybody
not involved with that.
But I'm just not. There's no way I could go. You know what would be funny if I go over and dump Opal over? That'd be bad. Y'all.
Yeah. Well, this man said he's hurt his back from this prank, and here he is describing it.
I saw the portable potty and I wanted to use it. I felt the thing start to move and I was so freaking scared, you know? I started shouting, hey, hey! It just kept on moving and it fell to the side. I fell on my back. And he said, yeah, I think it was a couple of teenagers. It may sound funny when you're a kid. It's not if you're the guy inside. It's not funny at all. It's something that could have ended in a very unfunny way.
Denver man has been injured in a porta potty prank.
And he's declared it unfunny.
Unfunny because if you're in it, it's not funny.
It's not. I got to give him that. That's a bad one.
They pushed it over on its side while he was in there. See, I'd come out and I'd be a mess. I'd be dirty. But that door would.
Guys,
I don't know how I'd get out of the door if it's sideways. I'd kick it or something, and I would come out running after somebody.
If it was an accident or whatever, that's worst case scenario. Being dumped over in a porta potty.
Think about this though. He felt it start to move, and he was, "Hey, hey!"
It's very unfunny.
I had no idea what was happening. I started shouting, "Hey, hey!" It kept moving, and then there it goes. A
What
couple
if it
of
falls
teenagers
on the door and you can't get out?
Golly.
Somebody got to come roll it over for you.
He said he injured his back in the fall. He says that he's thankful it wasn't serious, but it's no laughing matter.
Well, let me just tell you this. If you see me go in one, and I'll go in there for a fastball,
yeah,
because you got that little bucket over there they got strapped to the side.
Yeah.
But if I'm going in there for the other, it's because there was no other choice,
Right.
and it was just the end of the. I mean,
Correct.
it's fixing to be a bad scene.
Correct. Yeah, there is absolutely no other choice. I'm in a terrible situation, and that's all there is. That's all there is. Terry, I was just telling you guys all fair on our drive back on Sunday from Orlando. She was like, "Hey, let's just pull. Are y'all rest stop people? Do y'all pull off at rest stops, or y'all more just an exit and go to the bathroom in a convenience store or something?"
But most of the time, the rest stop has a cleaner bathroom.
Yeah.
The women are hard to find a bathroom they like.
Yeah.
That's why I do it with every time I'm with a team. It's all rest stops
Rest
because it's quicker and it's cleaner.
Yeah.
You're right. It's usually better
My
parking.
family, we go. I probably should treat it like that too, but we go gas stations.
Yeah. Terry was calling. Hey, let's pull over here. Let's go to this exit. It says the rest stop's a mile away or whatever. We get closer and there's this reader. Those little I guess generated reader boards and whatever they
merge ahead.
Yeah,
whatever.
and they said bathrooms closed. And it just didn't say Porta Potty. It said use Porta. And I said, we ain't stopping.
No,
sir.
Nope.
Nope.
So they must have been renovating the bathroom.
Yeah,
or something.
yeah,
It seems like they're always working on those places.
Yeah. Work in progress. Whatever. But no, I
But
am
if you
not
get
a
a
porta
fully
potty
functional one, they usually has a pretty good bathroom there.
Yeah. Reese recently was at a job site and very nice building, but they could not use the bathrooms inside. They had them set up porta potties
They
outside.
want working folk in there using the bathroom.
I guess not, but he said porta potties that was part of my life for a little over a month. And that was every time, everything.
Now listen, I could have never have done this, but there was a buddy of mine, and he's one of these people they'll ask anything.
Okay.
And we were working in a neighborhood, and he knocked on their door and asked if he could use their bathroom.
No, he didn't.
And they let him. I told him, I said, why? He goes, I couldn't help it. I said, how? I couldn't have done that.
I know, but I thought about that. Like,
but he was one of those. Oh, I ain't gonna hurt to ask. I said, I guess not.
If you are,
but they didn't want him doing that.
No, if you're HVAC, electrician, plumber, you name it, and you're at somebody's house and something hits, and you're like, what do you do?
You better,
because that's
woods.
part of their life.
You better hope there's some woods close.
Huh? What if you're like servicing someone's house?
I know.
And that happens.
I've had some people work at the house go, can I use your bathroom? I go, yeah, go ahead.
Even like the guys that spray your yard or cooks pest control.
Yeah,
somebody.
it can hit them at any moment.
I wonder what the policy is because those companies have policies for those.
Oh
guys.
yeah.
No how do you ask a homeowner to use their bathroom? But what if you're in a situation where you're like, what do I do?
I have had like major work being done at the house, and when you set it up, the person on the phone will ask you, "Are you okay with the workers using your bathroom?"
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I've never had that question.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Yeah,
You okay with them taking a slam while they're there?"
Yeah, you might how about them trashing your house? You good with that?
Yeah. Well, as a person that's very sensitive to stomach issues and being in a handle, because we've all been there. If you haven't, you're lying. Where you are like, I don't know what I'm about to. I'm in a bad spot.
Yeah.
And
we all knew you got a famous story that way, but yeah.
But I mean, instead of running back to the truck, what do? I'll be right back. And
guys,
you're
I
like,
saw some such creative things when I was working outdoors.
Yeah.
That people had to adjust. That you would for that situation 5-gallon buckets. One guy, he wasn't very big. I ain't gonna tell that. Hey, put it this way, he was in the bucket you work in. I'm in the middle of an apartment complex. There was nowhere to go hide.
Golly. See this buddy right here. He offers a pressure washing service. Pressure washing service. Say that a bunch. And he said he's had to just drop the hose and run to the run to the woods. Speaking of pranks, my dad said my buddies put sardine juice and sardines on my manifold and engine block, and also put a heavy chain with a padlock around my back bumper, which was 10 feet long, before we pulled off on our honeymoon.
Oh yeah.
I had to pay somebody to cut the chain off, and we never I was in a handle. He said we never got rid of the sardine smell, even as I was selling the car at one point. Now, see, I don't know when it comes to smell.
That's one of them that went too far.
And juices and all that. I mean, that's a little much.
We used to do a lot of stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
I get it.
Mess with people's food.
I mean, look, we've done the, first one to fall asleep at a spend the night party. Or you're over there with your buddies and you put some shaving cream on the nose, and then you kind of tickle their nose, and they hit their nose.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And shaving cream goes off. That's just innocent fun.
Yeah, that's not hurting anybody.
But you get into juices and porta potties and all. That's a new level. That's a next level kind of prank.
A guy caught a snake with we have what you call a hot stick. It's got a little hook in the end, and you can hook stuff and pull it. You use it to close the gap. Anyway, so one of them caught the snake in the hot stick and threw it on the truck to try to scare everybody. Well, then they went to look, and it had got loose, and they didn't know where it was on the truck. So you have people refusing to get in the truck. And anyway, the boss is not happy.
I bet.
He called us all together and explained to us we're not in the snake catching business.
No.
And the next person that decides they are is in trouble.
Definitely not in the snake throwing business.
And I did put a turtle one time in a cab of the truck, and it come crawling out from under the seat while they were driving down the road. We did that too. Not as bad as a snake.
No. We'll startle you though.
Oh yeah, you look down, there's something going like this in the floorboard.
Because normally turtles aren't in trucks.
No, normally not.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No matter your thoughts on Valentine's Day, we can all agree some things are better together, like peanut butter and jelly or a blockbuster movie and a bucket of popcorn. You know what else is perfect? A perfect match is whatever you're listening to in Raycon's everyday earbuds. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are so comfortable. Like any serious love story, your Raycon earbuds are here for a good time and a long time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, most importantly, you get amazing quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Raycon's everyday earbuds also feature 3 customizable sound profiles, earbud tap functions, and noise isolation and the awareness modes. And they're used to feeling the love with tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba now. Get a 15% discount. Your Raycon order and free shipping is at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that under the sponsors button. Go get yours now. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. Right now, I'm Speedy. There is Greg. There's Helmsy, the Good Time Gang live, and we thank you so much for being with us today. You know, we talked about earlier that this new survey, even though it only included like 12,000, that football has taken over baseball as America's favorite pastime.
Yeah.
We all kind of felt like that had happened years ago, but this study and survey kind of broke all that down for us. We hit that. One other football story is, according to another study, the best city to be a football fan is, what do y'all think?
Football fan.
And I would probably think NFL here, but there is some college in here too. Well, it says here, according to a new study, the best city to be a football fan is Pittsburgh, followed by Dallas, and then Green Bay.
What are they basing that on?
It said the study looked at a number of teams in a city, performance of a team, value of a franchise, and more to determine who came out on top. Do you want to know what the worst? See, this is why I don't know about this. The worst city to be a football fan, they say, is Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That is ridiculous.
And it's
the best and worst cities for football fans 2024, according to this survey. That is weird. I don't know if it's because I don't know. I have no idea. But Pittsburgh, Dallas, Green Bay, then L.A., then Boston, then New York, Miami, New Orleans, San Francisco, and the 10th best is Kansas City, according to this study. Weird.
Does that mean I don't know.
I don't know. It's just another study. I just thought I'd bring that up since we were talking about football earlier.
Studying, you know.
Yeah, I know. I have not watched any college basketball at all. I caught a little bit of UAB men's basketball team. They were playing SMU the other night. Caught a little bit of that, and I think Alabama and Auburn were playing not too long ago, and I caught just a little. But it's just not on my schedule, and I don't get into it until March Madness. It's just, I'm sorry for those of you that are in it.
You're bragging.
But so I don't know if this is a thing or not. I have no idea. Where the home team awards the student body, like food if the opponent misses a certain amount of free throws in a row? Is that a thing? Do y'all know if that's a thing or not?
They get pretty creative.
Yeah.
So you get like if they do that, then everybody gets a donut.
Yeah. Or like in this
in
case,
a certain section.
Yeah. In this case, Virginia fans went into a frenzy after free bacon missed free throws. It was bacon mania, they say, in Virginia.
Picture all the bacon in a arena, kind of a mess.
Their women's team was playing Miami, and if they miss both of their free throws, it's free bacon for the crowd.
For the whole crowd.
For the whole crowd. And here is the call on that.
So the kids are on the edges of their seats because everybody gets bacon if in the second half the opponent here misses 2 consecutive free throws. And it's bacon time.
Bacon time.
Oh, the world's a better place.
Some students were dressed as strips of bacon, and some had giant cardboard bacon strips.
So the concession stand standing by with bacon.
Yes.
Everybody gets it.
Yes.
Wow.
And now you would like NC State, though, because I know your love of chicken.
Oh, yeah.
And they got free chicken if that happens.
And they're chanting chicken in here because if she misses the next one, they get chicken. Let's do that chicken.
That's a thing. They were cheering as the women's basketball team last night against Louisville had consecutive free
Chicken
throw
time.
misses. The incentive was free chicken. If one of the Cardinals missed 2 free throws, it's winner chicken dinner to the crowd, and they were chanting.
I wonder if it was a chicken
nuts.
finger or was it
I don't know.
Probably. Chicken wing.
I just know your love of chicken.
Oh, I'd have been tearing it up. No doubt.
I'd
be screaming, miss.
Yeah. We had chicken last night.
I got to feel like, though, they had chicken at the concession stand anyway.
Yeah.
The bacon would be tough.
Yeah.
The bacon would be hard to pull off.
And
that would be.
You can't really have that standing by because if that never happens, then we got a bunch of bacon laying around.
Right.
I feel like you can do something with the chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that.
But you also don't want to waste chicken and go, well, let's have chicken ready, and then that doesn't happen, and now we just got a bunch of chicken.
Yeah.
But to y'all's point, it would put a stress on the
whoever's
concession
in
stand.
charge of the getting the product out there, it's challenging.
Yeah. One thing, speaking of concession stands, that really threw me off, and I understand, I think in Mississippi this happens, and I know other states, in Alabama, I haven't seen it. But when we were down with UAH baseball playing at Winter Park there right outside of Orlando, and then at Daytona Beach at Embry-Riddle, I went to the concession stand, and they were selling beer and hard liquor.
Really?
I'm talking about, and people were tearing it up at the college baseball game. And
That goes on at a lot of colleges.
Yeah, but I just hadn't seen it in Alabama.
They've just now started at the games.
The
football games.
But it was just funny seeing them mix something, and then all of a sudden people go back to the crowd. Just sitting in the stands, and then they got like solos. Try not to spill it sitting down. But I just. Where my boys have played and when they played, that didn't happen. So it was a surprise
That's
to me.
South Florida thing.
Oh well, like Helmsley's saying, I'm sure it happens all over the place. But it was funny because there was a line there. I can tell you.
Oh yeah,
there was a line.
I bet it wasn't cheap either.
No. I don't know, but
how much was it?
I don't know. I have no idea. Now the people down to my left knew.
They knew.
Trying to maneuver back into your seat, and if they fill it up real good, you got to take a couple of sips so it doesn't get too messy, because it'll spill as you walk.
You're trying to walk.
But I had an elderly woman trying to get back to her husband, who couldn't get around as much, and she was being sweet, but she. I think she spilled half of it getting back, and I couldn't do anything about it. I was so far away, I couldn't help. But I was just like, there it is.
You didn't care at all.
No, and everybody in the stands, for us, because it was for the other team, was entertained by it, because we were like, look, there it is.
There she goes. She spent $10 and came back with the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, but for those that had not been to the concession stand, they were like, is that beer? Like, yeah,
they got beer and liquor.
Oh yeah.
Want a gin and tonic? They can help you out.
Yeah. That's funny
baseball
though.
Game.
I know. But back to the free food for missed free throws. That's that will get the student body in it, though.
Oh, yeah. You got bacon on the line? Heck yeah.
That's good stuff.
So everybody's after that sitting there is eating bacon.
Yeah.
Somebody said they may have just given them vouchers or something for the next game to come in.
That makes sense.
Versus not having a bunch of.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Laura, for that email.
That makes
that's
sense.
probably.
We probably should have thought of that.
That probably should have been.
Yeah, it's just
in
not
my mind. I want them to turn around and go, fire the grill up.
Right.
Get the bacon going.
Yeah.
We can be ready by the end of
I'm
the
hoping
third.
that's the case. It's not in the story, but I'm hoping surely that they have got some plan.
Yeah.
To y'all's point, because
Talking about a bacon plan?
Yeah, bacon plan or a chicken plan, something. They
What
got
if
a
it's
plan.
chicken bacon?
But
That's a pretty good idea, though.
Yeah.
It really is. I kind of
but
like it.
every time I kind of, and it's not, like I said, I haven't watched a whole lot. I watched the games I just mentioned.
I haven't watched any.
I haven't watched any.
I've been to more than I've watched on TV.
Yeah, you have.
Which is very odd,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
because of what I'm doing now. But still, that's the last 2 years, because I did it a lot last year at UAB, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind basketball if I'm watching it live.
Yeah.
I just don't watch it that much on television.
Yeah.
I mean, when I watch it live, I actually enjoy it.
I did watch Duke, North Carolina. I guess it was over the weekend, a little bit of that.
I went to Backer Road.
A little bit of Tennessee, Kentucky. So I will glance at it from time to time.
Yeah. I had some buddies that went to that game, Tennessee-Kentucky game. Said that it was really good. But I just, every time I watch it and I lock in, I'm like, okay, this is good. I don't search it out. It just has to happen. But anyway, so there's your story when it comes to college basketball. I'm sure that's a thing. I just have not heard of it or hadn't been to the game. But they said, and they've shown some photos. The student body pretty creative on helping make that happen with how they're dressed and the signage and all that.
I think
kind
I'd
of
do
stuff.
pickles. We'd have pickle night.
Oh yeah,
That'd be easy to pull that off.
Uh-huh. What if we had like Kaneka night, some sausage?
Yeah, you would have that.
What about
night.
your little link?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español.
Gracias, Babbel.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com. Start learning a language today at Babbel.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Sponsored by Armstrong Pharmaceuticals.
If you only have a 401k, you're not getting the most for retirement.
Wait, what?
Add a Robinhood IRA on top, then they'll boost it by 3%.
You can do that?
And if you transfer in any retirement account, you get 3% on top of that.
Is there a limit to the match?
No limit. Robinhood Gold gets you the biggest contribution match of any IRA on the market. Sign up for Robinhood Gold at Robinhood.com/boost by April 30th. Subscription fees apply.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires gold for 1 year from first match. Must keep IRA for 5 years. Match on transfers subject to additional terms and conditions. Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
Guys, you're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you want to join in and maybe do some unscreened phone calls, give us a call right now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can discuss any of the topics that we've been hitting this hour, and we've jumped around quite a bit. This portion of the show, brought to you by CBDistillery.com, is your medicine cabinet crammed with stuff that doesn't work. Are you not sleeping well? You hurting? You stressed out? Well, make a change. CBDistillery.com. Use promo code Bubba. CBDistillery.com. Use promo code Bubba. With over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, it is a source that you can trust. CBDistillery.com. And use promo code Bubba. That's going to save you 20%. You're going to save you 20% at cbdistillery.com, promo code Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. All right, so we're going to do some unscreened phone calls here. Any topic is on the table. Holler at us. Let's go to Kentucky is weighing in. What's up, Kentucky?
State.
What up?
Hey, what's up? At UK during the basketball game, you get 2 missed free throws. You get the students get Chick-fil-A. Well, everybody gets Chick-fil-A sandwiches.
Oh.
And you ought to see the chicken heads in the student section. It's absolutely hilarious.
Oh my God. Well, how do they do that? Do they give you a voucher like to go to a Chick-fil-A later?
Everybody gets a voucher.
Okay.
Yeah, they get a voucher, and there's like within the radius of Rep Arena, there's like 5 Chick-fil-A's, so they can go directions.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, cool. Well, thank you so much.
Everybody dresses up as chickens and all that.
Oh, I can't imagine. Let's jump down. It says here to Alabama, weighing in 334. What's up?
Hey, how you doing this morning?
Man, we're great.
Just wanted to say to Rick and Bubba, we appreciate everything.
Oh, well, thank you.
They've been there for us. You've been there for us for years, and you really shaped you shaped the life out for me.
Oh, well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. We've been hearing from all of you, most of you anyway, and it's very kind. Y'all are the best, man. Let's go. Is this JR?
It is? How did you know that?
I don't know. It just popped up, buddy. I guess we know it's you. What's going on?
Hey, I got an idea for the end of the year.
Okay.
The last wheel of meat, the prize is the wheel of meat.
Oh, give the whole wheel away.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Give the whole wheel.
You know,
who wouldn't want that at their house?
I know, for real. You know these antique road shows where they go to somebody's barn and look through it or whatever? What if, like, in 20 years, somebody's rummaging through and they're like, what's this right here?
Yeah.
Why is that man's face just on there? Yeah. Oh, see, that was Adler. He came out and he would put a horse head on and just run around.
Yeah, why is he smiling?
Right, and the whole time there's a guy named Greg. He'd be on the drums just banging on,
which made no sense.
It was Rock and Roll City. Let's go out to. Is this David? Hey, David, what's up? Doing good. Go ahead.
Real quick, on the weekend, I had some issues at my house and had to call in like a pest control.
I'm so sorry, buddy.
Wow. You stayed with it longer than I thought you did.
So
It's
sorry.
commendable.
I was trying so hard.
We couldn't hear you at all.
Man, try back, bud.
Something about issues and
not only were you on the speaker, you're on a bad one.
Just had to blow you up. The guys gave me the nod, and I went.
Take him out. Put him out of his misery.
Here it says, is Tom? Is this Tom?
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
Damn.
Calling. It says Pell City.
Pell City.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You talking about Todd Jones is home?
That's right.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Tom?
I'm gonna miss y'all the most, man.
Oh, well,
I feel like I'm part of y'all. Y'all will make me cry.
Oh, Tom, hang on.
Oh, Tom, don't
do
cry.
it, Tom.
Don't do it, Tom. Don't do it.
I have to blow you up. Don't do it. And that's the goal. We're all family. That's always been the goal for our show. Let's go to John. It says in Decatur. What's up, John?
Good morning, gentlemen. First off, I'm going to miss the kickoff hour.
Oh,
I've been with you guys for 2 years and listened to you guys for 2 years and just going to miss it.
Well,
thank
you for that, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Secondly, when they say portas, they are not porta potties. They are actually portable bathrooms.
Okay.
They're
Yeah,
all
like the.
whole
Oh,
setup.
yeah, like
I
the.
know
little-
the ones you're
yeah.
talking about.
And everything.
Oh yeah, the little white
Yeah,
trailer
they're-
setup.
Yeah, those are nice.
Yeah. Gotcha. So that's the difference between porta and porta potty.
Okay.
Got it. It just on the little marquee readout. I thought, well, maybe they didn't have enough to.
Now, correct me, they're not great, but
No,
they're a
they're
huge
better.
step up from the old plastic outhouse.
Oh yeah,
with
you see
the
a
blue liquid.
You see a lot of those like game day setups on
Yes.
at different sporting events as an outlet.
If you have if you have steps you have to walk up and you have an actual door handle that you have to turn to get in, it's a nicer setup.
It
than
is.
a porta potty.
Yes. I'll give you that.
And if you remember,
you can lock the door.
Yeah.
Without it being having to look occupied or what.
Yeah.
It's a nicer setup.
It's much better, and it doesn't have that plastic thing. But
yes,
you remember when we were in Oxford, Mississippi, you and I at a ball game, and they had them in the Grove, and it said "Hotty Toddy Potty."
Yes,
you remember that?
I do remember
that. Was written on.
Yeah,
it.
of course you chose not to use it and go into the bushes.
I did.
That's one of my favorite
Well, there was a line
stories.
at it.
Didn't you say you had white cheerleading shoes on too?
No, you're adding that.
No, you added it, but it would have been good.
Yeah,
no,
I just thought you saw white
he
shoes
just,
in the bushes.
He simply said, "I need to go to the bathroom," and I looked at the line, and I thought, well, that it makes sense because everybody else is using this. That's what we'll use. And I turn around, he's in the bushes, like
And
he's
it was these
disappeared,
hedges.
and I'm like, "Where is Greg
It's
gone
extremely
to?"
thick hedges, and I'll be honest, I got a little scared. I didn't know if I could get out.
And I look up, and it's like an elk coming through the woods, and he's coming out of these
The
bushes.
trees were rocking up top.
and I'm actually happy about it because we didn't have to stand in line
at the Hotty Toddy
the Hotty Toddy Potty. He went to the Hotty Toddy bushes.
It got in there, it was a little thicker than I wanted to be.
Well, yeah,
but I was
Greg.
going forward, and I couldn't turn and go back. I said, well, I got to get on in here and get this done.
So much that day.
It was fun. We had a good time.
That's one of my favorite stories.
I remember us. Do you remember when the game was over, sprinting to the car to try to beat the traffic?
Yeah.
We were actually running. Yeah, drop. No, we were just running. We wouldn't have been running if that's the case.
Greg,
buzzing.
We saw somebody fall that day, and it was one of those you would not have been able to handle it, Speedy, because it was fell hard. And he had a little to drink, so he didn't really feel
No, he
that
felt
bad
no pain.
and no pain.
Next
and
day.
really wasn't embarrassed. The next
Right.
day was probably rough.
Yeah.
I love too what y'all did because
That was fun.
y'all took kind of some friends that we had met that were outside of the SEC world and took them into that environment.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
You took Mike. Was it a
That was
that
Mississippi
y'all-
State.
Mississippi State.
Yeah.
And just to see them experience
Yeah, especially
that.
when we nearly got in a fight.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was real impressed with
You had
that.
to fight your way out of the
Yeah.
out of the junction.
Of course, I'm just going to call it. He backed off.
He did. He was not there with us. He was not.
What?
for us.
He didn't have our back.
He wasn't against us, but if things would have got ugly, I'm not confident he would have helped.
He would have had to come a long
What?
way. He didn't get close as we
No.
did. In fact, we were standing in the middle of their tailgate.
Sure.
Did he
Well,
flee?
they goaded us in. What are you
They
going to do?
did. I mean, listen, I wasn't looking for trouble, but when trouble finds you,
We
gotta
truly
defend
didn't
yourself.
do
to.
anything.
You
We
got to.
truly did
No,
nothing.
did
Nothing
not. We were
wrong.
trying to get out of there and beat the crowd. We were trying to do the same thing we were doing at Ole Miss.
Were you walking hard?
No, we were fast walking,
We were
but we were
trying
trying
to
to
get
get
to
to
the
the.
Were
yeah.
you kind of walking?
We
like
were
a-
actually sprinting.
Were you doing
at Ole Miss.
a boat up walk?
Yeah, Look, I can't help y'all. Y'all should have won the game. You had
Really?
a pick six.
You had a
dropped.
pick six, and you know what?
Oh,
That
so
would
they
have
lost.
ruined.
They did
Yeah.
lose. Oh, everybody's
That
in
would
a
have
bad mood.
ruined
It was
that
2010.
national title.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's the year Auburn won it all.
yeah.
And they barely got out of there with a win.
Yeah.
To be honest, if you'd have told me that team was going to win the national championship, I'd have said
Not
no
that
way.
night. I'd have bet my mortgage on it.
That's it.
Wow.
But yeah, we were walking to the car and some punk throws a solo cup at me.
So you're just walking by, and from their tailgate, he just chunked something.
Yes.
Me and Helms, we
Yeah, I wouldn't
decided,
take that
decided
either.
to go in there and address it.
So you bust up in there?
Oh yeah.
Did you ask who threw it?
Yeah, I knew.
No,
who
we
threw it. I
knew
saw
who
it.
threw it.
Okay, you
Yeah.
saw him.
He's
Yeah.
sitting in a chair running his mouth. I said, "Don't stand up out of the chair because I'm going to assume you're coming."
Ooh.
We don't need to say what I said, Greg.
Yeah, that was.
You had white cheerleaders.
Leave that. Let's let that one go.
And you had your white
And
cheerleaders.
Somebody tried to chime in.
I know somebody tried to chime in, and I didn't like it very much.
How'd you say, man, you need to hush too?
Oh boy,
and
dude.
and Akana was like, at this point, he's probably 50 yards away. He's like,
he was watching, but he was far off.
Oh, well, he's from Boise. He didn't know.
he didn't know about
He's
the
scared.
SEC and how serious everybody
he was
is.
so quiet.
He's looking
like
for a blue field.
20 minutes down the road, he didn't
say
speak.
nothing.
He's quiet.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think if Iran wanted a war, they would have launched a much more serious attack. Given the attention that was directed toward the funeral of Soleimani and their rhetoric, you would have expected them to come out full force. They didn't. I don't think, in terms of what we need to do next, that we need to escalate this. I think we need to continue what we're doing, and obviously, if we think that there's the potential for them to get nuclear weapons, then we're going to have to do something else.
What would that be? We heard Trump say, he started his speech with, they will never have nuclear weapons. Today, Iranian scientists are working in a mountain. We know where it is. We know where the door to it is, building a nuclear weapon. What are we doing about it? What can we do about it, other than say we're not going to let them have it?
Well, if I knew, I couldn't tell you.
Well, that's where Gary, you can say trust us, and I will.
Yeah, you can say we're working a plan. That's fine. Because I assume
just
we
say
are.
trust us, and well, I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm confident that this administration has sent a message to everybody that we mean what we say. That when the president says that he's got a line and don't cross it, they know don't cross it. But there's more to this Soleimani attack than most people think. And I've got an article that should be out today or tomorrow. And I start off by saying that smart people learn from their mistakes, but wise people learn from other people's mistakes.
Yeah. That's the preferred. Yeah, that's preferred.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You go back to what happened in the Clinton administration in 1998, and the ambassador to Kenya was asking for more security at the embassy in Nairobi. We had problems at Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and the State Department refused to give them additional security. And 8 months after the ambassador asked for that, car bombs went off at those two embassies and killed 224 people, including 12 Americans. And then you fast forward to Benghazi and Ambassador Stevens. Our intelligence was not telling the Obama administration that Al-Qaeda was active. They were organizing and that they needed to beef up security. Not only did they not beef up security, they reduced it, and 4 Americans were killed. And this president is determined to send a message that we have our diplomatic corps back. This is not going to happen again.
No,
and that's why we took out Soleimani.
Totally agree with all of that. But see, that's where I'm a little confused on this, because what happened at Benghazi, we corrected that when the embassy was attacked. At this time, they were overwhelmed by us responding violently and quickly, and they scattered, and then we took out Soleimani, and we said that's how this goes. Okay, but then this time, it sounds like our red line is to those of us who may have family members serving there in the military, we're not going to respond until they actually kill your son. We won't respond if they almost do.
Well, I think...
Or they attempt to.
Yeah.
I mean, 20% of these missiles didn't even go where they were supposed to go. This was a reckless thing that Iran did that did put our military in danger.
Well, reckless in the context of if you assume they have no ability to control where the missiles land, and I don't think that's an accurate assessment.
Well, we do know by just the pure numbers of this, Gary, and tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing something. As Rick said, 20% of them went off course.
Well,
right.
We were talking about this last night, that we don't think there were cruise missiles. They may have been Scuds, and it was almost like they said, hey, what's in the basement? Well, we got some old Scuds left. Let's shoot those.
Which is reckless.
Which, yeah, but
if it's a brushback pitch, I want something I know where it's going.
I want a pitcher that knows how to place the ball.
Well,
I don't want that guy that's hit a bunch of people.
Well, here's the thing. Going back to my earlier point, I believe that Iran wants to have a confrontation with U.S. because they need it to rally their people to maintain power. We should not take the bait.
So if we have a confrontation with them and we go in and we say seal up the mountain where they're doing their nuclear work, or we take out military assets, or we escalate it to taking out power plants and water facilities, how does that help them? If they're in the dark, can't drink water, how does that help them hold on to power?
Well, I don't know what their calculations are. And again, if I did know the deep intelligence, I couldn't share that with anybody.
Yeah, we wouldn't want you to.
No,
I don't know. I don't know what all they're thinking, but there is a reason for the provocations that they've engaged in.
Sure.
And I just think that, if it comes to the point that we have to do something, we do not want to engage in another war like we did in Iraq. We should not engage in nation building.
We're trying to avoid that.
Yeah,
sure.
That's it.
Thank you, Representative Gary Palmer. Appreciate it. 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Another hour on another day. We look forward to chatting with you at 866 We Be Big. This hour starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, brand new hour. Y'all ready? Let's go. Well, we'll unpack another one for you. The kickoff hour is behind us. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have handled that. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He's got the YouTube experience for you. And you can, for those of you that are tubers that are watching, we welcome you here today. Or some of you that have said, I watch on YouTube, but I'm not sure I'm a tuber. Got it? There are different levels. Got it? But glad you're here. You can catch the show live on our YouTube channel on America's boldest radio stations, on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. You can do that on our TuneIn app. That's another live option for you. And also archive options are the YouTube channel and, of course, the podcast channel every day as well. We're missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
What about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Another day of life, and we celebrate it. And Bubba, I know we got a lot to unpack today. A lot of cancer talk right out of the gate, and even involving King Charles.
I know, and we've got one. Of course, I can't announce it. I'll let you.
Yeah, well, that's true. You can't. I know that they may hit this for you on the kickoff hour, but Toby Keith, at 62, has gone on in. He has been battling stomach cancer. And Speedy told me, I had not seen that he'd been interviewed, and he kind of got to the point where he realized, it's out of my hands. I've done all I can do. I've taken all the treatment I can take, and, hey, I'm good with whatever's next. So at 62, cancer taking the life of Toby Keith. So there you go.
Country music star, bigger than life. We had the pleasure of having him on the show.
We did.
I know at least once.
We did.
And we met him in Nashville one time. On the sidelines before he sang the national anthem at a Titans game.
Yes,
it was kind of funny.
It was very funny.
We had a funny conversation.
Yes, we did.
He was a character, Rick. He was a character.
Yep. So anyway, said his family was around him. He died peacefully, and his family says he fought with grace and courage. And Toby Keith has gone on in. Now, this thing with Prince Charles, we don't know. He's 75. And they're saying it's some sort of cancer. They did rule out, even though his prostate was being treated, because like a lot of men, if you live long enough, it'll get enlarged.
Oh, yep.
But they said it is not prostate cancer. It's some other kind of cancer, but they expect him to recover from it. Mm-hmm. That's kind of all we're getting out of the Brits. So we'll see. But he has canceled all of his appearances, and I know we're all just lamenting over who's going to step up and cut the next ribbon for him.
I hate that for him.
Yeah, right.
I don't wish that on anybody. That's for sure.
I think Harry is rushing to his side.
Well, thank goodness for that. So, it's kind of. I kind of feel. I've always felt kind of. I know we've had a lot of fun with King Charles, and rightfully so.
Yes.
Yes. But there's that side of me. You can tell he's that guy that he was awkward to his parents. The dad liked his sister a lot more than him.
Did you see the documentary? Yeah, we watched that too.
Yeah.
It was,
and
I kind of felt sorry for him.
Right, and that's kind of where I'm getting. And so finally, he waits and waits and waits for a mother that just would not die. Okay. He finally gets to be
advocate.
Yeah, well, she wasn't going to do that, and you made the point why many times. But then he finally gets his shot at being king, He's finally got the woman that he wants and all that. And there is William and Kate. And everybody just loves them. And if everybody was honest, they're ready for them. And it's King Charles is just kind of the guy that nobody really wanted and feels stuck with. But there's always people you preferred over him. When you see William and Kate walk out with all their little kids, and you see his,
it's just a generational change.
His Ichabod look, and everybody's kind of like, you've always been kind of unimpressive.
Yeah, well, I
don't mean to be mean, but I guess it's too late for that.
I kind of thought, thought the U.S. was going to be ready for that generational change.
Well,
too,
thank you. Yes, thank you.
No, Prince Charles, I don't think has ever helped himself.
No, he hasn't.
So, but we maybe they can. If they've caught this soon enough, they can treat it, and that's the key, and was the key in my case.
Yeah. Yes. Wish him no ill will.
No.
But you can almost see the British people looking over Charles at William and Kate, going, "Well."
And she's been in the hospital with some surgery the last few months, having some issues.
Yeah, I think that's what they were saying. William is staying with her, and Harry was going to Daddy.
And thank goodness for that. So anyway,
it's getting old. It ain't for sissies.
Yeah, well, no. Gosh, whoever said that the first time?
Yeah, I know,
needs
a good one.
Needs to have.
It may have been Toby Keith.
Might have been.
Sounds like something he'd say.
Something along those lines, anyway. But
hey, boys.
But right. But
never forget that opening line.
No, I won't either. I thought, my goodness, he's a mind reader.
Yep.
But anyway, I just kind of now keep in mind, just like with coaching changes. Just because the official word from the Brits is he's going to be fine means nothing.
No.
That just means we're not telling you. And he may be fine, he may not. But that's all. What you hear on these, like the coach that's never leaving here, no way, no how, nobody's talking to me.
Right.
That all of that means nothing. It's what finally happens that'll actually decide. So anyway, there's I know those are not too great updates, but let's get those out of the way, and then we'll jump in, and
we got a little bit of Atlanta Falcons Bill Belichick news, a little bit behind the scenes what we're going on.
What do we got there?
And several other things. Got a story out today that is really good news for Oreo lovers.
Okay, you don't get that a lot.
No, and I'm looking through the stack of stuff here. I know Speedy's going to print it out in a minute.
Sure.
I know he is. I know he is.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Calling, taking time to be with us. I know a lot's going on. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Our way through it. Lines are available. Certainly, we went a little over talking with Representative Palmer, so we'll probably do phones here and then again to start the next hour because we don't have a lot.
Short segment.
It'll be short. Anonymous caller out of Prattville. Anonymous, go ahead. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. Good, buddy.
So I keep hearing about, that these are brushback shots from these missiles, but I'm sure it's online. There's pictures of where they hit in Al-Assad, and I've been there a couple times. I can tell you the places that they hit are pretty important places that I think one of the only reasons why nobody did die, especially Americans, is because of an early warning system that they're probably using. And also, if you're going to shoot a brushback pitch towards Erbil is basically one of the safest cities in the world in Iraq. So if you're shooting something that's not accurate and you accidentally hit that, or the city of Erbil, that's pretty significant,
Yeah, it's some of this just doesn't add up, and I think it's our ability to get early warning and our ability to get people to safety is probably what saved lives more than the Iranians' ability to do a brushback pitch.
Look, I knew they were going to respond. I didn't need radar. I didn't need a heads up. I knew they were going to do something in a few days, and we had already got into position to defend ourselves. Again, I'm trying to understand, in anything that goes on in our country, we always want to know who knew it and when they knew it.
Right.
I'd like to know who this mysterious phone caller from Iran is who gives people heads up, because he is never, they've never given anybody heads up on anything else. For once, Rick, I'd like for them, before they roll a car bomber into a cafe and kill women and children, hey, 9 o'clock, that baby's gone.
Right. Yeah.
I'll get out of there at 8:30.
Sure.
Gosh, it'd be nice to get, brushback pitches or phone calls ahead of time. Never happened. This first time in the history of Iran, we have been warned ahead of time of what they were going to do. I guess they're hard. Just screw 3 sizes.
Another anonymous caller out of
Y'all
Alabama.
are smarter than that, people. You're smarter than that.
Anonymous, go ahead.
Morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just wanted to give is there a military, abandoned military housing out west somewhere that they don't use anymore?
You have to be more specific. What do you mean?
I've seen it on TV.
Must be true.
It's an old abandoned military housing base. If they would have struck that and nobody had been injured, would the United States responded?
Well, yeah, because they shot missiles in our airspace.
You just shot missiles onto our soil. Of course we would have.
Yes. So what's the difference?
Well, he has.
We have people there. If we have people there in Iraq or in Iran that they've shot missiles at, what's the difference?
Well, the president said, and Palmer confirmed it, the red line is you have to kill somebody. Guys, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck. Is that not what they both have said?
That is what we have been told.
Right.
That is the red line, so to speak.
We continue, not almost kill people. You have to actually kill them, which sounds to me an awful lot like what we didn't like when we had the rules of engagement in Iraq, and we were losing our minds on the air that our engagement protocol was you cannot shoot on them until they actually shoot at you.
Yeah.
And we were just like, that's putting people at risk. And basically we're saying we're drawing a red line that you can fire at us, but you're fine as long as you don't actually hit us. So somebody's going to have to die in order to get a response from us. Look, I'm just telling you that's what they said.
I know.
I mean, it's just
Rick,
like
I've heard it with my own ears too. And,
does anybody disagree that that's what was said?
What?
That the red line is somebody has to be killed.
If there's American loss of life, it seems like there would be a different response.
So you have to, whoever this person is, if they're connected to you, somebody you are connected to has to die before we'll respond.
And that, I think, was in response to when the drone was shot down or whatever, when they went after the compound where the contractor was killed.
No, got all that.
That was
in
when
this
we
particular,
responded.
Yeah, in this particular case, we were told the reason why we didn't respond is they didn't kill anybody. The red line, Gary Palmer said it, and people last night explaining it said it. The red line for Trump is somebody has to die.
I think what Gary is saying, or what I got out of it, is what we are currently doing, our response, is more crippling to them than us actually firing a weapon.
Understood. 20 minutes past the hour. As we work our way back, thanks for being with us today. Well, here's somebody, one of our listeners, and I can't trust Radar Online. I don't know how much we can depend on the journalistic
about Radar Online.
Radar Online, but they're saying that King Charles is going to advocate, right, because of the cancer treatments, and William's going to go in. So that's right. It's Radar Online.
Well, Rick, Radar Online, they've been known to break
right.
A big story.
Well, they're kind of like TMZ. They get a few of them.
Yeah, you never know. But it would make sense. He's 75. Good Lord, and everybody.
I just got there.
And everybody's trying to be sad for him, but they keep looking over at the cute little family, going, "Well, I mean." So anyway, we have another story about at one time the king of football, Bill Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
According to the story today, Bill Belichick rejected an offer to coach the Atlanta Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is coming from Boomer Esiason. After the former
That's
Patriot
better than
boss
radar.com.
interviewed twice with Arthur Blank and company.
Mm-hmm.
The Falcons ended up hiring Raheem Morris to be their next head coach. Is there details on this though? I didn't see.
Is there? I mean, we got Boomer Esiason.
Where's Raheem from?
Yeah, and all of that. But is that his? Do you take Bill Belichick if you're the Falcons? I know Bill is, he's older, and I guess the people think his best years are behind him. Why, if you're the Falcons, even if you use him as just a transition to kind of get the franchise headed in the right direction, would you turn? But he turned them down. So,
You know, you can go back.
It's a good idea on their part.
I remember when the Patriots lost the '85. I think it was '85 Super Bowl. Wasn't that the Bears year, the Super Bowl shuffle team, '85, somewhere in there? They got drubbed in the Super Bowl. They never won a Super Bowl. They had been good on and off.
Yeah, not great, right. but respectable.
And, you know,
Steve Grogan.
From then, they changed and became a dynasty.
Oh, wow.
Under Belichick. And, you know, I guess you have to look, was it him? Was it Tom Brady? Was it the combination of the two? Because Brady went on to win a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
But then they fell right off again and was not much of a threat. They went, what did the AFC Championship game maybe, or the playoffs the next year?
Correct me if I'm right on this. Didn't they beat, when the Rams beat the Titans, and the next year the Rams went back, and the Patriots underdog, and they beat them, and they won that Super Bowl, and that started that.
And it was just a run.
So
incredible.
Who coached the Patriots when Bledsoe was the quarterback and the Packers beat them in the Super Bowl?
That was
who was the was that Belichick?
Yeah.
Was
I mean, they won like
what's the name?
They went to a bunch.
The big tuna. Who
was that? Who the coach was then?
I don't know, but he did coach them. What's Tuna's name? You see him? What was his name? You know what I'm talking about?
Coach the Giants, the Jets.
Yes.
Have we lost our
Cowboys? Coach Cowboys.
Guys, come on. We know. What are we doing?
I know he did coach the Patriots.
Young people, somebody say it. We're talking
Parcells.
Bill Parcells.
Can you believe we couldn't think of
Bill
Bill Parcells?
I couldn't think of Bill Parcells.
I didn't say it because I was thinking, was no way it's that because they all know who Bill Parcells is.
I don't know what happened.
I agree
I'm
with
glad
that.
it wasn't just me though.
Yeah,
everybody was out on it.
Yeah,
I've been worried about myself lately.
Yeah, sure.
Come on.
That's funny. So anyway,
y'all didn't know it either. Only Helms.
I mean, listen, I
was out.
Y'all made me question it so much. I didn't. Even
I was just staring at Big Boy when you said Big
You're
Tuna.
going, surely it ain't Bill.
You know what? I hate when you can see their face.
I know.
I know.
Well,
I can see him because he's always funny built in them shorts.
Yeah, the reason why Helms did not chime in, it's almost like us looking at that wheel right there and can't think of the name of it.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, sure, they're not looking at the wheel of me.
But
when you said Big Tuna, you scared me too because I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'm not sure why they call him that.
I think that Parcells was the coach when the Pack beat him in the Super Bowl. Yeah. I don't think it was Belichick yet.
Forgot about the Pack beating them.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was.
So
they've been to so many Super Bowls that it's hard to remember all of them.
Well, that was
So
the
what
first
do you
time they
think-
changed the uniform.
Yeah.
They went with the new uniform against the Packers, and the Pack beat them.
So what do you think the key to their success was? Was it the organization, the ownership? Was it Belichick? Was it Brady? Was it a combination of?
I think it was a combination.
It really, I think it was a time and place thing. I don't know that you could even put those together now in a different place and it worked.
Well, football is the quintessential team sport. You cannot do it with one person, and so it's a combination, like a little recipe you put together. And if you look, I mean, Tampa Bay goes to the Super Bowl with Brady and pulls it off because they had put together everything except him.
Yeah.
So all he had to do is just be put into that formula, and it worked.
Mm-hmm.
Over there at the Patriots, then they ended up with everything except Tom.
Yeah.
So then it stopped working for them. Yeah. So it all has to come together. And of course, the Patriots is one of those kind of teams. They're a lot like you find when you reach the pinnacle in college football, it just at a different level. Everybody starts stealing your players and your coaches. Mm-hmm. And you have to keep redoing it. Because when you're successful, people start saying, well, I'll take a little piece of that successful pie and bring it over here. Mm-hmm. And then you got to put that piece back in the pie. And, it's just hard to do that. I mean, the thing about Belichick is he walks away no matter what happens, and they're saying he turned this down. There were other people that kind of wanted him, but we don't know why that worked out. But he can go home, and there's no one that can say, well, I don't know about Belichick. He wasn't very successful. I don't know if he was a good coach or not. I mean, that's over. I mean, you've done it.
You have to put him as the GOAT, right? I mean, for a Super, I mean, the ultimate goal in the NFL is to win the Super Bowl. He's got more than anybody, right?
In all time,
Chuck Noll had what? 4?
Probably. Yeah, I would think so. I'm just thinking.
Gibbs,
they've definitely played for it.
Had a few. I don't know.
And they played for
I
like
think
10
they were.
or something.
Yeah, I mean, they were there. They were there every year.
Every year.
You just felt like it was going to be who's going to play the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
single year. And you may slip up and beat them in the Super Bowl.
And really, their best team didn't win the Super Bowl. The
That's
one
right.
that
They were going
would've been
undefeated.
Yeah, he has
After that
9
incredible
Super Bowl
catch.
appearances and 6 Super Bowl wins, and the most.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. So
6.
Well, and here's
and probably on those 3 he lost.
Oh, they were in it.
They were in all of them. They probably should have won one of them
at least. Yeah.
But what a record! Can't argue with it.
Well, I go back to this second story with football. Hasn't this already happened?
We were talking about that. I don't know. This is just a survey they did with 12,000 Americans on what they felt like if what sport would they watch if they could only watch one or whatever, and football won.
Well, I thought it surpassed as America's favorite sport years ago.
Yeah.
And they're acting like it's.
What are they basing it on? Just the
Just what he
survey
said,
or
the
ticket
survey, yeah.
sales
Yeah.
and people watching?
They're saying football has surpassed baseball as America's national pastime, but I thought we announced that years ago.
Did we announce it was just more voted the most popular, but it really wasn't named national pastime, which I think would go hand in hand.
Is this
you
also,
would think so.
Is this semantics? I mean,
Pretty much.
It's just a new title it's getting now. America's pastime, is that it?
And
baseball
they
came
only,
out.
Is this one by the Pew Research Center?
Yeah.
Who's kind
they
of
asked
the
12,000
official
people.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a pretty good
survey
sample.
folks.
Pretty good sample.
Yeah, I would have thought this was.
But
already.
I think they football came in with 50-something%. Baseball was in the 20% range.
Yeah.
Everything else was like down at 3%,
Single digits.
2%.
Basketball 8, soccer 3, auto racing 3, hockey 1.
Well,
Everything else below that.
Well, it hurts me that soccer's more popular than hockey.
Yeah, I should give hockey more.
I should. We all talked about it. We all.
I don't
should.
even know when the season is.
Well, when J.C. Wilburn is all into hockey. Good
You know
night.
what? I'm almost happy for him.
Yeah,
Because
he goes to the Havoc up in Huntsville, and he said it is
Huntsville's
awesome.
a big hockey town.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have locked into it more.
Yeah.
It's too late now. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More stories to study. Your phone calls coming up. Might get a Rick and Bubba contest today. The only thing we're trying to think of, the way the store is going, do we even have anything to give you? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But he said the reason why we didn't respond. But here's the thing: if that's true, then even if they kill anybody, we shouldn't respond.
Well, and that's to be debated if it happened. But I'm not so sure it wouldn't have been the case. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, then he says a red line.
Has sanctions ever worked on anybody ever?
I'm totally confused.
Ever.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The big topic today, the response yesterday from President Trump. We've interviewed Congressman Gary Palmer on the program today, the news coverage and all that last night. We talked about other topics. That's the one we're on now. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy all here with us today. Adler's got it like he likes it. We got to get one of these interns named today. We'll do that before we go today. Try to get one of them named. I think one of them we're going to name on the spot, so we may get them both named today.
Yeah, I think one of them we handled.
Welcome back, Bubba, for a brand new hour. How are you, buddy?
Rick, I'm glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience now in year 26. I know it seems impossible. It sounded strange when I said it.
To the phones we go. Wayne is in Rogersville. Wayne, thank you for waiting through the break, and welcome to a brand new hour. Go right ahead.
Hey, Al.
Hey, buddy.
Thank you for what you do and who you are and what you're all about.
Thank you.
I think you mentioned what Representative Palmer was pointing out is that country is in disarray, and this is going to fuel it even more. Just like our country right now. In my lifetime, I've never seen Democrats that wouldn't stand in the presence of a Republican. They're offended by just knowing that a Republican's walked in the room. And I've never seen that kind of attitude.
Yeah, it was funny, Wayne, last night to watch the coverage that Trump really did exactly what a lot of the CNN and MSNBC reporters said he should do. And then they still went after him. But anyway, but let me go back to the question I think we have to ask with that, and we talked about this in the break. So really, if you say the best policy for the United States of America is to not engage Iran, well, then we shouldn't engage them if they kill somebody. I mean, if that's the best policy, it's the best policy no matter what they do, right? So, and if that's not the case, then we can't really say that's the best policy, because that should be our policy no matter what. And I certainly would say, well, that's consistent. Okay, it's going to be difficult, but that's consistent. And here's the thing I would say, and I'm speaking about me only. I'm not speaking for the other members of the show. I'm just telling you that I know me. If we were sitting here today and Barack Obama was the president, and Barack Obama and the Democrats were saying the things that Trump and the Republicans who agree with Trump are saying today, we would be mocking it. I would be mocking it.
You put me in that.
I would say, oh, okay, so you have to kill us, not almost kill us. I'd be saying all these things about Obama, and a lot of you out there would be rebel. You'd be, yeah, Rick, you tell them, you go. Now, if that's the case, then you're just being you're not being truthful. You're just saying whatever my team does is always right. Now, and so I wasn't going to come on here today and say something different because Trump did it that I would have said if Obama would have done it. Because I would have been critical of Obama, saying he doesn't understand the Middle East. They're going to see this as weak. Okay, so you have to almost kill us. I would be doing all of those things, and a lot of people would be patting me on the back saying, man, you tell them. Now, if that's the case, then you're being inconsistent.
And I don't know if that is the case. And here's what
I promise.
Look, well, I
promise. I'm not saying you.
No. I'm talking about you. The point you just made is very valid and truthful to the core.
Right.
Okay. What I'm saying is, because no one died, I think we looked at it and said, okay, actually no one died. Let's use this as an opportunity to go this route.
But I'm saying,
and that may be the case. I don't know.
No, I agree, and I understand. I even understand all that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if Obama had done the same thing, I would have been critical of it. Maybe that speaks to my weakness. But I'm just telling you that's maybe that didn't say much about me.
Well, no, I think
I'm just,
we clarified, and I have this position that if you shoot missiles at U.S. troops, I don't care whose base it is, you're still shooting at them.
Right.
That you do not do that without repercussions. I don't care if it's President Bernie Sanders, Trump, Obama, Clinton, Bush, Reagan, whoever. You do not shoot at U.S. troops without repercussion. You are setting a dangerous precedent.
And I'm with you. I'm trying to be consistent in my worldview, and that is it.
And I don't have a problem.
No matter who the president is.
I don't have a problem with any president that plays golf, even if we have troops deployed from time to time.
We continue.
As long as he can do his job and do it.
Let's go to Larry in Greenville. Larry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Rick, Bubba, that had to be one of the worst interviews I've ever heard. That was so uncomfortable for that guy because he was not saying what y'all wanted him to say, and he didn't want to hear what y'all were asking him.
Well, no,
y'all will not be getting a Christmas card from him.
Look, 35 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. We're back, and we thank you for being with us. SimplySafeBubba.com. I mean, let's face it, now more than ever, you got to protect your property. You got to protect it. If you can't even, everybody's trying to steal people's stuff. Everything costs a lot. Everybody's desperate. Everybody's going nuts. Nobody knows how to act. So SimplySafeBubba.com is ready to give you 24/7 burglar busting protection. Say that fast a few times. For your home or small business. It's the best in the business because, you know, some of the awkward boilerplate type security systems, you just kind of try to make it fit no matter how your property is set up. Those days are over. With SimplySafeBubba.com, you customize the system to the property. You put the sensors wherever you need them. You can take it with you when you go. If you're renting property, you can still protect it with SimplySafeBubba.com. 60 days, you can get it risk-free. Now, you do realize that all the advancements they keep making in security, now the 24/7 live guard protection. Now, monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and confront intruders. They can. They can also see, hey, we got water. They can see fire. Got a medical emergency, God forbid.
Medical emergency.
And they get the help there. And right now, we're going to save you 20%. Go to SimplySafeBubba.com. 20% on your new system with the Fast Protect plan, which you won't, by the way. Visit SimplySafeBubba.com today. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. So, Bubba, we get asked about this a lot. Not that we're, the final authority on it or anything, but, people always call up and they'll say, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Especially if it's something that's faith-based or whatever. And, of course, we all we've interviewed Dallas Jenkins. We certainly applaud and commend what we've seen done with this series called The Chosen. And it's been great. I mean, a lot of times watching it and really enjoyed it, and there's been a lot of good fruit from it. I know, anytime you're doing anything like this, though, it's not without controversy.
Sure,
it's not
you
without.
don't have that.
It's not without. Hey, you're not doing it right. Like I said, and I don't want to be in that camp at all. But we certainly want to be in the camp of giving suggestions and holding people accountable and all that, just like we are. But I do understand, and we've all said this. I've had people ask me before, what's your email like, the fact that y'all don't shy away from your faith. And I said, well, honestly, we get emails every now and then of people that don't believe what we believe, just wishing that we would all be run over by a car or something. I said, but usually most of the complaints that we get are you're not doing it right. Within
Yeah,
the faith.
I think that's fair.
Right. And I don't want to be that person.
Right.
But I also don't want to sit here and act like that it's all good if it's not. And I don't mean and I'm not about to talk about anything that I think is theologically wrong or anything like that. I'm sure some of you out there have all those complaints if you'd like to have them. But I'm just talking about doing a good job with the product that keeps people engaged.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So Bubba and I, and it's just our nature, we're trying to follow exactly how this thing works, and it can be a little complicated on how you get the chosen, how the chosen is funded, all these things, and then they've thrown us this new curve, which I participated in this weekend, where they now will put it in the theater.
Yeah.
For a little bit, and just when I thought I had it figured out that it's an app or you can whatever, then all of a sudden you'll see old episodes now on Netflix and stuff like that, which is fine. But
Angel Network.
But this thing where they release new episodes in the theater, and you go in and watch 3 episodes in the theater, and then later it'll be pulled away from you. Then the whole season comes out. So season 4 is now 3 episodes. The first 3 episodes are now in theaters. So I told you we talked about our weekend, but so Sherry and I were coming back from visiting with our sister that got home, getting Mom's car over there for her, getting Mom there. We grabbed something to eat, and Sherry was like, well, I mean, do you want to do something on the way home? And I was like, I wouldn't mind going to see a movie. And and we looked, and there was nothing there. And I said, hey, well, that Chosen thing is going on. That'd be great. You want to go in there? Said, yeah, let's do that. Now, we did make the mistake of going to a movie that was really, really late. It was 6 p.m. Right, so
middle of the night.
Right, and so there was the struggle. Now, I will say this: when I heard the
Party
term
animal?
When I heard the term from Dallas Jenkins, there will be an intermission. That hurt. I thought, okay. I also made the mistake of reserving seats in one of those recliner theaters where you sit in recliners. Okay. So I made a lot of mistakes, and I acknowledge that for me to be engaged in what was about to be presented to me. So let that be the overshadow here that I was probably more comfortable than I needed to be. At home, I would probably be dozing, and so I set myself up to be the dozing, watching something, which is not great.
Not if you really want to get the meaning of the movie.
Right. So here's and this is going. I did not walk out because I thought anything was blasphemous. That wasn't it at all. Okay. I honestly ended up leaving because I was sleepy and bored. Okay.
You left?
We left. We watched the first 2.
What?
Our first 2 episodes, and when the intermission hit for one more episode, we left.
Really?
It was. I was just.
Rick, you gave up on the shows?
I was bored, and I think
you chose not to watch.
And here's why I think this: if you want to keep me engaged, The Chosen with their art and the actors and all that, they have done some wonderful things that brought me into worship, and I was very moved by it. Okay, they do a good job when they get to the miracles and they get this kind of stuff. I really think it was really well done. But it never fails that when something becomes popular like this, there's so many voices in their heads now.
Oh, yeah.
And where I think they're in error, not with doctrine. I mean, some of you may have some disagreements on some of that. That's fine. And it's the part, and I think it will bother you too, Bubba, is I'm okay with us portraying, which is accurate, that these are just people.
Yes.
That were called. And I like that. Right. And I think it's fun to speculate, because that's all we're doing.
Expand on what was going on around them at
to
the time.
speculate that they might have been joking around with each other and stuff. But unfortunately, I think now we've become obsessed with that. We're doing more of that than we're doing the moving stuff now. And there's a long period of times where all it is us walking down the road and doing one-liners to each other, and let's see how funny Jesus can be, and let's see how funny the disciples can be. And we're creating these scenarios that, of course, aren't in the Bible, but
right.
And I don't have a problem with doing that a little bit because I love showing the human side of them.
Right.
But it's like now that's become the dominant theme in the later episodes, and the actual moving parts have become moved to the back, and they show up every now and then.
So what?
Well, if I'm gonna sit through 3 hours, I got to have more of the moving parts and less of the come on, let's go. This dialogue of everybody talking and using one-liners, and we're cutting up, and look how we're a little bit silly and a little bit funny. And I'm just like, there's just too much of that now.
So at this part, where are we at, miracle-wise? Are we where are we at in the story?
We are now moving into the Pharisees are about ready to make their case against Jesus.
Okay, so the last one I saw was where he went out to the cliff, and some were wanting to throw him off the cliff.
Right.
After he had proclaimed
Right, yeah.
who he was.
I saw that episode too, and it was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good, and he said, not today.
Correct.
And walked through them, and they didn't touch him.
Right.
Which I thought was very well done.
Mhm.
I've never seen that scene portrayed, even in the other Jesus movies.
Yeah, me either. Yeah.
I think they've done a wonderful job. Behind the scenes, I can't comment on. Because
Right.
I don't know.
Sure.
And I know there's been stories about this
course.
and that and all.
Yeah.
But far as the on-screen product, I think it's been excellent. It has drawn out a little longer than I thought it should. I mean, they've tried to tell the gospel story over multiple years.
Right.
Where some of the, I understand building the characters, but I agree
There you
they've
go.
gone
You're on
too
it.
far with it.
You're on it. Yeah.
And taking up too much time.
That's it. That's
And-
exactly what I'm saying, because there's so many moving things that we could
Right.
be doing. It's almost like we're wasting time.
And I know some of the other movies might have short-circuited that, where you have Jesus walking down the road and everything is a red letter quote, and that's all you get.
Right.
And I like kind of thinking about Mary. What was she really like?
Sure.
I mean, we're told, but we don't really think
And
it
I'm
till
okay
we
with
see
that.
it.
Yeah.
Peter and his wife, we know they had a very complicated relationship.
I like to see us cast a taller guy for Peter. That guy's a little small. I just don't
Well,
think Peter was that small. But
you know,
I didn't think the casting of Peter was.
He
great.
was a little. He was
You
a
know, I
little.
never thought about that, but you are right.
You know, I like him. I think he may have been a little more of a firebrand because he was physically a little shorter. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. But I enjoyed it. I think the guy that plays Jesus has done a wonderful job. We've had him on, what's his name?
Jonathan Roumie.
Yeah, and he does the commercials now about several things. So I don't know behind. I just wish they had moved it along, because I know it's going to be hard to keep this cast together for 10 years to do this. And it's kind of like Dallas was trying to make this his life work, but you can't stretch it out for your life. You know,
well,
I mean,
and what's
I need
weird
it
about
a little quicker, and it just seems like the whole process is going to be hard to keep going.
You're on it, and I think that what you're going to find, what you're going to make really upset you, if that's your point, and that is the point. Dallas comes on, and he's on the set of some other movie shooting some Christmas special in Canada.
Right.
Well, my goodness, if you've got the time to go do that, let's speed this thing up. And but
the
I
movie
just think,
series should not last longer than Jesus' ministry.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, surely we can wrap it up in 3 years.
But you're on
right?
it,
I mean,
Bubba. Good. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
I
agree.
They're dragging this out with a lot of meaningless dialogue and a lot of development of the characters that I think we've got it. We've done that. There's some monumental moments, and it's almost like we're piddling around unnecessarily. And I lost interest.
Did Sherry feel that way?
Oh, yeah. She was already asleep.
Asleep?
She was asleep.
In the recliner?
She was asleep.
Okay.
And so we didn't stay for the third episode. And kind of wanted to, but it just... I felt like I was here to see a concert, and the band was supposed to start at 7, and they made me sit around to 8:15 before they played the song I wanted to hear. And I'm like, I don't know why this is taking so long to get to these very moving moments.
When will the season 4 be available to download like everything else?
Good question. I don't know. We'll bet.
Rick and Bubba.
Gary is a friend of ours.
I supported.
That's why
Yeah,
That's
Gary.
why he's upset. They hit me hard.
Well, what is there to be upset about? We just ask questions.
Let me tell you what else.
I agree. I agree, but he's a politician. He's not. He don't like those. He didn't like that. He didn't. He was very.
Well, look, I said to begin with, you tell me that we just don't know and see everything going on. That's fine. I accept that.
No, I think
that's kind of where I've landed.
I don't want you to misread this. I want to be very clear when it comes to Gary Palmer, the man. Gary Palmer is just disagreeing with us the way Helmsley's disagreeing with me.
Yeah,
he's not doing that because he's a politician.
Right.
He's doing that because he's a man that has a different point of view about this than I do and Bubba does.
And that
it's not because he's a politician.
And I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
We can disagree on one topic. We may agree on 6 others later in the day.
Gary Palmer is as solid a dude as you'll ever know.
Absolutely.
And he and I and Bubba are not going to always agree on every specific thing about all things. And
wouldn't want to, really, quite frankly. It'd be a boring world.
And I will tell you this. I will acknowledge that maybe he should have known that Bubba and I didn't necessarily agree with this. I apologize for that. But honestly, the reason why I didn't think like that is because I think he's a grown man, and he's the type of man that is not afraid of hard questions.
Yeah.
Now, there certainly was some discomfort, and just like you and me. I don't like when you and I disagree on stuff because we love each other.
Right.
And that's probably where that came from. Oh wow, I like these guys and we're disagreeing on this. But it wasn't because he's a politician.
Right.
It's because he's
there's a true friendship there.
There's a true friendship there.
But look, I have to be honest too to what and I told the folks in the break we were talking about it. I'm not the smartest tool in the shed by far. Barely can speak, can't spell. do like space stuff, okay?
Space. You went into what you like.
So
did you notice that?
I mean, that's me.
What he's trying to say is, and he's right about me too. Look, we got some areas we're pretty good in, but we're not well rounded.
But there's some things that when people are telling me that I just cannot accept because I know different. And you're going to have to do a better job to sell me. And we're being told all over the place, hey, Iran doesn't want a war with us. That's why they give us a heads up. Gary told us they want a war with us. Well, do they want a war or not?
Right.
Surely we got people smart enough to figure this out.
Right.
Look, ask them and see what their actions are. That's the only 2 ways we can judge it.
Look, I even understand because we were
What is it? Do they want a war or not? Somebody tell me.
We were told
yes or no.
We were told by Iranians, and that was the point that was being made, and I actually agree with it because I think it to be true from people that have lived there. They like to pick wars with people so that somebody else becomes the enemy and the people don't try to overthrow the government. There's some truth in that, but then that also, though, to your point, takes another point and makes it incorrect. So
you can't have it both ways.
Yeah. We continue.
We kind of want a war with you.
Anonymous out of Clanton. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hi. Yes, you kind of already touched on it, but I was just wanting to know what your thoughts were on why President Trump isn't wanting to retaliate. If he's scared of what the Democrats are going to say?
No, he doesn't care about that at all. I promise you. And he doesn't care what the media says.
He really don't care what the Republicans think.
And he doesn't care what I think. I think what it is that Trump, and Helmsley alluded to this yesterday, and it turned out that side of him is what won. Trump is not a fan of us going to war in wars that he thinks turn into quagmires, which I understand that. None of us like that. And he was critical of the Iraqi situation, and I think he's hypersensitive during his presidency of not creating another one of those, and I completely understand that. I do. And that's where it's coming from.
And not now, but later on, we'll talk about the teeter-totter of history, okay?
Yeah,
right. And I want to make just a couple of points on that concept of what you're talking about.
All right, we'll do that. We come back. We'll hear from Bubba, and then we'll take some more of your calls.
We got some more good calls.
Yeah, okay. We got plenty. I know a lot of you are out there because we're just trying to work through this.
That's what we do, man. We're sitting on the porch working through.
Well, the difference between us is we're working through things right here on a live radio show. But isn't that what we've always loved? And at times hate.
That's what we've done for 26 years. We're all changing now.
We got some people saying I'm not listening anymore because y'all don't agree with Trump. That's fine. All right, so Bill, what is your ingredients? Let's go phones. 8 minutes to the top. Some of you are standing by. We'd love to chat with you. The real Greg Burgess on the phones right now. Jeff in Alabama will get us started. Jeff, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great, y'all. How y'all doing?
We're great. We're great. Thank you, sir.
And I guess I should say green acres and monkey grass.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, go right ahead.
Hey, my one thought on why I believe baseball should still be America's pastime is because, when baseball season comes, that's all that's on the TV. That's what people do. They sit in bars. They sit in, bar and grills. It's on at home. And if you're on the East Coast, those games out here start really early for them. So I would just say it's because even though football may be more popular, you watch a lot more baseball.
Well, I guess when you the amount of content, there's no doubt baseball provides much more. That is true. But I think this was probably just based on your other point. What is the most popular sport in America now? And that is now American football. But I understand your point. And I'm one of the old school people. I'm not saying it's best for the sport for the new generation. I fully understand all that. But I like that. Football to me is, oh my goodness, everything's riding right here. We are all going nuts. We are intense. We are screaming. Everything's riding on this one game during the week. Baseball is, hey, let's roll over to the ballpark and let's hang out and let's chill and let's watch.
That's why I thought it was football, and I think everybody here, we've always known that's the most popular. That's not really breaking news.
Right.
Pastime of, to your point, hey, we got some time. Y'all want to, let's just go watch the game and relax and have a good afternoon.
At home about at least once every 2 weeks.
Right, yeah.
And, some of them are on the weekend. That's when you'd carry your family back to the city and go see it. But they would plan their business around that and go to the ballpark, and take off that afternoon and just go hang out or carry a business person or a client or somebody. But, now so much of that has moved out of the downtown area around the ball games. A lot of people still working remotely or some kind of new schedule that you don't have that anymore.
We continue. Let's go to Ronnie out of Selma, Alabama. Ronnie, go ahead.
Ronnie.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was just going to see if y'all saw where Toby Keith passed away yesterday.
Just said it about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, we talked about it this morning. We were lucky enough to meet him. We had him on the show once, I know, maybe twice.
Yep.
And we hated to hear that.
Yep.
He lost his battle with stomach cancer.
Yep. Jason in Norcross, Georgia. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
We're good, man. Hope you're okay.
I saw the first 3 episodes of Chosen, and I agree with you that the silliness, it kind of just gets old after a while.
Yeah, annoying almost.
But one thing, annoying is a good word. The one thing I noticed about these 3 episodes, though, is while the disciples' level of silliness has stayed the same, Jesus is starting to lock it in,
Yeah.
He's starting to get serious. And, Rick, if you would have stayed for that 3rd episode, you would have walked away going, okay, here we go.
Well, see, that's what everybody's telling me. What I came to see, they made me sit for 2.5 hours, and I still don't have it. So by the time what I wanted showed up, I was asleep. I was gone. And no, I agree. I mean, straight up, that's what happened.
What miracle did they get up to? Where did the 3rd segment end?
So the 3rd segment ended with the Pharisees really turning up the heat, and it would be a huge spoiler alert. I'm not going to pull a Rick and do it.
No, I'm just saying we all know the story.
It's in the Bible, Jason.
You're not going to let away something
right.
that we don't know. But I'm just saying, how far did they get?
Caesarea Philippi, they got there, and then all I can tell you is the heat turned up. And you really don't want me to say anymore because it's good. And I walked away in tears and angry.
Yeah, Jason, here's my point. Jesus himself only asked the disciples to pray with him for an hour. Dallas Jenkins asked me for 2.5. I mean, before I get to that. And if I'd have stayed, he was asking me for 3.5. You know what?
So we haven't got to Palm Sunday yet.
No, I don't think so.
Lazarus?
That was in another episode. That's already happened.
In
in the season before this, toward the end.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's good.
3? It was in 3.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Am I not remembering that right?
I haven't seen it.
See,
It's too long.
Yeah. Let's go to Bubba. Here's another Bubba. Hey, Bubba. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning. Was calling in this morning to see. I happened 2 weeks ago I wound up in the hospital.
Oh, we're sorry.
Flat on my back,
Yeah.
basically paralyzed.
Wow.
Wow.
2 nights ago, I'm 50. After being cathetered for a week and a half, I have been able to pee again, and I
Good for
never knew
you.
you guys played the TT in the potty song. I come from a big family that I've been getting raised on, and that one showed up on my social media feed a couple of nights ago, and I said, well, you know what? I'm calling Rick and Bubba in the morning. I want to hear this live.
That is funny. So you never thought about it being something that would be helpful to adults. I mean, that have come off a catheter.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, Bubba, good for you. Good for you. You know, the show
Yes,
works
sir.
in mysterious
Yes,
ways.
sir.
It does.
And why
Look,
can I
hey.
not stand up straight right now? Yeah, getting that going again can be a little painful.
Hey,
too.
now.
Hey, a little stinging.
I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything right now. I don't want to say anything.
I know. Thank you for calling and sharing, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
And we're about to do a commercial break, and every one of us is going to the bathroom.
I can't. I'm squirming.
I feel like I need to hop.
We'll
for
run
some
out.
reason. I don't know why.
We're about to
Hop.
empty this studio right now. Top of the hour. We'll be back. More to come. Biden updates again today. I know. Speaking of things that make you uncomfortable or seem to be dragging on. Top of the hour, we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Check our website, too, and shop the Rick and Bubba store for the Rick and Bubba swag. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Comment.
My comment is, if I was President Trump and I had a chance to say something to Iran and say, look, you shot some bombs off, they missed the target. I'm not Israel, and you're not Palestine. You don't get to call a war and call it on and call it off. You did it once. That's all right. You do it again, we're coming back at you at full force. We're not playing this Palestine-Israel trick.
Yeah, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Would you have the same view if Obama had done this?
I said the same thing.
You
it
would have,
doesn't
okay.
matter to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's,
I got
that's
another
consistent.
thing to say. Yeah. But also, Iran and North Korea, places like that, really can't start a war and have their people leave their country to fight a war because they'll never come back. We'll have so many POWs coming out of Iran that we'll have to take care and shelter them, just like we had to do in Iraq. That military might be big, but they'll run and come over to our side just to get out of that country.
You're
Thanks a lot.
saying, look, no matter what happens, it's just a mess.
You remember when we were dealing with Iraq, we were told that they had the third largest standing military in the world. They were well trained, and they felt like a paper tiger,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember that? I mean, everybody's like, man, this what do they call the elite guard?
Look,
Whatever.
it was the end of time.
Guard,
This was
Republican
it.
Guard.
They were battle hardened from years of war with Iran.
We were getting ourselves in a bind, and the only reason why we stopped is because we were afraid CNN was going to call us mean. To Leanne in Birmingham. Leanne, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I hope you guys will talk Gary Palmer into running for governor. He'd be awesome. He'd be outstanding. He's a true conservative. Thanks for having him on this morning.
Thank you. Appreciate the call.
Gary, we've known Gary a long time. Good guy.
Let's go to.
We're glad he's where he is.
Let's go to Bill out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Bill, go ahead.
Hey, boys. Thank you very much for taking my call. I apologize for my voice, but I got a wicked cold here.
That's all right, buddy. You're fine.
We understand.
But what I wanted to say is all of us who voted for Trump, we know that he is a fighter. And his first response to this was, let's go get him. But I'm pretty sure that he got some good advice from his advisors because we also know that as a businessman, he did not become the success he is by using his gut response every single time. I'm sure he thought this through. And eventually, we're all going to know what their plan is. It's like Gary said, they can't, he said, I can't tell you what the plan is. We got a plan, but I can't tell you what it is. I'm almost positive that this is going to, they're going to have some kind of response.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you, Rick, absolutely, that somebody should not have to die for us to respond, but I believe they got a plan in place, and Trump thought this through thoroughly.
Well, Bubba said it, and I agree. Look, we trust so far on most everything. We've seen him make good decisions for our country. I do believe, no matter how you feel about him, that he's done a good job as the president. And certainly there's been times when some of the things he said or done I didn't agree with. I certainly don't agree with any form of national health care, which I think when he tried to save that and somehow provide insurance for everybody
with pre-existing
conditions, I thought that was naive and impossible. Sounded good, emotionally.
We wish we could.
But I'm with you. I trust this administration that the way they're going to handle things is correctly. You do understand, and you're doing it too. I'm trying to wrap my mind around some of the concepts. Like, we're in a concept where we're hearing Iran needed a war, we didn't give it to them, but then they called us and told us not to go to war. We're just kidding. Well, if they wanted a war, why were they warning us? If they're warning us, that means they don't want a war, but then we're saying we didn't give them a war because that's what they wanted. I can't wrap my mind. Those two things seem mutually exclusive to me. Which one is it?
I agree.
Which one is it?
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, they can't be trusted, but we'll go get them.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate your call. Let's go to Hank in Georgia. Hank, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I called you guys yesterday and told you exactly what Trump was going to do, and you both kind of poo-pooed me on that.
Yeah, that's when Helms agreed. We did. I was caught off guard.
You and Helms are 100% right.
We were wrong.
I just disagree with the president and you and Helms.
Well, let's talk about that in a little more detail, though. I mean, I didn't have time in 30 seconds to go into a detailed discussion.
Sure.
But, having been in the Army for 30 years, lived around the world, a bunch of places, you understand that things aren't necessarily what they seem.
Right. Well, you got your chance right now, but try to be concise because you have more than 30 seconds, but we don't have a lot of time.
Less than 3 minutes.
Okay, I understand. Well, yesterday was a head fake by Trump, and waiting to see what's going to happen. Even if he wanted to take out one of the bad actors in Iran yesterday, you have to excuse me. I'm in the middle of my walk here today, so I'm a little breathless.
Look, I understand that.
But if he wanted to take out one of the bad actors, they weren't anywhere to be found yesterday. I mean, they were all hiding. So if he had done, like Bubba said, maybe take out a ship someplace, all that's going to do is make a bunch of Iranian mothers mad at the United States. That doesn't get us anywhere. So he's going to see what happens. And if one of these guys continues to say death to America and threatens to do specific things to us, that guy just might disappear.
Yeah, you're saying he didn't respond, but don't look at the lack of response as being his game plan. There's going to be a response. It just wasn't going to be the kind of response that they were expecting yesterday. He is not saying we're not going to respond. He just hadn't responded yet. Thank you, Ken Osborne, from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are so thankful that you are here. So you heard a caller last hour mentioning TT in the potty. That's one of many things you'll find out on all the places where you can download content, 30 years of Rick and Bubba CDs out there. If you go grab those, more valuable than ever now. That includes our children's CD that we put out many years ago with Brad Ryan. And it is a CD compilation of children's songs that Bubba and I, along with Brad Ryan and Jerry Ryan, put together. So that's out there. It's called Hey, It's for the Kids. So if you're grabbing all that Rick and Bubba content out there, it's all available, and enjoy that. And we're honored you would even care. So, Bubba, as we start the hour, should we go ahead and jump into our Biden stuff a little earlier today? I mean, there's always plenty.
It's a long and distinguished list.
There's always plenty.
Where'd it go?
Anybody know Basement Joe?
Basement Joe.
All right, so Adler, help us as we walk through the Biden clips today. Here's one where, once again, he's going to speak about someone that is no longer alive, as if they're still alive.
Yeah, this is a troubling one.
Okay, all right. So
he's going to say that he recently met with Mitterrand from Germany. Unfortunately,
he was the French president.
French.
Former.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was the French president between 1981 and 1995, and he also died in 1996.
In 96.
Yeah, he confused the
28 years ago. Yeah. He went on in, and he's going to say he just talked to him. Does that bother anybody?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Let's hear it. His own words.
Right after. I got it cranked. I'm not sure why it's so quiet. You want to start it over here?
I could hear it fine. It's just over in one ear.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, righty.
Oh, my goodness. It was so loud on my little preview speaker, but I'll give it a go. Sorry, guys.
People have pled guilty. You know, right after I was elected, I went to what they call
Is that too quiet to play? I don't know why it's so quiet.
Yeah, we hear it fine. Just let it run.
I'm so sorry. It's so quiet in my ears. I can barely hear it.
We hear it just fine.
It's barely registering on my little thing right here. I'm so sorry.
It's all a righty, but we hear righty just fine.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
All right.
Pled guilty. You know, right after I was elected, I went to what they call a G7 meeting, all the NATO leaders. I was in the south of England. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And Mitterrand from France looked at me and said, you know, how long you back for?
Oh, no.
Why one eye closed?
And I looked at him, and the Chancellor of Germany said, what would you say, Mr. President?
Oh, gosh.
Oh, this is getting drawn out.
The paper tomorrow in the London Times. And the London Times said, 1,000 people break through the House of Commons, break down the doors.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
In order to stop the election of the Prime Minister.
Oh, no.
What would you say? I never thought about it from that perspective. What would we say if that happened in another democracy around the world?
All right, so you realize he just claimed that he talked to a man who's been dead for 28 years right after he was elected.
Right.
And he was discussing with him and also the Chancellor of Germany about January 6th. He just said he talked to a man about January 6th that has been dead for 28 years.
Well,
does that bother? Is anybody concerned? But that also tells you he's completely making this conversation up. Okay, it never happened.
That was painful.
Right.
That was painful to watch.
Right. Anybody concerned? And we're not serious about running this guy again. No way are we serious about that. I mean, if we're serious about that, there's something wrong with us.
Yeah.
So maybe there is something planned for May. That would actually make sense.
Yeah.
Running him again makes no sense regardless of your political affiliation. We can't be serious about that. So now he's in Las Vegas. And is he about to challenge someone to a fight?
He's talking about high-speed rail, all the money that he put into high-speed rail. He's going to misspeak for a quick second and say it'll take you from here to Las Vegas.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he's in Las Vegas when he says that.
Okay.
He does correct himself, but after all this money he spent, he talks about how much faster it is, and frankly, I'm not that impressed.
Okay.
All right, here he is.
Against the Trump of $3 billion from the nation's first high-speed rail line. $3 billion. It's going to take you from here to Las Vegas, or from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, in 2 hours by train instead of 4 hours by car.
Well, I'm getting on a high-speed rail. I'm only cutting 2 hours out of the trip. I mean,
that's what I thought.
And I spent $3 billion for that.
Right. I'd rather be in my own car, listening to my own music, taking my own time, leaving when I want.
And I bet it can.
Stopping when you want.
I bet it can get us to Las Vegas from here, since that's where we are.
Yeah.
But he did correct that. Here's Joy Reid on The View. I bet this is pleasant.
That bunch.
And she's going to challenge Biden that
She says the challenge for President Biden is on the facts,
Right.
and getting the facts out. I don't think that's his challenge.
No, I don't either.
From the clips we just saw, I don't think that's the particular challenge.
This goes back. This goes back to this mindset that
Right.
things are really good.
Oh, yeah.
And they're a lot better than they were under Trump, but
Sure.
we're just not getting our message.
That's right. Yeah, this is their new thing now.
Yeah.
Trust us, it's good. I know we're not right. I know we can't point to it, we can't prove it, but here we go.
Anyone can win if people vote for them. So yes, he has absolutely a chance to win. And as you said, every candidate starts out with a good 45%, and then it's a matter of the rest. The challenge for President Biden is that on the facts, the economy is far better now than it was under Donald Trump, who failed in his one job, react to a crisis. As president, you're a crisis manager. He was hit with one big crisis, the pandemic, and flubbed it so thoroughly we were at 14% unemployment. Yeah. Yet I hear people died because and 1 million people died. Not even some people, 1 million people died because of him. And yet you have people saying, I had more money, I was rich under Trump. Not true, not possible. And the fact that he overcame his own objection to the stimmy, signed a bill Democrats passed to give you a stimmy, then took credit for the stimmy by putting a letter in the thing when you got the stimmy that said, you're welcome, Donald Trump, even though he was against the stimmy. Yeah. And now you got people in the street saying, well, Trump gave me a stimmy. No, he didn't. Nancy Pelosi gave you a stimmy.
Good night.
Please stop calling it a stimmy, first of all.
Quit hipping it up.
Please stop calling it a stimmy. Second of all, oh my goodness, none of that was true.
Yeah, none of that is true, but I still go back to your original point. No, the biggest challenge for Joe Biden is he just said he had a conversation with a man that's been dead for 28 years,
Right.
3 years ago.
Right.
Okay. He was still dead 3 years ago. Okay. He was. So.
Why does her hair look like Trump's? Why does she look like she's wearing a Trump wig? I'm not trying to be rude, but it looks like she has a Trump wig on.
Thanks for clarifying. You're not trying to be rude.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm asking
Not
a
a compliment,
question.
but-
Also,
Oh,
it wasn't his fault that a million people died from COVID, by the way.
Well, that's the
Every
new thing.
medical institution we saw also flubbed it and gave us bad information and shut the world down for no reason.
Yeah, that's the new thing. We blame Trump for the deaths for COVID. That's funny.
Trump did not cause COVID.
No, and during his whole term, they had a counter, a death counter, in the corner of every news broadcast. Oh, we're at 400,000. Oh, we're at 500,000. And then as soon as Biden got elected, that death counter went away, and all the deaths were no longer the president's fault. It's a crock.
Here's Biden struggling to talk about inspection machines that will stop fentanyl at the border. Here we go.
Hold on, let me get that one going here.
And then we'll go to break on that.
Noise. Is it just me?
Yeah, it is just you.
Sounds like a car door's open.
Oh, really?
Really?
I think mostly when Adler's talking. I don't know why.
Maybe something in there with it.
A car door. All the machines I have.
Close your
in
door,
here.
Adler.
Okay, here we go.
Asylum officers.
Oh, good.
And over 100 cutting-edge inspection machines to help detect and stop fentanyl coming on our southwest border.
Good night. What do y'all?
I didn't edit any of that.
One more time.
Okay.
I did that on behalf of Bubba. I know he'll want it again.
Yeah. For sadness' sake. Here we go.
Asylum officers. And over 100 cutting-edge inspection machines to help detect and stop fentanyl coming on our southwest border.
Doesn't that sleep tight, America? I mean, just sleep tight. This is who's on top of the fentanyl coming into the border right there.
Hey, on a lighter side, when it comes to Trump, did y'all see the thing where Trump is really Elvis? And he's having fun with that on social media.
Yes, Trump claims he looks like Elvis.
No, he is not.
Yes.
Yeah, he put it out like, what do y'all think?
Do we have this?
Oh, yeah.
Do we have this?
He tweeted it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
My Patriot Supply has helped.
Exactly.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, it does. That makes sense.
Rick and Bubba.
There's Need to Breathe.
Need to breathe,
Need to breathe. Bubs, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
You know what? Ready. And as we say, we're ready to go. And as I mentioned in the little billboard there's a lot to cover. Don't forget, for those of you around that actually can participate in the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. If you can't, sorry, but if you can, go out to those participating locations today. 10% of all food sales benefit neighborhood bridges. .org. If you want to go look at that charity, you can. So go out and enjoy that today. All right. So, and we'll hit that throughout the program. So we certainly will talk about the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend, Bubba. I know,
Rick. It was there was highs and lows. Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone that had to deal with the weather this weekend. An amazing system that literally swept right across the country. I saw we had 14 at one point dead. I don't know.
Tough.
A lot of people injured in that. A lot of property damage, and we had a little bit of that ourselves. So it was.
Speedy, you okay about that? That had to hurt.
I'm not happy.
Because I know Speedy loves barns, and Bubba.
I had 2 barns that got hit pretty bad. So I don't know.
Do you like my text?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Rick. Okay. And always there for
damage. I told him I thought surely there's Amish somewhere near they can raise it.
I know it. I'm going to have to give a shout-out to all my Amish brothers and sisters.
By the way, I had a conversation about our Amish brothers.
I wish we could put a barn up and make a little cheese.
Oh, yeah. When I was in Greg, I thought about you and Bubba when I heard it. I was talking with a guy in Missouri this weekend, and he does, construction and stuff like that. And he said, let me tell you, you'll never meet framers as good as the Amish.
So they're good.
He said, buddy, they come to work. They don't leave. The wife brings lunch to the location. He said, wow. I had the Amish crew here. There was another crew down the street from me.
Yeah.
The Amish crew was rolling 10-1 on how quick they were framing. He said, I said, was the framing pretty good? He said, perfect. The best I've ever seen.
They do it for the Lord, Rick.
He said, every day they show up. How you doing, sir? Yes, sir. No, sir.
Hats off to the Amish.
Yeah. He said, they're humble. They're hardworking. And,
Get after it.
And he said, their time management is phenomenal.
No wasted motion.
Are you saying
he said they never waste motion? That's what he said.
Wow.
He said,
are you saying no smoke breaks?
No. He said he looked there. He goes, wife brings lunch to the location.
Wow. They never leave.
They ain't leaving.
You ain't got to worry about having the radio up too loud.
He said that though. He said to watch their.
Thought y'all give me more.
He said to watch their efficiency. And that's what he said. He said they do not waste emotion.
Wow.
Yeah.
I kind of want to go watch some Amish do some framing somewhere. Where can you go watch them?
But you know what that says?
Amazing.
You know what that says to me though?
If you're into Amish framing, I know you're probably not listening right now. But if you know someone who's into Amish framing,
I want to compliment them as you said, but they can't hear me. But listen, go back to this. But guess what that tells us, guys? This is the part I took away. Is so it's not unattainable. It's just some people just aren't willing to be that good.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they don't have any special talents other than the fact that they're committed to being excellent. So they work on it.
Yeah.
So really, when you're doing
not a lot of distractions.
Yeah, when you're doing a half job framing somewhere else, it's because you do it a halfway. It's not because you can't do it that good.
And you know
they don't have the corner market on how to frame.
And Rick, they got plenty of energy because they eat so good.
Oh yeah, boy,
they eat that good stuff.
Gosh, I wish you could.
Where's Amish framing around here today? I kind of want to go watch them.
He said,
"Let's get us a horse
this part of the world.
Let's get a horse and buggy and go watch them."
He said they had that property.
They got to be somewhere.
He said there was a crew seriously working not that far down from them on the same type setup because different people hired different crews. He said they were done. He said seriously, like let's say that the job took 30 days. Okay, he said they were done in like 12 days, and the other group didn't finish for 35 days. He said it wasn't even close.
What kind of hours they work?
Till it's done. Two minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. Thank you guys for being with us. Sorry about some of the audio trouble on some of the videos. Adler said it He's trying to figure that out. I know some of you could hear it, some of you couldn't. It was all on the right side, but we did the best we could. Trust me, the way the president sounds, you probably sleep better tonight not hearing it. Not hearing it. So,
From either side.
So if I could, I want to go back to the last segment. So we're going down to Orlando, and it's the drive that never ended. And we're on about hour 6, and Terry starts just cackling over there in the passenger seat. And I'm like, what are you doing? She said, well, Trump just posted something about him and Elvis that he's always been told he looks like Elvis.
My goodness.
And I'm like,
been told.
Are they saying that he is Elvis, or
Right.
or that, because there's the Elvis is not dead thing, and he just says for many years people have said that he and Elvis look alike, and so he put a side by side split screen and sent this out on social media. What do y'all think? That's what he said.
Well, I think if you have faced Elvis with just about a lot of people, you probably could get that effect he's getting right there.
You're right.
That is funny.
I'll be honest. I've seen Donald Trump many times. Never once in my mind did I think, he looks a lot like Elvis. Not personally.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
And that's
the
okay.
king,
you don't have to look like Elvis.
It's the same person.
Right. Yeah.
Frankly.
Yeah. I mean, just different hair. That's it.
Oh, so there it is.
Wow, what a difference that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
speaking of hair.
Okay. So there it is.
I'm off my game. I just happened to look up and noticed you got a new look going there
Yeah.
today. Did you get you a little bit of haircut?
Yeah.
So today, when I got up,
Now
I
look more like Elvis than Donald Trump.
Well, thank you.
Especially with your haircut.
When I looked in the mirror this
There
morning,
you go, folks.
I dreaded coming to work because I knew the minute. I didn't know if it'd be peeled knot, all his different things he says when somebody gets a new haircut. It was one of those.
But hey, that burnt the hide off that.
It was one of those.
Get a little close.
It was one of those things. Have y'all ever been where? How many of you raise your hand on the show if you get your hair cut by the same person every time?
Why did you look at me? I don't
require
get my haircut.
that.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I almost didn't talk about this. Yeah.
Rick, I don't require that, but I'm on a streak. I've had the same one like 4 in a row.
Yeah. So this is a comment not for Adler and not for Speedy.
Yeah.
Because neither one of you deal with this.
We don't get haircuts.
No, we don't, buddy.
The hair I got, there's no. I mean, what are you gonna do? Anybody could cut this hair.
But I was sitting there, and sometimes hairstylists they can be a little chatty. And, just that whole atmosphere in there.
More they talk, more they snip.
There's a lot. So I've noticed that the person who cuts my hair, who's been cutting it for years, when I was walking over to sit down in the chair, I noticed her husband was there.
Oh, wow. Oh.
And so her husband and I started to engage, and then, we had a lot of conversation going, so she began to engage as well. And I started noticing, have you ever thought you almost want to go, hey, I've never seen you use the shears before.
Well, you can talk better.
Are you a little bit distracted?
So you normally don't get the shears?
Not a lot, no.
I noticed that.
And all of a sudden, I flash back to little boy sitting in the barber's chair
getting peeled
when they put that little thing across the seat because you were too small to sit in the Yeah, and you could feel the barber's raising his shears on the back.
Well, I got that same haircut.
Yes.
Great. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Look at you. Tight in the back.
See, I ain't seen the back of that head.
They forgot whose hair they were cutting.
This was a guy who once had a rocking mullet, and look at that. He's got the opposite. Oh, here we go. But I'm ready for a change with him.
I don't look like Tim Tebow.
I'm ready for Tim to change that
They
look.
gave you a fade.
You got him a fade.
Well, I knew I was in trouble when I walked.
Would you walk out and the wind got to blowing on the head? How did it feel?
Let me tell you what I knew I was in trouble because, I walk in and my wife, of all people, as soon as I walk in, she goes, well, you got your hair cut.
She gave you a little bit, huh?
So
she almost said it like Greg. She almost said like Greg, well, somebody got a haircut. Mama's little man's got his hair cut.
Like he likes it.
And
listen, when the shears come out, that's serious. I took Taylor one time when he was a kid, and the lady brought the shears out, and I thought it was okay. Boy, when I got home, I got in so much trouble.
Oh, my goodness.
Of course, I never had to take him again. But
Shave and a haircut.
Well, the good news, it'll grow back.
Well, it will.
It will, Rick, eventually.
It just, it's winter, though, and it just felt a little... When I walked out, my skull was a little bit cold.
Well, Rick.
And when I went to wash my hair this morning, usually I just have hands of full of hair.
Right.
And today it was like,
Well, I missed my haircut this week, so I've got to. Mine's going to get long and woolly before I'll have a chance to.
You gonna get it toe up? But we'll get his skin.
he will get his skin.
Especially when it gets hot.
Right.
You can light a match off.
It looks like that cook.
Yeah, right now, Bubba's rocking what we call the George Salmon.
It is.
Bubba, I'm sorry. I'm injured. I'm trying to get off me as quick as I can.
Greg, ain't nothing wrong with you want to style
Kick a guy when he's down.
I wish I had.
Did you hear it? He lost a little weight. Now he's styling his hair.
No, see, Greg. I literally
Got
said,
product in it.
I literally told
I got a new cut. And look, my head's lean and my body.
I told the audience.
He'll be getting that part cut clean.
I told the audience. I said I'm dreading today because I know he is sitting down, and I made it. I made it like almost 2 hours.
Yeah. I think you've trimmed your beard a little bit too. Well, match it up.
Yeah, you got to.
It was. I will say this: it was getting out of hand. You were looking Duck Dynasty.
Right. Well, I've looked at old pictures, y'all. I at one time I had the beard going. It was going wild.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And but no, I've got my hair's high and tight, and it's a little tighter than I normally take it.
Yeah, about a 1 to 2 levels.
Right.
Rick, did you reference George Salmon?
Salmon.
Salmon.
George. He's the guy we work with. That's not him. No,
that's a famous priest named George Salmon.
No. He was a radio legend. He's gone on into glory now, and
Okay, God.
he's the one that hired me to. I worked with him at 1390 AM, and then he hired me to come to K98 when he was general manager there. And in Calhoun County, he was a legend.
Is that George Salmon?
Yes, that is him, by the way. See, Bubba's hair is like him.
Well,
Rick, I mean, you're dead on that.
Hey, good night.
He usually had glasses on.
Right.
That doesn't really look like him.
Right. That looks more like you there.
Yeah.
That's
Greg, let me cut your hair. I've never cut hair. You said
I
anybody
don't
could
have
cut
enough
your
hair.
hair.
Well, that's true.
You said anybody could do it. Let me try.
You can't mess it up.
Right there on the road.
I always tell whoever's cutting, I go, this is going to be the easiest haircut you've had all day.
I just kind of felt like the person who cut my hair got to talking to her husband and forgot I was sitting there.
If you want to go with a fade, that's fine.
So
Debo?
What kind of guard did you do on the side?
I don't know. I don't know what it was.
She just did it.
She didn't ask me. I should have. At one point, I was kind of, wait. But
I think she's got you a new look you need to stay with.
Yeah. Well, that's all I needed. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Comes up, some goes down.
I'm searching for Amish carpenters in our area. I don't see any.
If you want it framed right,
Look, this show, Rick, we have always said we could find anybody.
Right.
Okay. We found Pumpkin Williams.
Oh yeah.
Look, I want to know where there's some Amish carpenters working today.
Yeah.
But you need some to raise a couple of barns.
Well, I just like to go see them at work first.
That's why they call raising a barn. All of a sudden, you look, they got a barn up. What's up?
How about when you got a big pile of tin? That's fun. Isn't it?
That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
No hassle to haul that off.
Rick and Bubba.
Looking back over the weekend, now as we go forward today, we will give our picks for the national championship game tonight. We'll look back over the playoff games and the NFL.
And Rick, this just in, Kansas City just scored again.
There you go.
No fireworks.
So we'll do all that. We'll kind of roll through the weekends now. Ellis Fest was Saturday.
Yes, it was.
And that's Greg's grandson who turned 1 year old. I hated that I could not be there, but I was booked many, many moons ago to be in Missouri, so I was not able to attend. But look at that picture right there. If that doesn't fire you up, if you don't want to snuggle him up and just grab him cheeks.
No, there was a theme. You see his little shirt?
I see that.
It was a baseball theme party.
Yeah.
So all of us, the grandparents, the parents, we all had baseball shirts on too with what we go by.
I saw that.
So it was just a big deal. Look, the weather scared everybody. But there's nothing you could do. We had this, booked at this place. We had food prepared. His mom, Kelsey, she's a nurse. They have to have their schedule.
Right.
When I'm off, it's just hard.
Ellis Fest had to be a go.
Bottom line, the weather was bad, but we could not change it.
Ellis Fest was a go.
And Sherry didn't even blink. Sherry gets in the car.
I know.
Sherry is not scared of weather at all.
My wife is the other end of the spectrum. I did discover one thing, and we'll talk about that when I do the recap from the trip to Missouri. I did notice one thing. Sherry did seem to be a little bit concerned that I might crash in an airplane. That she seemed to be kind of she wanted safety there, but herself.
She came on.
My wife,
we didn't expect it. We're like, Sherry, we get it, the weather. But anyway.
I think Sherry's the other end of the spectrum. I think there's people that have the proper concern, people that are over the top, too concerned, too freaked out, too scared. especially when it's nowhere near you. But then there's Sherry, the other end of the spectrum. I don't think Sherry respects weather enough.
There you go.
Yeah, and so you weren't surprised at all when you heard her, she was there.
No, I'm walking down the sidewalk. I hear, "Hey, Greg," and here she comes. I said, "Well, Sherry's here."
The reason why Greg's saying that, my wife had to travel an hour.
Yeah, and the whole state was panicking.
And the whole state was panicking, and Sherry just got in her car, and she even had plans one time. I think I'll go on to your parents early. Oh, that sounds good. Come to find out, she just got in at the time to go to the party and went right over and came back.
and it went, a lot of times there were a lot of people that didn't get to come, and I understand it because they do live out, and a lot of them had small children, and you don't want to get out in this. But anyway, it did turn out really good. See, there's some shirts there.
Yeah, look at that.
Look. We had a good turnout, and the food was good. Alexander's Great Events did it. We did it at their location, because when you had a big party, you actually had a good turnout considering the weather was really bad.
By the way, the basement, when y'all did take cover.
We did have to take cover at one point.
That's a nice basement.
At the restaurant?
How you like that?
Yeah. Oh, you ought to see it's a nice. They were giving me pictures from Ellis Fest is now in the basement, and the pictures were fantastic. I mean, that was in a lot of room down there.
That's a cool case.
And we talked, earlier. They were like, we're gonna if there's any warnings and y'all need to go downstairs, hey, no problem. And we did. They detected a little rotation over downtown Anniston, which is where we were. But nothing, where we were at happened. But as far as that was the only time that we even noticed the weather. It was good inside, and it was decorated really nice, and they did a great job catering the food, and a lot of people came, and I understand, we were like, nobody's going to show up. I get it because the weather's bad, but I actually had a good turnout.
All right, I don't know if they're in the pictures you sent, but
there's little man.
I saw this. I think it is his grandmother on Kelsey's side, which is his mother, that gave him the recliner.
Yeah, her mom and dad gave
baby recliner, Bubba.
Guys, leather. Is awesome.
Leather baby recliner, and he's rocked back with a bottle in it, like we would be rocked back watching. And I saw that, and I was like, I cannot believe that.
Starting him early.
Look, he's
Bubba,
in his recliner.
Bubba, please look at this.
Is that not the funniest thing ever? I told him, I said, no, he looks like his dad.
yeah. And his granddad.
That is a little tiny recliner.
When I saw that, I was roaring.
That is funny.
Sherry sends a picture. She says he is in a recliner. And I looked, and I was like, wait a minute, that's a baby recliner.
Yeah. That is so cool.
And he did so good. He didn't get mad. When Taylor was little, his first birthday, he cried and fell asleep.
Right.
And missed the entire
whole thing.
Ellis, he did. He was good to everybody. He gave everybody a ton, and he didn't cry, and he did good.
Sherry told me, because when I got back, we were recapping our weekend. She said when he first got there, she said he was so fired up, he really didn't want anybody to hold him. He just wanted to run around.
Yeah.
And she said, because the goal is always, when can I get Ellis to let me hold him?
Oh, yeah.
For Sherry. When can I? When
I get to snuggle the baby?
Right. And so she said, so I knew it was kind of hands off to begin with. He had to run that energy out. It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on in the program. Now, nobody likes being a Debbie Downer, but there's nothing wrong with the 5 Ps. Prior planning prevents poor performance, or as School Closing Tony once told us, he added a 6th one.
Yep.
But let me say this. Go right now to preparewithbubba.com, okay? Now, if you like the outdoors and you just like to have food that you can take with you, certainly that's fun. Camping, backpacking, hunting, boating, you're an outdoorsman, all that's great. But also, think about when disasters come, tornadoes, hurricanes. We got flooding going on in California right now. How about the one that I'm going to bring up? Not saying it's going to happen. 5 Ps. The economy collapses. There it is. I said it. You need to be sure you don't collapse with it. One of the things that can happen, in our world right now, you need to be ready. And it's more important than ever. Self-reliance is critical for survival. That's why we want you to check out My Patriot Supply. But we put together our own URL for Rick and Bubba fans, and that's called preparewithbubba.com. Do not get stuck not being ready for anything at any time that could happen. Any event, any situation. Too many people have that attitude. Everything's going to be all right. I'm fine. And look, we shouldn't walk around with anxious all the time because we're not called to that. But nothing wrong with being prepared. There's nothing sinful about that. Preparewithbubba.com. You'll get $700 in saving on a 1-year emergency food kit sealed inside ultra-durable packaging. Their delicious meals last up to 25 years in storage and provide over 2,000 calories daily. That's over 2,000 calories every day for a year at a special price under $2,000. Now, it's only available this week, so protect yourself, your family, your coworkers. Don't get stuck saying, I wish I had listened to the Rick and Bubba show on this one. Go to preparewithbubba.com for your $700 in savings for a 1-year emergency food kit supply for less than $2,000. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, this guy that we've been talking about.
Well, his name is John.
John.
He's simply known as John.
John, the chicken eater. So we had the story yesterday. We didn't get to it. We have another guy today that's doing something with peanut butter.
Yeah.
That's not near as bad.
This guy, Rick, as I said, he's only known as John.
Okay.
He has documented his journey on Instagram. It's called Raw Chicken Experiment.
Oh, this is not good.
He has eaten raw chicken.
You can't do that. Look at him.
You
can't do that.
Well, he's been doing it since January the 19th, and he says he's going to eat raw chicken every day until he gets a tummy ache.
That's disgusting.
Now, he's documented it. He's documented it. He does a daily video on it. He says he is yet to get sick in his science experiment. He says, when someone tells me not to do something, it always makes me a little more interested in it. He said this time it was chicken.
Okay. And they didn't say dog, did they?
Thank you, Greg.
Well, he said he's interested if people keep mentioning it.
Well, you're right.
He washes it down with cocktail glass filled with 3 raw eggs.
Oh, well, let's get a little more gross.
It's disgusting.
And his toothpick, he's using the nail of a chicken foot.
Well, good grief.
The chicken often includes different ingredients such as blended oranges, ranch dressing, and pasta sauce, as John attempts to recreate popular chicken dishes without an oven or stove.
Bubba, do you realize that's one of those? Do you realize when I'm out on the grill,
key part of a chicken dish.
When I'm out on the grill cooking chicken, am I the only one that's terrified that I'm going to bring it in?
Yes, Rick. Raw chicken in the house.
Yes.
And he has been eating it raw, which
How long is he going to go for something? I mean, something. I don't know about his tummy ache, but something's going to get a hold of him.
The texture in itself.
Now, before he did the chicken experiment, he documented a similar raw meat experiment on YouTube before being cheered on by his chicken gang fan base.
Yeah, he's just eating raw steaks here now.
What?
And now he's moved to chicken.
Look, so this guy just eats raw meat. That's what he does.
Well, guys, you're okay with certain raw meats, but you're not okay with chicken. If he eats pork,
sure about that
he's really gonna
ribeye
get the
there.
bun.
I know.
Oh, his stomach has to be going, help me.
He's documenting he hasn't been sick yet. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, raw chicken can be contaminated with several different germs and can cause foodborne illness. An estimated 1 million people get sick each year from eating contaminated poultry, according to the CDC.
I mean, they'll tell you the major cleanup if you just cut it up on a cutting board. You can't. I mean, it's a big time cleanup because they're worried about what all it spreads.
He's just eating it raw.
Y'all look at
ground
that.
beef out of the package.
It's like eating a brain.
You can't.
They're drinking milk with that.
So back to the chicken part. How can he keep eating it and not be sick?
I know. He's got something.
How is this possible?
Because everybody's scared to death, like you said. I mean, there's all kinds of warning labels.
I mean, if it was, if you've had World War III and we've got, nuclear holocaust, I could see doing this.
Right.
But, hey, it's good to know that it's not going to hurt you as bad as what we
That's
thought.
right. The
Do you
doctor
think
was
he's
screaming.
keeping it in the fridge right before he eats it? It's not ever getting contaminated.
Having major diarrhea and throwing up. Just don't tell anybody.
Well, that's a possibility.
Oh, you said it.
Yeah. Well, there's a shocker. But I will say that this thing. And we've got this guy today who's an Iowa teen, and he's got a massive social media following now because he just eats peanut butter. Are y'all concerned at all about our society?
We bored?
Yes.
I mean, we must be really bored.
Yes.
That you mean to tell me that people really want to sit and watch a guy eat peanut butter? Now I understand.
I like peanut
people,
butter,
I guess, that like gross things.
Yeah.
Watching people eat raw chicken, hoping the guy will get sick. I don't know if he realizes this. Nobody cares about you, sir. They're watching you, hoping you're going to get sick.
They're wanting you to go down.
They can't wait for you to get sick, and they would really love it if you would almost die. Or unfortunately, the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a sick society.
Yes.
But in Iowa, this guy, everybody's getting excited because he eats peanut butter.
Yeah.
He just
I'm
eats it off a
watching
spoon
people
or
eat.
something?
Y'all, we're trying too hard.
Yeah, he says
I'm-
he'll eat a spoonful of peanut butter for every 50 followers, and he's gained about 100,000 in a week.
Just because they want to watch the guy eat a bunch of peanut butter. I could do
Y'all,
that.
that's
Now
not,
you're gonna weigh a
not
lot.
That's not a trick. A lot of
Oh,
people,
thank you.
I've grabbed a spoon and got peanut butter before. I mean, it's a little filling.
Now, I don't know about eating 100,000 spoons of it, but I mean,
well, no, I'm just saying though. But why is this so edgy? What's the?
It's
I mean,
not.
the
That's
chicken
not.
guy's edgy.
Now the chicken guy's edgy.
That's disgusting, actually.
Yeah, I want you to realize that you're sitting around. To your point, Bubba, and you're sitting around with, say, let's talk about. I know that they've died, but people maybe to the talent of Prince. Michael Jackson, some of the greatest actors of all time, people, Elon Musk, the things he's invented, people who've been to the moon, and they're all sitting around, and you're sitting there, and they say, so tell us, what did you do that contributed to society and had people just waiting on you to do something next? I eat spoons of peanut butter. I'm sorry? We went to the moon.
Got a lot of followers.
I eat peanut butter on a camera. That's why you're popular. That's why I'm popular.
He went
And
with
then the
Skippy,
other
I
guy
said.
says, that ain't nothing. I ate raw chicken until I died. I just think we are setting our sights way too low. I mean, way too low.
There you go.
It's just.
I don't think if someone goes, you dare me to eat this raw chicken's one thing. You dare me to eat a
Right.
spoon of peanut butter?
What could we do,
what's
Greg?
So, I don't understand what makes you.
So you and Bubba both you're saying it. It's
like
not
we
edgy.
look at the raw meat guy and we go, oh my gosh.
It's stupid what the raw meat guy's doing. It is stupid.
Yes.
But
what reaction do I get from a guy eating a spoon of peanut butter?
I don't
Especially
understand
Skippy. That's the only risk he's taking, eating the bad peanut butter instead of Jeff.
Well, guys, we're living in a time where we have a generation of children that are sitting around watching other kids play with toys.
Yes.
That's true.
As
too.
opposed to them even playing with it.
Yeah.
I want to watch somebody else play with it on a video.
That's bizarre.
Right.
We got a weird society out
What
there.
about if y'all took a bite of Spam for every 50 followers? New.
Ooh. Can you fry it or you just got to eat it out
Yeah,
of the can?
I'd like to know how it's prepared.
Yeah, it'd have to be fried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, if we get a bunch of people on YouTube, we're not going to get a button anyway. So what difference? does it make?
Wow.
All they're going to do is question everything about us.
Sure.
Can't even get a stupid button.
I mean, just send it.
Can't even get a stupid. I bet the peanut butter guy will get one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Chicken guy will get one.
He'll have
He's
it.
already
Have
got
peanut butter all over it.
We won't get one.
No.
Let's just see what they look like and make our own.
We can't get an award. We can't even get the ones we earned.
I know.
No.
Oh, there it is.
This guy is disgusting.
He is disgusting.
So he's that guy growing up that at lunch we used to mix all his food together and everybody dare him to eat it. You remember that kid? There was always that kid.
Starting to feel guilty because I want him to get sick.
Yeah. I don't know that I can finish breakfast.
Phone calls are next. We'll talk to you, America, at 866 We Be Big. Speedy will be on the phones. If you want to call now. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba.
And then she sent pictures of her with him.
Oh, yeah.
And she finally got him.
She got him. And but
Did
you
he
know,
ask for me?
He did. He's wondering where you were. I told him that it had been booked earlier. He said that's okay. But it was kind of an open space, and for some reason he wanted to run, but he came up with this new run where he puts his arms behind his back like he's flying that he had never done until that day.
With his chest out.
He's leaning
something
into
about
the
the
tape,
the
huh?
wide open. Yeah, it looks like he's leaning at the tape. And then when we got home, he did it all day then too. So he's got a new run. I don't know. The building inspired.
So
him
he'd never run like that before.
No, it's like this.
He just had the open area.
Yeah.
He just wanted to go.
It's
Huh?
pretty fun.
Have y'all seen Greg in his shirt?
I know. Of
Papa's?
course,
I know it wasn't your idea, but I mean, when I saw you in it,
But
you-
look,
what do
I
you
was
think?
proud
I
to be a part of the thing.
You had to go along with the Ellis Fest theme.
Listen,
you couldn't break that.
When you
Greg.
got Lisa and Kelsey's parents, Penny and Randy, all them involved in Kelsey and decorating, look out.
Well,
Papa put on a shirt, no problem.
They're gonna be. It's gonna be a theme. There's gonna be some decorating, and it was.
I
awesome.
got a picture from Lisa last night, your wife, and she sent out like 12 pictures, and I will tell you this, it really was probably the best. I mean, it was such a. I don't know who took these pictures.
Oh yeah, we
But
had
they-
a photographer come. It's Kaylee.
But it is a picture of you and Lisa with the baby. That right there, and I'm sorry if you don't have
Yeah.
that. I can send that. I mean that right there is. Now I asked Sherry. I said, Sherry, I know that you know because we're the second level. When your great aunt and great uncle, you don't get to have a theme, a
Yeah.
shirt. And I said, Sherry, what did you want a shirt? She goes, well, I mean, I said, well, what were they going to put on it? They already have an ant.
Yeah.
That's Chandler has it on. She goes, I don't know, maybe just great. But she told me, she said she wanted a shirt with great on it. Just great. Did you see how many pictures Sherry took? Oh, my
Sherry
goodness.
showed me her phone. Oh, my God.
I said, Sherry, no one should take more pictures of somebody else's baby than they do. Yeah. You can't exceed them. You know what I mean? And
that is so cool.
But yeah, it went good. Like I say, at Alexander's great events, and then they did a good job with the food. And it just, I mean, considering we were in the middle of a weather panic, it went as good as it could go.
Yeah.
And I thought it went really good.
Yeah, it did.
I don't know if you heard any of the kickoff hour. JC wanted to go see Tyler Saturday, and we had the same concept, and that is get up early and go and get ahead of it.
Yep.
Of course, then we got notification that they were up and in Tyler's car headed to Piedmont right when Spann was saying take cover.
Yeah.
Not real smart. But
when he
they're-
was
they're
saying
kids.
Jacksonville area.
Yeah. We had to kind of bring them back on that.
Well,
but yeah, when I saw spin up around Anniston, I thought, oh, please tell me Ellis Fest didn't.
Well, like I said,
we took cover.
We had a plan, and we weren't down there long at all. Boy, it got to raining hard outside.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
Well, what was
when it came through, it came through, didn't it?
What was interesting for our family, and again, we're so sorry for those of you out there that actually had loss of life, but because it was a serious situation. Oh, yeah. But for our family, where everybody is positioned, of course, I was in Missouri, and in that situation, it came through early morning on Saturday, which is why we did go ahead and fly up on Friday. It wasn't even a big deal there. Now, they have a ton of rain. I mean, flooding and all that. And it was a rainy day, but no real problem. I heard some thunder like at 4 in the morning. Then it just never did much there, but in the southern part of Missouri. But anyway, so then you get down to your family. And so I've got a son in Starkville. I've got Sherry in anywhere from Birmingham to Anniston, Oxford. Okay. And then I've got another son that is in the southern part of Alabama in Auburn.
So you had them all in the line of fire.
We literally would go, all right, Brooks, you're up. You know, it's in Starkville.
Here it comes.
And then he report, we are good, we are clear. Sherry, where are you? We are in the basement, okay. And then about the time Sherry gets finished, then all of a sudden, then I get Auburn. All right, it's here now.
Yep.
It literally, we would just watch it roll through, and each family member would report, and then I had to report that I was not in the air.
Yeah.
But
Sherry timed it perfect. She got there before, and then when time to leave, it had done blown through. So
and you only had to go in the basement one time.
One time.
It's good.
Ellis
You
Fest,
mentioned the pictures. I need to give Kaylee Wilson. Is who took the
Kaylee
pictures.
Wilson took great pictures.
She did a
That's
great
awesome.
job.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I don't know how to send this little group that
Kylie, by the way, I said her name wrong.
You talk about
Oh, boy.
Yeah, boy. Pick of the day needs to be Greg, Lisa, and
Send it to me.
and Ellis. I'll show you where it is, and you can find out how you can get it. I'm not sure how to send a group like this. I don't know how to do it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep. 10 minutes to the top. Speedy on the phones at 866 We Be Big. We'll take your phone calls now and chat with you, America. Whatever's on your mind. Don't forget, if you are out there and you've been looking for a man church near you, Thursday night, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama, Todd Jones will be speaking. And they'll be rolling men into their small groups for one of our 40-week curriculum. They've gone through 4 of them, or in the 4th, I think, and the 5th one comes out this summer. But anyway, if you want to go see Todd Jones, you'll enjoy it. They do a great job there. Got a real healthy men's ministry, and you can be part of that Thursday night, First Baptist Church, Opelika. Alan is in Arab, Alabama. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, this guy named John. I bet you he's single, right?
So is this the chicken guy?
Chicken eater?
You chicken guy? Yeah. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, I would think so. No doubt.
Hard catch, huh?
I didn't follow.
I didn't follow that.
Is it me?
Yeah, I thought he was going to develop on why it's so obvious that he has to be single.
Oh,
That's true. Let's go to Let's go to Reggie out of Jemison. Reggie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas, and I'm happy for y'all on your retirement, but sad at the same time. But no, I want y'all talking about hair earlier.
Yes.
Helms about a month or two ago bought a bar of soap supposed to
That's
make his hair back like it was. I need to update because I was kind of wanting to try it.
How did that work?
Listen, I have completely dropped the ball on that. Turns out that took a little more time and energy than I wanted it to. I evidently don't care that I have gray hair,
Right.
or I would have put the time and energy into it. But I still have the bars of soap. They have been used, I think, twice, and at some point I'm going to do it.
Really, did it work?
I think I don't. No,
Oh, you
because I
never
didn't.
went long enough.
Yeah,
You didn't do it long enough?
this is, I think, a 3 or 4 week progression.
Right.
It's not a color change.
Right.
And so I just hadn't done it.
Forgot
It
about
turns out, I take showers pretty quick, in and out, and
That ain't
don't
all.
spend a whole lot of time in there thinking about, turning it.
Well, to me, you pull gray hair off. It's not
Well,
like it
thank
looks
you,
weird
Rick.
on you, but I'm talking about some
know.
people, and I really.
Well, I didn't do this experiment because I didn't like my gray hair. I kept getting an ad pop up on my Instagram.
Just curious.
Let's try
And
it.
I was
No.
curious if it would work.
Now, what are you using yours now?
I don't, let me tell you this. One thing you can think about me, and Helmsy and you both, Bubba, are the same, and Greg, apparently. I'm not saying that even if I decided I cared about gray hair, I just can't put in what it would take to keep it colored.
I know,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
the same way.
And Helmsy
Well,
now, even a bar of
obviously
soap is too much for us to have to deal with. I know you did it for a while, on the makeover in the summer of Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
But even you,
I might go blonde this year for it's over. Billy Idol blonde. What do you think, Greg?
But what I'm saying is, even you, the upkeep, it's just.
Oh yeah.
I
Well,
mean-
when you have short hair, it grows out too quick.
Right,
You
yeah,
have to
yeah,
just constantly be working on it.
Yeah. So
Once mine thinned out like it did, I said, "What's it matter what color it is?"
That's
I mean,
true.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Yesterday, my grandson was telling me about it. He said, "See you later, bald-headed man."
Did you really?
Yeah. And I was like, "Where did he get that?" And Lisa said he's been calling his sister that too.
Oh,
it wasn't
okay.
just me. He's been calling her bald-headed all day too.
Well, wouldn't you expect your grandkids to do that?
Yeah,
I
right.
mean,
Yeah. I did. I said, "Dang." She goes, "Don't feel bad. He's been calling the baby bald-headed all day."
Frank in South Alabama. Frank, go ahead.
Hey guys, just funny part about your hair. Our wives can get their hairstyle changed 6 times, and every time they come home, you better say it's beautiful.
Oh yes,
and they never like it.
But exactly. But one time you come home a little tight, and it's like, oh, I see you got a haircut.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I with Sherry, and we talked about this yesterday. She's starting to hack on me a lot more than she ever has, and she says it's from being around me and being around Greg. She said, "I think I'm just picking it up."
Yeah.
She goes, "This is what you produce. You hack on me and hack on everybody. Now I've become somebody who hacks on you."
Unknowingly. You
It's
pick
pretty
the
funny
skill
though.
up.
Pretty funny though.
There
To
you go.
when she has that little tone, because it's so unexpected for her to raise on me. We continue. Let's go to Jake at State Farm. Jake, what's going on here? You got a can't have nothing?
You can't have nothing, especially in Blount County. I actually got through Friday on the Wheel of Meat, and I was going to be cute, and I was going to try and be sharp and do my Sling Blade impersonation and ask if you got any more of that corned beef from Brazil, and then the backwoods of Blount County got me, and then I was just dead in the water. So don't be sharp. Don't try and be sharp when you get on Wheel of Meat or Good Old Boy Theater or anything like that. Do what you're supposed to do and move on, because you can't have nothing.
I mean, you can't even get on the Wheel of Meat and be Jake. Tammy Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I might have missed this, but I was just wondering if there was an update on Scott Dawson's banking issue. I'll just hang up and listen.
Yeah, it is all but resolved, I think. There were still some things missing. The funny part was when the bank finally got to somebody who cared, and they came back and tried to resolve it, and got him. What his quote was?
I know he didn't model it.
Yeah, of course.
Glamour shot.
And look, he's got that bar soap that Helmsley gave up. But but he said, you don't want to be this way. He goes, we panicked, we moved, we had another bank ready to help us. Well, eventually, that's the problem with some of these giant corporations. Eventually, when somebody finally said we want to do what's right, he said, "Well, see, if y'all done that 2 days ago, I'd still be with you."
Yeah.
But you know, the people you had on the front lines put us in such duress. Now you've showed up saying we want to make right. Well, it's too late.
Yeah.
You know, so they actually lost him as a client, and they'd had him since the 70s.
The decline there is incredible.
Yeah. So I think it's mostly resolved now. Praise the Lord.
Can he write checks? That's the bottom line.
Right. Yeah, I think they can now. Let's go to Jason in Montgomery, I-92 as well. Jason, go ahead.
Monkey grass.
Oh, thanks for the call, buddy. First timer.
Well, I've been listening to y'all probably since '94, but
Thank you.
well, y'all retiring, I was going to see if that maybe y'all could do a box set of your CDs, or maybe like a thumb drive where everything's going to thumb drive now, and maybe y'all put a booklet with a history of Rick and Bubba.
Oh wow, I didn't see the booklet coming. If you think about the box set, obviously we're not going to go back and do hard copies of 30 years worth of CDs because the cost would be enormous. But you really can build your own box set to a thumb drive right now.
Yeah, it's already there.
Yeah, right.
If you want a best of, you can create your own.
Yeah,
it's already there.
They're all out there, in the Apple Store, the Google Store, where there are others, I don't know, wherever you get this kind of stuff and can buy it. You can build a thumb drive of the best on your own time for really a small amount of money. Because these tracks only cost what, $1?
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. So that
practically free.
Yeah, that's a lot less expensive on you, and also a lot less expensive on us. It's really kind of a win-win. The technology is available for you to create your own box set, and I know that some of the hard copies of the CDs in the store, I've been watching the orders; they're really moving. So some of the older titles. Of course, it also varies on how many did we buy at that time and what era was that in. Were we still in retail stores or not? That has a lot to do with it. But you can still get hard copies of some of the CDs, but they're all out there in the digital world. So they're all available, including the latest one. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget the archive options. You can get an archive of every single moment of the show every day. Either watch the archive or listen to the archive, either on our YouTube channel for watching, our podcast channel for listening. It's top of the hour. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, stick around. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We'll do Missouri recap coming up next. We'll also break down the college football national championship game tonight. Look back over the playoff games. Get your phone calls in here at 866 We Be Big. Don't forget Charity Charge today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. 10% goes to Neighborhood Bridges, another great charity and ministry. And if you'd like to find out more about them, you can. It's in show notes today there. And also you can see the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. All right, so as we come back, so I do need to get a ruling on something that I know I'm getting out of order a little bit, but it happened yesterday.
Okay.
Got back in from Missouri, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. No issues there with, getting out of there and all that, because it did kind of move on through, and we were almost chasing, the weather, so we were behind it. But anyway, so I get up to go to church yesterday, and, there's always that moment in the closet. You're always like, all right, so what am I going to wear to church today? And our church is kind of a hodgepodge. Ours features traditional suits going to be on every Sunday, which is certainly fine. And then there's people that do something in between, what we'd call business casual.
Yeah.
All the way down to jeans and
tennis
a polo shirt, tennis shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all in the same congregation. And in the music, same way. There's modern music, there's traditional music. It really kind of, it's not easy to do, but I really think they do a pretty good job of weaving it all together. But anyway, so I had started going in my group, leaning more to like I am dressed right now. Usually every Sunday I will wear a pair of jeans, this button down with
Confused American shirt.
Yeah, confused
Oh, no.
American shirt tail out, and then I'll wear like those.
Hope he don't show up.
Dress tennis shoe things,
Yeah.
or I'll wear some brown
Little
shoes.
blue
or-
suede you got?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I either have a pair of khaki pants on or I have blue jeans on.
Yeah.
That's my standard move.
Okay.
And if you do anything else, then your friends, of course, everybody's got to comment on it.
Oh yeah. Well,
So-
you mean like here?
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. Same thing. So I get up and I make a move, and it was nothing but it was just I didn't want to make the effort to walk out of the closet and go to the laundry room to see if any of the things I would normally wear, or sometimes they're just hanging in there. You know, Sherry hasn't got them to the closet, or I haven't gone to put them in the closet, and I realized that my selection. Of course, the weather's been weird where we are. It's cold one minute, it's hot the next.
Yeah.
And so I looked up and I said, you know what? I'm just going to do khaki pants and a button down, and it'll be the kind you have to tuck in. But that's fine. And I'll put a belt on and whatever. I just don't feel like I don't see my other stuff, so whatever. Well, I make a move and I get out and I look in the mirror, and undoubtedly, which is very much one of my faults, I like to get the most out of, if I don't spill something on clothing and it doesn't stink, I'll just hang it back up to try to cut down on laundry or things that have to go to the cleaners.
Well, we've talked about our Monday shirts
Right.
here usually reflect our Sunday go to church shirt.
Exactly. So
very close.
When I walk out to the mirror, I realize I guess I'd worn this shirt actually with a suit and had just hung it back up because now one of the collars is flopping over.
Okay.
It's laying over.
Mhm.
It will not work without a tie now.
cooperate, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, man, I don't want that to change. I don't want to go back in there, get something else out. I'm just going to put a tie on. I'm just going to put a tie on, and I'll have no jacket, but I'll have a whatever, and I'll just try to look a little nicer this Sunday. I mean,
let's go with it.
So Sherry gets up and she walks and she goes, well, now, first of all, I want to tell you, you look nice, but you're going to be ribbed all day at church. Everybody's going to comment on you wearing a tie today. Everybody. And I said, well, that's fine. I said, I'm going with, and Bubba has seen me do it before. I said, I'm going with an old trustee. She said, what? I said, I'm going to tell people I'm going to a funeral. I said, when they come up and make a comment, or they say, hey, you going to a funeral? I'm going to say yes. And I said, and watch their reaction because they feel terrible the minute they do it. And Sherry says, Rick, you're going to do that at church to the other members of the church? I said, 100%. I said, and it will beat it down. Everybody who does it will regret doing it. So I start the process, and as soon as I walk in to Bible study in the morning, first guy I encountered, hey, would Sherry dress you today? I said, well, I've actually got to go to a funeral after church.
Rick, that wasn't even necessary.
Look, and he just, I'm talking about, look, his face, he just got, man, I am so sorry. Like that. And then I said, man, I'm just messing with you. I just knew you were going to say something. He looked at me like, what? Who does that? What in the world? So I hit about 3 more guys in Sunday school. They're all devastated. I leave one of them, don't even tell me any different. And so then, so now I start the way to worship. Okay, and I know now it's just going to be, I'm going to be pummeled, text, everything. Get one text. Hey, got your tie on today? What's that tie about? Hey, man, just had to do a funeral afterwards. Text it back to him. Let that sit. The pastor approaches me.
Oh, no, Rick.
Hey, I had to come back here and see something. See, you got your tie on. Who are you going to a funeral? Yeah, actually, I am right after. Oh, I'm so sorry. and so then I said, no, man. I said, I'm just man. And Sherry goes, did you just do that? You got to stop doing this. Is not. I think this is a foul. But I tell you what it did. It's people will think twice the next time I ever wear a tie. They'll say, don't do this thing to him. And plus, of course, then she said, but now when you're really going to a funeral, people are not going to take you serious.
Right. Yeah.
And I said, well, I didn't. There's only a few guys out there that can warn the others now. You know, is that a foul? I mean, it's
now keep in mind you did all of this instead of just going and finding another shirt and ironing one.
Right. Yeah, I didn't want to do that.
Here's where
I went the simplest route.
If you told them you were kidding, I think you're okay.
One guy forgot about. One guy forgot about. 6 minutes now past the hour from the Big Boy studio. Somebody say, come on. We're thanking you for being here. Don't forget, coming up next weekend, believe it or not, the Man Church Conference is here next weekend. Birmingham, Alabama, that's our first stop. February 16th and 17th. Robbie Gallaty will be there. Rich Wingo. Andy Blanks. I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship at Sanford's Wright Center. Tickets are still available, but boy, they are going. A few seats available. You can still grab them if you want to be with us, and we'd love to have you there in Birmingham next weekend. On to Starkville, Mississippi. March 8th and 9th will be at the Betterworth Theater. It is about, last time we checked, maybe 45 tickets left. Granger Smith, James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks. I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing the worship as well. If you want to go to Birmingham or Starkville, grab those tickets now at themanchurch.com. Well, Bubba, Speedy here, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, Helmsy, and there's old Bill Bubba Bussy right there.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. The little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, this is a legendary caller. I can't believe what I see on the board. Haven't heard from him in
ages.
Oh, my God. Tyler, the angry cyclist. This cannot be true. Tyler?
Hey, Ricky.
Boy.
Tyler, wow.
Tyler, how you been?
Can't say I missed you.
I've been better, Bill. I have not bathed in 4 days, so I've been better.
Why haven't you bathed in 4 days?
Because you're not going to be on the air. Greg, I've got a lot to say to you, bud. Ricky, your best investment was Bill. Your worst is your little brother.
Oh, okay.
100%. He's the worst thing you could have done, ever. He ruined the show. Greg, are you happy? Are you happy? Your brother saved you from hard labor working outside, and you got them all fired.
Well, that was not my intent.
So Lisa's still with you.
Yes.
Is Lisa going to be happy once you're poor?
No, everybody else got fired. Did you hear that?
Yeah, you got everyone fired. Oh, my God. They're on there for 30 years, and then you come on. Look what you do. Oh, my God. You hillbilly.
Well, it took me 16 years to do it, but I finally did.
It's been a long road.
Well, it's been good not hearing from you, by the way.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I'm sure your loan officer is real happy, Greg.
They called, made sure I got up this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
Adler, I'm sorry you've got a child, and Greg did this to you, too. You're just collateral damage.
Oh,
Thank you, Tyler. You can leave me out of this if you want to, though. But thank you, Tyler.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I will. Greg has to go after Big Brother, the athletic one, huh? The superior athlete.
Hey, Tyler, I can't believe you've still been listening. So you have continued to listen.
Got a lot of hate he's put up.
Ricky, I'm always listening.
Okay.
I'm always listening. I'm always in the alleys. Quiet. My goodness. You can't stop running your mouth, can you?
No, I cannot.
Get fired on the polls. I'm going to sing you a song, and I'm done.
All right, go with it.
It's a cover of Kansas. Frank Ricard sang it. I close my eyes only for a moment, and the moment's gone. All my dreams pass before my eyes, a curiosity, dust in the wind. All they are is dust in the wind.
That's beautiful. That's really
Bill,
good.
I love you.
Tyler, moving.
Bill, I love you.
That's very moving. Thank you, Tyler.
Oh, Tyler, thank you for coming.
No, thank you, sir. Ricky, you're a good man. Speedy, you are too. Helmsley, you are. And Greg, rest in peace. I love you all. Bill, I'll see you soon. All they are is dust in the wind.
I don't know if that's a promise or a threat.
Oh, that was good.
You got everybody fired.
Yep, finally did it.
Oh, my God.
Finally did it.
Y'all,
Took me 16 years.
He's had a lot been up on.
I didn't even know he was still around.
I thought he fell off his bike off a cliff somewhere.
Yeah,
man, he'll ride it.
No, I had somebody tell me in the last couple of weeks, they said, I'm almost sure I saw Tyler, the angry cyclist. And they saw him sitting on his bike looking at the old studio, and now this all
he rode by there.
Yes,
one
he
day.
did.
He did.
Mad, angry.
That was crazy.
Rumor has it he's in Huntsville, and I promise you, I thought I passed him riding a bike on Jones Valley.
Yeah,
you may have.
You hadn't bathed in 4 days.
Yeah, you may have.
You know, he hadn't bathed in 4 days.
Yeah, he's in mourning.
protest.
Well, how about this? His disdain for Greg, I think, may have grown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty healthy before.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this. If I remember back to the history,
I guess
think-
he's not going to listen to my swap shop, shall we?
No. Hey, he's always loved Bubba.
My next step.
He really has.
Well,
He's always
loved Bubba.
He really
He
has.
made that
Rick,
clear. I was a little concerned.
We all have to count our blessings, don't we?
Right. And I think he tried, Adler, to find some sort of camaraderie with you because of Greg's, picking on people and how Greg's kind of your nemesis.
Yeah.
Even though that's softened a little. But I noticed you kind of gave him the stiff arm. You didn't want that that alliance.
Yeah. I was okay with him leaving me.
It's
out
been
of
a
it.
long time since we heard from him. I wish it'd been longer.
Greg.
Yeah.
You're just he's upset, and
Maybe he won't make it.
Yeah, if there's any compassion you could find for Tyler, he's distraught.
Let it go.
What's funny is it has been, I don't know how long.
Been a minute.
He's had a rough time.
Well, he can work that anger out during the Chi-Haul challenge.
That's
true.
Right.
They may give him a leg up or something.
I bet you remember he used to. You remember
he's
he
motivated.
Yeah.
He's fired up.
Do you remember he used to angry ride? I bet he's angry riding now.
Oh,
Good gosh.
He's stomping them pedals.
Oh, he is. I mean, he's Greg. He's upset. And
Yeah, go easy on him, Greg. He didn't have a good relationship with his father.
Yeah, evidently not.
Right.
I went there.
Do you think that's what he's doing? He's now taking that and projecting that on Greg?
I'm just guessing. That was just
like
a
maybe
guess.
his father was a lot like Greg.
Maybe so. Yeah.
I'm not trying to get all analytical here, but I mean, maybe there's something to that.
Y'all remember when he showed up on the 25th?
No, I do.
20th
I remember that. It's the last
anniversary?
time I think I saw him or heard from him.
Yeah.
Oh, that was 10 years ago. He came out on the stage after Greg.
Yeah.
He did.
He sure
We
did.
were in his hometown, Rick.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
Sure did.
It's fantastic.
It was. It was fantastic.
What a moment.
I loved every second of it.
I love it. Made you put your little corporate Greg, made him put his pen down when he called.
Oh yeah, we ain't heard from him in a while.
Did you see Greg?
Yes.
When all of a sudden he heard what we were playing.
He sat straight up.
He knows when to kick a man when he's down. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, suddenly getting them spots lined up, you thought, I got to hear this.
Yeah, that familiar feminine voice, sounds like somebody's mom, and then you realize it's a man.
All right,
Greg, now he's being mean.
He's hurt.
This will not help.
He's got bike tracks all over him.
This will not help.
Greg's, when you ride through mud, it whips up your body. That's what Greg's got right now.
Quickly rooster tail going.
Well, he's not happy, it doesn't sound like.
By the way, if somebody's told you to put the Oreos down,
watch out.
Well, it is a glorious story today.
Well, that
Oreo's finally good for something.
We'll be back. Somewhat healthy snack now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you
If you didn't tell him, then technically you lied to him.
Right. Well, what I'm talking about is, but no, I got them all at one because I got home and forgot that I'd text back, and I saw it and I texted back. I said, "Hey, by the way, I was just messing with you today like that," and he was like, "Unbelievable." He just sends back, "Unbelievable." All that was left there was his long text of how sorry he was and all this kind of stuff, and I forgot about it. I mean, literally,
set it on red?
I'm not exaggerating. It was like 6 something at night when I was like, "Oh gosh, I didn't text him back and tell him." So I did clear everybody. There was nobody left when it was all said and done.
I think you're good then.
Yeah, but it was
Now, except for that one that what you just mentioned. That's foul.
to
You
let it go
sit.
that
Just
long.
let it sit like
I just, well, you can't return text and get people all at the same time.
Yeah.
How about this? Everybody needs to back off on worried so much about what I wear in church.
Oh, hey.
Everybody, hey, it's like the camo thing. They think they're the first person to ever say it.
Yeah.
And it's they can't see you.
Right.
Yeah, and of course we've said that's a foul because if you have camo on in a building, unless the pattern is the pattern of the building, you aren't camouflaging.
Right.
Remember,
It's to blend in with the woods, not blend in with the room.
Yeah, the only way you can say to somebody, "Sorry, I didn't see you," is if they were standing in the woods.
Now there are people that make lines called urban flage that have more of a brown look to it.
If your pants are the same color as the carpet and your shirt the same color as the wall, I get it.
Sure. But if
that joke does not fly if you're not dressed like that.
If you've got real tree or mossy oak on and you're standing, in a building, then you're not blending in.
No, you're not.
So you can't say you can't see me because this is not the pattern of the camera.
standing out.
Right.
Yeah, there's three things I don't do.
You make the hunting comment, you can do that.
I don't say that.
You seen any deer out in the parking lot? You can do that.
No, right. I don't say that. I don't ask if you're going to a funeral, and I don't ask a lady if she's pregnant. I don't do those three things.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Good rules to live by, Speedy.
Hey, not anymore.
I don't. How far along on you? I'm not pregnant.
Not anymore.
Don't do that.
Never again.
Adler ruined that for everybody.
Oh, Speedy had one too. You weren't. Y'all
I
weren't
wasn't here then.
Neither one of y'all were here. This is early Rick and
Come out
Bubba.
live on air.
You
When
talk
I said
about
my
when
first pregnant contestant, and she wasn't.
Yeah. Hey guys, this is first pregnant woman to try to kick a field goal with a Nerf ball. I'm not pregnant. Right on the air.
Then Rick started punching me in the arm immediately.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was, I don't have secondhand embarrassment, and that's not what I experienced. Watching Jimmy Johnson being surprised that he's going into the NFL Hall of Fame, I started being concerned that he was so emotional that I may be watching a man die.
At one time,
I did. I thought, is he having a heart attack?
Well, one of his co-hosts, Michael Strahan, says, "Get the huffer." I mean, he's telling he's got like asthma.
Yeah.
He's making some sounds he shouldn't be making.
Yeah, I was worried.
But what this is, they announced the Hall of Fame class for the NFL later this week. But this guy in charge of it, he come out on 2 of the shows this weekend and welcome in and announced that these coaches were going to be in the Hall of Fame. One of them, Bill Cowher, that coached the Steelers, and he's on one of the shows. But
that happened Saturday on CBS.
And he was kind of choked up too. But Jimmy Johnson really got sideways.
And by the way, this guy that goes and tells them, he's a really big guy.
He is a mountain
giant.
Do y'all remember Gorilla Monsoon?
Yeah.
That's who he looks like.
Yeah.
I think he's dead, but
the wrestler.
Man, he's a big man.
Gorilla Monsoon.
All right, so watch Jimmy. Did you see this, Greg?
This was on Fox.
Just watch it, Greg. It's great.
Courtesy of Fox.
Thank you for all you're going to do.
No, what do we have it where he walks out to begin with?
That you've made and the lives that you've impacted.
Look, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Greg, it gets
It's
worse.
my great honor
Wait till
to
he tries
tell
to talk.
you that you're going to be the 328th Hall of Famer into the Pro Football
Bradshaw's a bit. Let me warn you.
Hey, Terry, did you not know
He's going to be in
that?
Canton, Ohio forever. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you, Gorilla.
Congratulations. Coach. Great.
Hey, Bub.
Listen.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, when he tries to talk.
Terry's overdoing it. Terry's being speedy.
Look, there's Troy Aikman crying.
Yeah.
All right, here it is, Greg. Listen, watch him try to talk. Watch him try to talk. Greg.
The only thing I can think of is
This is good.
all the assistant coaches that have worked for me, all the great players that have played for me. They're the reason I'm here, and they're the reason I can't talk.
All right.
No.
Where's your boss?
I mean, this is so special to me because when you put in the work that we put in, it's nice to know people appreciate it.
We love you, JJ.
Love you.
Amen to that, brother. Love you.
Right there. I think I'm about to watch a guy have a heart attack.
Yeah.
You sound long he's ready to do CPR.
Yeah.
He ran out of air.
You hear him go.
Yeah, Terry's the one.
We're back 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Celebrating 30 years and just grateful to all of you. So Tyler, the angry cyclist, didn't expect him to check in. He's not faring well. But now some good news, Bubba. I mean, I know you have done such a incredible job here on the show, helping people with nutrition and healthy habits and finding things that maybe are a little off the beaten path.
You mean like somewhat healthy snacks?
Yes.
Like that?
Yeah, you have produced, you were the one who did the research that peanut M&Ms is a somewhat healthy snack.
Well, can't argue with the facts. Right?
And the impact of that is being felt everywhere. And just look at the Grammys. But but I know that
it was a heavy show.
Oh boy! Thank you, Greg, for pointing that out for us. Not as subtly as you and I have, but so the Oreo. Do we say the Oreo is the finest cookie the world has ever known as far as packaged cookies?
It's right up there, Rick.
They're good.
If it's not one, it's 1A, 1B.
Hey, good luck finding a flaw in it.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Y'all lick the middle or just eat it?
It's
I just eat it. I don't tear it
combination.
apart.
I don't either. I just eat it.
Depends on my mood.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Rare is the Oreo for me these days, sadly.
Groundbreaking research claims Oreo cookies lower cholesterol better than statins. That's the headline.
My goodness.
That's the headline.
I didn't write it.
I
did not write it. He's done it again. I'm just reporting. Mr. Bussey, Dr. Bussey has done it again.
According to this story, and a surprising discovery, experts have revealed that eating Oreo cookies may be twice as effective as reducing LDL or bad cholesterol compared to high-intensity statin therapy. In the study conducted by Oxford, participants were put on a keto diet.
You sure that's not Oxford High School?
And fed Oreo cookies for 2 weeks. The results, which led to a dramatic 71% reduction in LDL cholesterol.
Say that again.
And this is over 2 weeks, surpassing the results of a 6 weeks course of high-intensity statin therapy. Now, why is that? That is the question.
Man, we need some Oreos.
Now, everybody knows the high cholesterol levels are dangerous. They're linked to many health problems, including heart disease, heart attack, stroke. People with high cholesterol often develop high blood pressure and inflammation in the body, which can be fatal in some cases. Now, why is this? And this is the
We gotta
question.
know why.
Did they get the results?
We got to know why.
Is this a crazy test or what?
Do you find it funny on this story? Look at the picture. I know it's not related to the story. It looks like people are crying, celebrating Oreo cookies being good for cholesterol.
Good news. They could have got a picture of me. It would have been true.
We've done it.
Now, the guy who did this, I mean, he's a Harvard medical student with a doctorate in metabolism and nutrition from the University of Oxford. He observed the diverse effects of the Oreo cookies and statins on cholesterol levels in a unique group. Now, they're saying, how did this happen? The study made the subjects follow a keto diet. Okay, you got to underline that.
All right.
Which is high in fats but low in carbohydrates, leading to a decreased LDL cholesterol level.
It says increased.
I'm sorry, an increased LDL level.
Yep.
Thank you. Very important.
Yeah.
Then some unconventional methods were added in, including eating 12 Oreo cookies daily in the participants' diet and adding an extra 100 grams of,
carbs.
on the next page, carbs for around 2 weeks. This led to a dramatic reduction in LDL cholesterol, surpassing the results of the other focus group that were taking the statins. So they think, and this is just how they're summing this up, the finding of the study says in many people, the body might respond more favorably to dietary adjustments involving carbs than conventional medication. Also, setting of low carb intake and low body fat causes an increase in fat particle production for energy, which may be moderated by reintroducing some carbohydrates.
Okay, see, I've seen this. I've seen a lot of these nutritionists that are now coming out going, hey, this getting rid of carbs is a bad deal. Your body needs carbs. You need to, be careful how much you do, but this no carb is actually bad for the body.
Yeah, and they're saying that even though the findings of this look to be solid, they're not endorsing Oreo cookies as a health regimen at this point.
That's the way we're
or
reading it.
cholesterol treatment, but said this was what it was, a scientific experiment that has some results that need further study.
So it looks like to me, see if I have this right, keto diet people who ate Oreos as part of their carbs did better than non-keto people on statins.
That appears to
Is that
be
the
the
study?
bottom line.
So it seems like it's really more of an indictment on removing all carbs than it is, as you said. They try to clarify that if you eat Oreos, your cholesterol.
Can you be
goes
on
up.
a statin and eat Oreos? Just double it up?
Well, I think now you're back to.
Are you calling double stuff?
You're back to getting off that keto.
Is it double or single stuff?
I think double stuff's too much.
I like them, but
I
others
agree.
are.
I do not like double
I
stuff.
think the original's just hard to beat. Let me put it that way. The others are fine, but the original, you had a home run.
What about mega stuff?
Has anybody looked at the impact of Hydrox?
Oh, the Hydrox.
Here, now we're getting
Controversial
controversial.
Hydrox.
Now we're getting controversial.
You know, MIT
Yeah, we
did a
should know
study
somebody
on
love
how to twist
Bob
an
Carey.
Oreo to where the center goes to both pieces.
Yeah.
Not because normally
just
it's
on one
pulled on
side,
one
yeah.
side.
Well, I think it's just you got to have the right touch for that.
You do. What's a gift, isn't it, Bubba?
It really is.
Right.
Not everybody can do it.
Not all people.
So
I like to pop the whole thing in my mouth and then take a sip of milk and just chew it up and eat it. And I'll eat a whole sleeve of them like that.
Here's the trick.
Betty
Here's the
had to-
trick, guys. You take a fork and you stick the Oreo right there in between. Okay,
Yeah,
okay? And you
that
stick
works.
the fork
Take him for a
down
swim.
in. Yep, take it and just set it down there. You can leave it for, you can count to 10, 15,
Okay.
20, depending on the softness that you like
Oh,
of the Oreo.
this is good
And it'll
stuff.
stop
Then
bubbling like
then
you've drowned it.
Yep. Then you pick it up and it's there, just waiting on
ready to
goodness.
roll.
That's how you eat it?
Yep.
Oh, ready to roll.
That's talent.
12
And turns
Oreos.
out my numbers are better.
There you go.
Who knew why?
You know, we got a speech at
Throw it in
home
there.
over the holidays, my son and I, that a sleeve is not a serving.
Oh, I remember you telling us about that.
Oh, I know. Don't read what a serving is.
Yeah.
It's very
like
very
two.
disheartening.
But
Yeah.
usually, if
It
we ever
is. It
if
really
we
is.
ever open a sleeve, it could be of crackers, it could be of Girl Scout cookies, it could be of anything. We're gonna finish the sleeve
That's a serving.
because I don't want to have to wind it up and put it back in.
Who
there.
wants that?
This
Nobody
serving,
wants
this
that.
serving size thing. So I got a gift basket when I spoke at that conference in Nashville a couple weeks ago, and I get home and it's got a dark chocolate bar in it that has caramel. Okay, and I
love caramel.
I turned it over to look at the calories.
Don't do that.
Oh no, serving size 3 cookies.
3 cookies.
160 calories.
Oh, that's a warm up.
Yeah, they did say the people that they did have their cholesterol was better, but they all have type 2 diabetes now and they're really fat.
Yeah, besides that.
But the and so I looked on it and it said 130 calories, and I thought, well, that's not bad. And then I started looking at the serving size, and it was just a couple of squares.
Oh,
and I was like, so 2 squares is 130 calories.
See.
And I thought, well, I just wish I hadn't even opened it up now.
Well, you know, I like almonds.
Okay,
And-
here we
and
go.
Remember, especially at the old studio, we pretty much kept a big bag of almonds in there. Well, then I saw these where they broke it down to a 100-calorie pack.
Yeah.
Had about 4 almonds in there.
Yeah, almonds are.
You say they're in the pack, prepackaged 100 calories. I was missing that by a long. I thought, well, I'm eating almonds.
Yeah, almonds.
But I was eating about
healthy snack.
500-600 calories.
Yeah. Almonds are healthy snack, but they are full of calories.
Mm-hmm.
They're energy dense.
Yeah, when they put that little bag and said, there it is, buddy.
I know.
Have at it.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the 100-calorie potato chip bags? It's almost like there's nothing in there.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like the bag,
yeah.
you it's just air on the outside, and you look down in there, and there's like 4 potato chips laying in the bottom.
And they're not even full size.
No, they're mini.
That was almost, that's just
Well,
frustrating.
it really does get back to portion control. Doesn't
It does.
Bubba, what if you had some Oreo ice cream? Oh.
No.
You don't like that?
What,
I mean,
why
I'm
are
just
we
saying-
talking about that?
Well, I'm just saying Oreos and you like ice cream, put them together. You got Oreo ice cream. That'd be huge.
I've heard
There's
cholesterol's
a lot of
scam.
Oreo ice cream out there.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I know he would love some right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Bobby,
Anytime.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. So now
Look
come,
how big Gorilla is. I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
That is
come to
a
my
mountain
channel.
of
Now
a
this
man.
is CBS. That's in comparison to this. This is Bill Cowher's surprise here.
Yeah, he is special. And you know, Bill, there's something else special here. Hey, who's this big fella?
Hey, I'm sorry to
Hey,
interrupt
David.
here. Good to see you, Phil.
Good to see you, man.
You betcha. Sorry, man. I was trying to knock on a door back there, but you don't have a door.
Knock it down.
Knock it down. Hey, Coach, for
Yes.
your viewers out there who don't know, I'm David Baker, president of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And on behalf of all of those of us who love this game and the Pro Football Hall of Fame, it is my great
This
privilege.
isn't right that this is happening right now, but
Okay, never mind.
no,
then.
please come back. Come back here, David.
Coach, I want to thank you for all you've done for the game, for all you're going to do for the game. And I want to welcome you to Canton, Ohio, where your bronze medal, your legacy is
How
going to
about
live
that,
forever.
Bill?
Congratulations, Coach. Love you.
And now he's going to give his little speech here. He'll turn around and talk like Jimmy did.
Well, can he talk
He'll
better
actually
than
talk,
Jimmy?
though.
Can he talk better than Jimmy?
Hey, check, Mr. Baker, good to see you again.
Big bait.
That's really good. Hey, folks, keep this in mind. Out of 29,000
Just like the day we heard that Adam was having a baby.
game, coached the game, or contributed to the game, Bill Cowher is now the 327th one in the Hall of Fame, 182nd living one.
Coach, speech.
You know, I was just telling V, I says, I've come to grips. I'm okay if it doesn't happen. I've been so blessed. And I would just say this, for those 8 candidates, every one of you deserved to be there.
So he's really got it
football
together.
is a total team sport. I had some great players, some great coaches, the best organization in football. I've lived a blessed life. I've come to the best network on TV. It's a family here like it was a family that we had there. And to have to give back to something, to the game of football, it's been a part of my life. The virtues that it teaches you, the morals that you have the obligation to move on, the platforms that we have. You know, I'm a blessed man, and I've been very blessed to be surrounded by some very special.
Yeah. Well, at least he could breathe. So is Jimmy an asthmatic? Is that what we get?
He must be. He must have a huffer. It'd be like when Helms goes into the Hall of Fame.
But but you know when I looked up and I saw when I was watching it wasn't secondhand embarrassment. I just started going. I started trying to breathe.
I know. I got short of breath.
I couldn't breathe.
Were y'all that way? I had shortness of breath.
And then I thought I'm about to watch a man have a heart attack.
Yeah.
Since you have asthma, why don't you do like a rendition of that and you overhype it like Terry? Because that'd be your role. So let's just do it here.
I can be the guy from the Hall of Fame.
All right. And Greg, you stand over there like you don't care.
And I'm the guy who walks up and says, "Hey, get there, give us a speech."
Yeah.
So that's there they are. So
everybody else will be announced
by the way,
in that group on Wednesday.
And Hams, I want to thank you. You were helpful to me. When I first heard Bill Cowher Hall of Fame, I didn't know it didn't.
You know why? Because I thought the same thing when I heard it, so I had to go out and research myself. I had to.
He did some things nobody else had ever done.
No doubt. So that was good.
And it was hard following a legend. He followed some legends.
He did. I needed that.
I did too.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The only game I saw all weekend was the Packers and the Seahawks, and I haven't seen the Packers play all year. When I watched it, it looked like the Packers, same thing, were going to completely annihilate the Seahawks. And then the second half showed up. And what Russell Wilson did in that game, it's almost like the Packers were playing Russell Wilson.
Oh, yeah. He's unstoppable. He's a great player.
How hard he played, and he tried against a good defense.
Yeah.
And of course, Aaron Rodgers also did some things for an old man that were some of the touch passes he hit on some 3rd and longs when if Seattle gets the ball back and what he accomplished on that drive was remarkable and showed a lot of talent. But anyway, but the Seahawks really got after him, and this leads to the Marshawn Lynch.
Well, he's always been a little bizarre, Rick. He back when he played all the time. Sometimes he was kind of like Ricky Williams. Sometimes he'd talk. Sometimes you never knew what was going on. Of course, he'd been out of football, and the Seahawks brought him back. And he's just gone right in scoring touchdowns like he never left.
Well, I watched the game because I'd heard that. He scores from less than 2 yards. He doesn't do much.
But he's a hammer in there.
Yeah, in the goal line he's good, but out in the middle of the field, he doesn't do anything. I mean, he got shut down. But now you give it to him inside the 2. And he's a handful.
And the game before this, when he
35 minutes now, past the hour. Tax, everybody getting your tax stuff in the mail now? Seems like every time I go to the mail, I look, and there's another tax form. Somebody saying, put this in your taxes. Well, you know what else people are finding in their mailbox today? Pay up now. The IRS, their 20,000 new agents are ready to come find you. And if you got a tax problem, they're wanting their money and they want it now. Make you feel like a criminal. Doesn't that feel great? But let me tell you, there's some light at the end of the tunnel. TNUSA.com. That's Tax Network USA. Okay, tax problems are not going to go away. Yes, they've got the new 20,000 IRS agents. They're not going to go after the multimillionaire because the multimillionaire has tax lawyers, and they know that if they come after you, you're going to pay up. You're going to pay up with interest, or you're going to pay up with penalties. That's why you need Tax Network USA. At TNUSA.com/Bubba, they're ready. They have proven war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with, and who to avoid. Thank you for that heads up. And something they've asked us to make you aware of, there's a special limited time IRS offer that they're aware of. They might get you out of this tax problem. In short, the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So schedule your free, confidential consultation. See if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. And then 2024 becomes a positive year where you finally put these tax issues behind you. Yes, let's get this done. 1-800-245-6000. Again, 1-800-245-6000. Tell them you heard about it here. Or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Yes, we have the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You know, it's going to be a crazy year, and it's already been crazy. I mean, Tyler, the angry cyclist, has already called, and Adler has made me aware that we have something else today, as if one show can take all this today. Adler, what do we have here?
I got an email from an email I've never seen before, email address. Nope, this person has never emailed me before. I don't know where they got this or how they made it happen, but here you go.
Bubba. Oh, Bubba. Oh, my goodness. We all love him.
It's William Hung. And I think he has a message for
I know probably where this is going.
Do y'all want to hear from William Hung?
Yeah, let's hear from him. Sure.
Okay. I guess he's been listening to the show because he's got something about the show to say.
Hi, Dr. Bubba. This is William Hung. I just heard you are retiring from your radio show. Keep your head held high. Think of how much extra time you have to study NASA, eclipses, and HAM radio. Keep it up with the authentic Dr. Bubba. Here is a song for you. And just do it. Be what you want to be. Do what you want to do. Be true yourself. And just do it. Be what you want to be. Do what you want to do because it's all up to you.
What a day. What a day.
Wait a minute. I don't know if it's his angle. What about them soup coolers he's got on him? I don't remember his lips being that big.
Hey, that's what you take away
That's
from
what you
this?
took from I think he had some surgery.
Oh, Bubba.
Hey, you know what's next? God. Armor of God. Remember that guy?
If Bubba, if he just said ham instead of HAM radio.
The fact that he said HAM was
that
funny.
really made it better.
Yeah.
That made it better.
HAM radio.
Did he say keep taking the Ozempic?
No, he
Then
didn't.
he said, do it.
He didn't say
said that.
No, he did not. I didn't catch that. Did he really say that?
No, he must listen to the show.
He
My
said,
goodness.
He's in the loop.
Ozempic. You know. So anyway.
Wow.
Bubba, what a day. Tyler, the angry cyclist, and now William Hung.
It's touchy.
You know, Bubba, Williams' message was a little more uplifting than the one Tyler was giving me. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah,
I don't
golly,
know.
that's
Both
good.
of them make me feel just a little strange.
You, the audience. So, on that note, Bubba, I know something. We keep getting this. It's driving you nuts on the picture they're using. But do I see that a radio station had their entire tower stolen?
Yeah, I was just reading about that.
You the whole tower.
There's been a lot of copper thieves, stealing, various pieces of copper grounding and all that from radio stations all over the country.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, thieves toppled and stole a 200-foot tower from a AM station in Jasper, Alabama, WJLX.
The whole tower.
1240, yeah. The theft was discovered late last week and also included the transmitter and other equipment. Some people are speculating this is the first time that an entire radio station has been stolen.
Wow.
That had to be somebody knew what they were looking at.
Greg Bubba really doesn't like that the pictures you're using are not AM towers. Really bothers me.
That's like I hate Bubba when I'm watching a thing on TV and they talk about the telephone, call and and its power lines are showing. I'm saying that's not telephone lines.
Well, the picture in this story is of a high-powered FM antenna. It's not even an AM.
So,
but I mean,
what idiots?
It would be like a story about your car being stolen and have a picture of a truck. It's just not, right.
Got it.
Right. But
that's true.
To these folks, I mean, it's still. I mean, but hey, Rick, you had a tower cut down at your. Have you talked to those guys that did that lately and see where they are? They took down a rather large tower at your farm and took it off.
And probably sold it for copper.
But you saw
it's hard to hide and do
you
that.
saw how big and what a
it's
project
gigantic.
that was.
I don't know how they did that. Is this tower in a a place out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, being an AM tower.
He didn't want to take on rural. Couldn't take it on.
It's right there with the reward.
I've just now gotten where I can say reward.
No. Careful.
I can't do rural.
Yeah, it probably would have been in a pasture type area, something, because of the AM and the ground radials and all that. But,
there you go.
Everybody knows that.
But hauling off 200 foot of tower in the daytime is hard to do.
I can't believe that they went for the whole tower.
Is it a standalone AM?
They have an FM translator, it says, but it's on something else because it's still on the air.
I was going to say if it was a standalone AM, if they had insurance on it, they may actually make a profit this month.
Oh, Rick.
I'm sorry.
Anybody that knows anything about this needs to call the Jasper Police Department.
Right.
People, leave the transmitting towers alone, okay? Can we?
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to hide what you've stolen.
This really bothers you right here, doesn't it?
Well, it's ridiculous.
There's no William Hung speech to get you out of this one.
No,
Do
it's
it.
ridiculous. Come on.
Good night. That was funny.
And I'm
life's tough enough out there and broadcasting right now without all this.
Yeah, and I'm not saying. I think the reason why the security around a tower might not be all that, because you figure who can take it.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
you could vandalize it and steal it. I mean, they stole the whole tower and transmitter and everything.
That's somebody that knew what they were looking at.
Did they cut it up into pieces? How do you haul something like that away?
Yeah, where do you hide it?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Don't you need a giant truck? And
it's quite the effort.
The tower would come apart every 10 or 20 foot, depending on what kind of tower it was. But I mean, you've got bolts that are rusted and all that. It'd be easier to cut it. It'd be easier to cut it.
But
that's a lot of. I mean, that's a lot of sparks flying. That's a lot of attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hauling off a whole antenna and transmitter that day.
Can you believe?
Here's the package on it. Here we go.
Took the whole thing.
Courtesy of Fox 6.
In the newsroom, a 200-foot AM radio tower in Walker County is gone, stolen without a trace.
Those kind of things don't just walk away by themselves. Officers are searching tonight for the thieves and the tower and trying to solve what is now a federal crime. WJLX AM's station with a much weaker signal tonight, and Tristan Rupert in Walker County with the conversation with the station's general manager.
Station General Manager Brett Elmore remains hopeful that somebody shares information that allows law enforcement to find those responsible for the theft. Still, even he is blown away by what happened.
I've tried all weekend to figure it out, and I just can't. I've been in the radio business, around it all my life, and then been in it for 26 years professionally, and I can say I've never heard of anything like this, and this one, I've seen it all now.
Elmore says they first learned of the theft on Friday. He says a bush hog crew went down to the WJLX tower site to clean up the property, but the thieves had already cleared it out.
When he arrived, he called me on Friday and said, the tower's gone, so I said, what do you mean the tower's gone? And are you sure you're at the right place? And he said, no. He said, the tower is gone. There's wires everywhere, and it's gone.
Elmore says they are working with the FCC to get temporary authority to carry on while they rebuild the AM side of their operations. Still, it's unclear just how long the rebuild efforts could take.
This really hurts a small operation like this, but like I say, I believe we're going to find out who did this. It's a federal crime. And it absolutely will not be worth it to them.
Yeah,
He's
that's
right
true.
about that. Wow.
Let's just steal it.
I think I saw something they could use.
Do you think that, Bubba, if I had just held onto my tower a little bit longer, I could have sold it to them?
I know it.
But think about this.
It's not easy to get those quick. But here's the good news. They literally can put a wire up and get on the air. So there's ways to get back quickly. But if the whole transmitter's gone, that's kind of a problem. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, so it's well, would they call like
the Walker County Hams could get over there and take care of this,
right?
I mean, get it going.
But you get a call like if somebody stole your kid and they want a ransom for the tower, maybe something like that.
Well,
again, how do you slip off in the night with a tower?
Yeah, how do you lay it down?
Apparently, one piece at a time.
Let it fall.
Just let her fall.
Do you think they took it just like you eat elephant, one piece at a time?
I guess so.
That's right. That's good. That's good, Rick.
I just can't believe nobody noticed it going on.
I know. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
I feel bad for those guys.
I do too.
We have to have a GoFundMe or something.
I know.
That is tough.
They stole it.
They stole it.
They took it at night.
We'll talk to you guys next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
come back, he really had a good run where they had him stopped, and he spun off and went in. It was really, really hard running.
And there were a couple of times he actually made some blocks that I thought were helpful.
Yeah.
But
his sound bites after the game have always been probably one of the more interesting parts of Marshawn Lynch, and he's at it again.
Yeah, and sadly, you can't play the majority of it because of his language in it.
Correct.
And there's
Well, he's a
one,
classy fellow.
There's one part here that's muted out, but he starts giving advice to younger players, and see if y'all can make sense of this.
Trying to decipher that.
Good when you get over there and you can do what the you want to. So I tell y'all right now, while y'all in it, take care of y'all bread. So when y'all done, you go ahead and take care of yourself. So while y'all at it right now, take care of y'all bodies, you know what I mean? Don't take care of y'all chicken, you feel me? Don't take care of y'all mentals, because, look, we ain't lasting that long. You know, I had a couple of players that I played with that, you know what I mean, they no longer here no more, they no longer. So, I mean, you feel me? Start taking care of y'all mentals, y'all bodies, and y'all chicken for when y'all, you know, ready to walk away. You walk away, and you be able to do what you want to do. But I appreciate it. Thank y'all. I have a good day.
So did he say take care of your mentals?
Your mentals, yeah.
He said your bread at one time, which I would take to be your money.
Yeah.
And then he was talking about your mind and all that, but I didn't understand the chicken.
Well, we brought this up in the kickoff hour, and of course, we were hit with a lot of emails, and we started
Greg
looking
takes
into
care of
it.
his chicken all the time.
Well, basically,
I
meaning,
just took care of it in the kitchen.
yeah, meaning scratch, which is money.
Yeah.
So that
You realize
chicken is
thing is
another
bread.
way.
You realize how long it took y'all to say the word money?
Yeah.
We went from chicken to bread to scratch. You know what we mean. Oh, you mean money? Yeah. But don't forget to take care of your mentals.
Yeah.
Hopefully, AB was listening to that.
Yeah. Take care of your mentals, your body, and your chicken.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Let me write that down.
Yeah, if you're going in
that
order,
order.
in that order, if that's
I'll tell you
what
one
we're
thing,
doing
John
here.
Maxwell has nothing on him. So the
I'll make a intro
Dave
out of
Ramsey
that.
would be proud.
The National Championship College Football, LSU Clemson. LSU canceled classes ahead of the national championship to accommodate students already planning to skip. I love when a university comes together, and it'll be played for a home game for LSU in the Superdome in New Orleans.
This kind of it looks just like it's lined up to be LSU's year, doesn't it?
All I can think about is the lack of sleep we're going to get this evening.
Well, that is one of the problems. It kicks at 7:00 Central Time, but still, that puts us pretty late. I mean, I know it
because
would
it'll
be,
last forever.
I know it would be inconvenient for everybody if they kicked off at 4:30. I know that. I mean, it really would.
Yeah,
5:40 preferably. That's my 5:40 is my new time.
I'll take 6.
Because
Super Bowl
halftime
time.
falls in a window when you start at 5:40, and I figured this out last night. Halftime starts in a window where you can say, all right, hey, everybody up, everybody get showers. If you're going to eat again, let's eat. And then you start making your way to the bed. And then you don't have that speech about you not helping around the house when, when that gets during the middle of that time.
Can any of y'all stay up and see the whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I did last
I will
year.
preempt it with a nap.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to nap on the front edge because I'll be getting a jerking.
As long as it's
all
a
that.
good game, I'll stay.
Yeah, for me, if I can,
That's key, too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If it's a good game, I'll go all the way to the end. If it's not a good game, I'll choose sleep.
What is the margin where you say I'm out?
One team has to be up by 21.
Okay.
Now, let me
Of course,
ask
we
you
saw
this.
yesterday one
I know.
team was up
I got
24.
you.
But I'm the same way.
When
if
it
it's
ends,
21, I'm out.
When it ends, do you stay and watch the?
No, I can't. I'm almost.
Sometimes I do.
I'm almost panicked.
Yeah.
Sometimes I
I do.
watch
I
the
kind of
trophy
like to see
presentation.
because usually I can't just quit and go to bed.
I know.
Only if LSU wins do I stay because I know what Dabo will say. I have no idea what O might say.
And you won't be able to understand him, but it'll be really good.
He'll be hoarse.
All right, here's what I need to know before I make the Sports Czar pick of my own because we're all going to make Sports Czar picks. What's up with 22? Is he healthy for LSU, the running back?
I think so. Yeah, because he played last game, and then
100%?
they didn't have to play
I
much.
think he's even better. Yeah.
He'll be all
I don't know.
right.
I don't think.
Heck, he had
probably not 100%.
He had a month
but he's
between
close.
games.
No one's 100% at this point.
Am I going to see the 22 I saw against the big games they won?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes. Absolutely.
I think
Okay.
yeah.
That
Yes.
changed.
My goodness, he's been off long enough to grow any leg.
That's what I'm saying. He's been off a month.
You know how it is.
I know.
All right, so
I don't like the 2-week break in this. They should have played this weekend. Yeah.
Here's how we do it. If you're new to the Sports Czar Trophy, we will guess the score. And whoever is closest to the score, and are we talking about the actual score or point spread? I never can remember.
Here we go.
I never can remember.
It's so confusing.
It's point spread, isn't it?
Is it point spread? I thought it was the actual score.
Yeah. Okay, actual score then. But the first column is win, then the actual score, then the tie break will be how many yards passing that Burrow has.
That's correct. That will be it. Adler, we get you started.
Oh, wow.
Who wins and how many yards? Callers are standing by. I have a line, maybe one available. Let's go to Jonathan out of Hoover, Alabama. Jonathan's got us on 104.7 WZZK. Jonathan, go ahead. You're on.
Yes, I got a comment and then a question for Bubba, but love the show. Listen for years. Love you guys. And was the runner-up at Rick and Bubba's Survivor Island. Never forget how awesome that was. I was a preacher, man. And now listening to you guys, you've encouraged and helped. I've grown a business. I actually have an office in the same office as you guys. But I want to ask Bubba this. Any chance that Bubba will run for governor because he would win? No question, hands down.
I agree. I agree. And we can't really comment on that at this time for obvious reasons. But let me tell you something. That would be a campaign no one would ever forget.
Yeah, that no one would forget it. That's for sure. No, I think there's probably other ways to give back. I don't know what we're going to be doing at this point, but you leave the options open. If I'm a write-in candidate, I'll take it.
Oh boy. To JD in Starville, Mississippi, 96.1, and hosting the Man Church Conference on March 8th and 9th. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, guys. You ended the segment. It's been a few segments back, but I can't get it out of my mind. It ended with Speedy blowing my mind. Maybe you remember he suggested taking an Oreo and sticking it in ice cream. And so my mind's been spinning ever since, and I think I'm on to something. I want to run it by you. Let's say we take a bowl of vanilla ice cream.
That's
Small
not what
bowl.
I
Doesn't have
said.
to be very big.
That's not what I
Let's get
said.
a bottle.
That's not what I
Let's
said.
get a bottle of
I said
fudge,
Oreo
heat it
ice
slightly.
cream. I didn't say stick
Put
Oreos
the
in
fudge
ice
on
cream.
the ice cream. Don't want a handful of chopped pecans.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
But Oreo ice cream's been around for a long time.
I know. That's what. But I'm just
Speedy
saying,
invented it,
Bubba's love of Oreos.
Speedy
We were
invented
talking about Oreos and his love of ice cream.
Right.
Did he want some Oreo ice cream? I didn't say I had a new invention and put Oreos in ice cream. What an idiot!
It was a good idea. You came up with Oreo ice cream. You're a little late with it.
Well, I guess we used.
It's already been out there, Dave.
I think it would be a big seller.
Yeah, I love Oreo ice cream.
You know what
That's
else?
one of my go-tos.
Have you ever thought about this? Oreo milkshake.
Oh, wow. That's not how it was presented.
Oreo pie. Rick, Oreo pie.
I'll just go with it.
Edwards cream pies.
And who knows? If you eat that, your cholesterol might go down.
What do you think about Oreo Pop-Tart?
Hey, Rick. Now you own to something.
By the way, I saw that Seinfeld is finally going to do a movie about the Pop-Tart.
Really?
It's coming out in May, I think, on Netflix. All right, we continue. Anonymous out of Florence, WLAY. Anonymous, go ahead.
He's got me sticking it in.
Hey guys, I was going to let y'all know my family and I were in Disney World a few weeks ago, and they have that Hall of Presidents show at Magic Kingdom where it's basically stationary animatronics.
Yep.
And Biden's was so accurate that you couldn't hear a word he said, and they had 2 Disney employees to make sure he got off stage.
Oh, that's so good. That's really good. Let's go to Alan out of Nashville.
Was the Trump one working? Somebody said they'd shut the Trump one down at one time.
Well, actually, the Trump one wouldn't stop saying that he was better than all the other ones.
Yeah. I think he got arrested.
Yeah. Go ahead, Alan.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I got a great name for that ice cream that Speedy's invented. We could call it, I don't know, cookies and cream. Does that work?
Actually, that's something different.
You know Hershey's called.
Cookies and cream is not Oreo ice cream. It's 2 different things, you idiot.
To Washington State, Dustin is standing by. What do you think about this? Take peanuts, put chocolate on. Chocolate covered peanuts.
Y'all got me in.
All right, let's go.
Hey, Rick, how you on?
I like peanuts. I like chocolate.
There it is.
Dustin, Washington State. Go ahead.
Have your fun.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
You know, there's a lot of questions in the world. Why is the sky blue? Why is the grass green? And with you guys coming to the year end, and I think the statute of limitations is up, will we ever hear the story of why the Guntersville Treaty was actually enacted?
No. Well, a lot of people keep asking that. Bubba's looking at that from a legal standpoint. He still will not give us the green light.
Yeah, it won't be from me. I'll say that. A couple of sleeping dogs I don't want to wake. That's
Well,
one
that's a good point.
And there's some other ones too that have been brought up that I just say nope.
Robin and Wedowee. Robin, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call, Robin. What's on your mind?
Okay, my niece informed me this past weekend of a new thing. I saw the thing about the raw chicken eating. Have you heard of the waffle stomp? You do your business in the shower and then you stomp it down the drain. What is wrong with society?
Please stop.
What is wrong with society?
Ma'am, I
Are you serious?
That's real.
That's not real.
Can't be real.
Yes.
It can't be real.
And if it was, I can't believe you called to talk about it.
Oh, my. Why am I here right now?
Golly, I don't think that's
David in Montgomery,
Greg, I hope you're
I-92.
happy.
WLWI. Go right ahead.
I like waffles.
Thanks, guys. Good morning to you.
Howdy.
From the man who brought us syrup
hey,
on waffles. Go ahead, David.
Hey, I just wanted to let y'all know the last week or so when y'all announced your farewell 12-month retirement tour, I called Paul Feinbaum's show and asked him if he had heard about it, knew about it. He responded that he had heard a rumor the night before, but that he was very shocked. And anyway, he just kind of praised y'all for about a minute and a half, which is a long time on his show.
Well, that's the longest time Paul's ever said anything positive about us or anyone, frankly.
That's a good point, right?
Well, he wanted to make sure he got with y'all before, year end. And I don't know whether that means y'all go on his show or he comes to your show. But I just appreciate y'all being the witness that you are and just being people I can share the ride in the car with.
Thank you, David. And thank you for calling Feinbaum. We got a lot of people that called the show and told us about your call. So that was kind of you to do that.
And he's on the RBU. I don't know what number it is, Adler.
Yeah,
we did
a good
talk. RBU.
Yeah, it was. Robert in Coleman. Robert, go ahead. Listen to ZZK. Robert.
Hey, it's only because I love you guys that I'm willing to let you get on the ground floor of this brand new idea I've got.
Okay, share it with us.
Here we go. Here we go.
What is it?
Come on with it.
I know we're trying to do a little better, so I'm thinking we take the ice cream and we put it on top of a banana. I know it's
solve
wild,
all problems.
What do you think about
but
maybe
I've even molded the idea of cutting it in half and calling it a split. That's a little crazy.
So now we're just acting like I said something I didn't say.
What about when Speedy immediately jumped on it? The guy was trying to get him. I didn't say that.
Well, I didn't. Now we're improving. Like I said something I didn't say.
I didn't do it.
I didn't say that.
Hey, anybody here like chicken?
It is episode 38.
What do you think about putting some batter on it?
Yeah.
Deep frying it.
Throw it in a little oil.
We like fried things. We like chicken.
Fried chicken.
See, y'all are in on it now. I get it.
I'm all in both feet now.
I know. I can't. There's no stopping you.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, come in. We need who wins, the score, and how many yards for Burrow.
I like it. Here he comes. He's running. Y'all see him run. Here we go.
Look,
Here he is.
He's a fast little fella.
He is, boy.
All right. Okay.
Could get crazy tonight.
Yeah,
guys,
good.
You know,
right, guys?
If somebody pulls out ahead early, whoa, watch out. That would affect my call here. So I'm gonna go McGregor by KO early in the second round.
Yeah, that's different thing. This
Adler.
Clemson LSU.
Oh! I thought y'all were talking about Cowboy versus
Conor McGregor.
Conor McGregor. Okay,
Are you thinking the Tigers are going to win or the Tigers?
I'm gonna go with the Tigers here. I'm gonna go with a serious guess here. I'm gonna go 31-28 LSU.
That's a good guess.
It really is.
With Jim Brewer getting
He does it like Jim Brown.
Like 200 yards.
200 yards.
250 yards.
250 yards.
250 yards. 250.
Burrow,
That's a pretty
250.
good pick.
It is a good pick.
I've been listening to you guys.
Hey, Helmsy?
I hate going in this spot. The easy thing would be to say LSU. But I have had a feeling since Friday that I cannot shake, and I just think it's going to be the 30th victory in a row for Clemson. I think it's going to be 41-34.
Wow.
Clemson.
Okay.
And I think Burrow will still have a great game. It'll be about 287 passing.
Okay. Greg?
Are you writing all this down, or did I need to? Okay.
I ain't got a clue.
None of us.
I think LSU is locked in and focused, and they have been all year. But daggum, something keeps telling me Clemson. But I'm gonna go LSU around the same score Ham said. I'm like, I don't even know if you can actually have this number. Once you get so high, you know, in my
Yeah, it gets all messed up.
43-34.
43-34. And Burrow?
325 yards.
Wow. That's good. Speedy?
All right, I'm going to go LSU 38, Clemson 28, and Burrow will have 285 yards.
Okay. Bubba?
LSU should win this. But I'm like you too. I can't get Clemson out of the back of my mind here, and that Dabo, he seems to have everything falling his way right now. I'm going to predict Clemson in an upset in a high-scoring game, 48-45, that might involve an overtime.
I like that.
And
I
I'm
like that.
And I'm going to say Burrows is going to have 325 yards.
Or Burrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, him too.
Well,
you know who I'm talking about.
Does it matter if Greg picked the same
I like
yards?
the overtime.
I
Oh,
guess
what do you
not.
have? What do you say?
325.
I will say then 340.
Okay.
Oh, wow. He's slinging it all.
Well, he's got some-
and they're in overtime.
I mean, they are. But Clemson wins, right? 48-45.
Yes, Clemson
All
wins
right.
48-45, and a lot of yards for Burrow.
Yards.
And I'm not talking about the entire domination of Clemson lately. I'm talking about this particular team. When I saw them against Ohio State, I thought that Ohio State had the more athletic team, had more players, and it looked ugly early. And then all of a sudden, Clemson just chipped away and kept working and came alive and came back. I think, once again, Sweeney is the better overall coach. Yeah, I agree. I think his defensive coordinator and LSU's defensive coordinator are kind of a push. They're both really, really good. Offensive coordinator, LSU, really, really good. So I think that LSU is the better team, top to bottom. But Clemson, it may be the better organization at this point as far as the overall program. But I think tonight, because LSU's gotten their defensive players back when their defense was a lot weaker, and their defense has gotten better and better here toward the end, and the offense just seems to get better and better as well. I'm going with the team on the roll, and I think that LSU will beat Clemson, and I think they will beat Clemson 41 to 28.
Good pick.
And
those are all good picks.
Yeah.
And I believe that Burrow will throw. Greg was 325, Bubba was 340. I say he'll throw for 310.
Okay. Boom. There they are.
There you go. They're there.
What's the line? LSU
5.5.
Yeah.
It's 5.5.
What's the over/under on it?
I don't know.
That's where
a bunch.
a
bunch.
Yeah.
Normally in these games when they've had a layoff, and especially a national championship game, they come out and they're not as risky, and usually they don't score as much as you think they're going to score. But with LSU, I mean, they're up, and most of the time, most coaches would be running the ball to run it off. They still throw it. I mean, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I don't know. The one thing is, which team will handle the hype of the game? You would think Clemson.
Do we know what jerseys LSU's wearing? That could be critical.
They get to make the decision.
Sure
but
do they?
But are they make it with their highest ranked team?
Oh yeah,
But are they allowed to pick Wyatt?
67.5 is your over/under.
Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Stretch Armstrong. better believe it. We're here. Thank you for being with us. We'll try to get some more of your phone calls in before the hour is up. 866-WE-BE-BIG, that number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, and we do appreciate it. It is the show, Rick and Bubba.
Uh-huh. There we go. Well, this one, a doozy.
How bizarre.
A doozy. A look around the wacky.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
You're making me crazy.
You're making me crazy.
Every time I look around
The swaggy world.
Every time I look around.
Everybody say, Bubba, this is a doozy.
Well, Rick, we've heard about this. This is cruel and unusual. A man in Denver says he has injured his back when someone tipped over the porta potty toilet that he was using in Denver.
Wow.
The man believes he was a victim of a prank. You think so?
Yeah, or a high wind.
It left him toppled inside a portable toilet.
Or Doricchio winds.
We've got a full package on
A
this.
full package on this one?
Yeah, and we're gonna walk back
This
out
is
to where it
cruel.
was. And
Oh my
everything.
goodness! Look,
This is not. You don't.
we're starting with drone footage. How do you have
Nice
drone?
winter day near Sloan's Lake. Chances are you can find Stefano Chioetto on his daily walk.
This is gold.
It's a long walk. When it's very cold, I don't do it. I do something else.
It's a few miles round trip. And Stefano says sometimes nature calls.
I saw the portable
Honey
potty
bucket.
and I wanted to use it. I felt the thing start to move, and I thought that it was a truck picking it up and taking it to a dump or whatever. And I was so freaking scared, you know?
Moments later, Stefano felt the porta potty start to fall.
And I had no idea what was happening. I started shouting, "Hey, hey!" And it just kept on moving, and it fell to the side. I fell on my back, and fortunately, it fell on the side and not on the front, because if it had fallen on the front, I wouldn't have been able to open the door and get out.
Stefano says he found the door and crawled out as a man and his son ran over to help.
And he said, "Yeah, I think it was a couple of teenagers. We saw them. They
did it.
Pushed
Man and son.
the portable potty on its side and then ran away."
He thinks it was likely a prank, one he doesn't find very funny.
It may sound funny when you're a kid. It's not if you're the guy inside. It's not funny at all. It's something that could have ended in a very unfunny way.
No, it's not funny.
No.
Now, Stefano says he did hurt his back, but says he's feeling better today. Denver police tell us officers did respond to the scene, but no suspects have been identified. They say at this point they don't have any other reports of this happening in the city.
The boy,
Courtesy of 9
the
News.
guy and his boy did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I bet Stefano.
right.
I bet Stefano will hold it next time.
Courtesy KUSA.
Right.
Channel 9.
Apparently they have their tower.
Not very funny.
Yeah. No, but I think we do point to the man in the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, you come up.
Oh, they
be the
ran
hero.
that way. They ran that way.
Let me help you up.
Well, what it was, he was going to be funny for his son, and he tumped it over. Not the best thing to show a kid.
No, Rick.
Your son. Don't know how the son was, but and then he realized the guy was hurt, and it probably wasn't the right thing to do. So now you become the person helping.
You're the hero.
Because if not,
mess.
these people have vaporized into thin air. And the guy has no identification of them whatsoever. If he said he saw it, he couldn't at least say one had a black jacket on or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, what was his
he can say anything he
accent?
wants.
What was Stefano and that accent? What was it? Speedy, I know you know a lot about voices.
You know a lot about voices.
Yeah, I'm
Probably Russia.
I don't know. He had some kind of accent. I couldn't tell what it was.
Greek, Moldova, Ukraine, somewhere in there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we got him over there.
I don't know where he is. That just sounds sharp.
Yeah, the old porta potty tipping. That's a
rough.
bad one.
How about he called it though? It's funny unless you're inside.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, he said it's
I
not
wouldn't do
funny,
that. That's
and I would slightly disagree that it's not funny at all. I will agree with him that it shouldn't be done because people can get hurt.
Yep.
Yeah, you can get hurt on it.
Right, but to say it's not funny.
That's not true.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not funny if you're the guy in there unless it's your buddies and you come out laughing. I'd rather, and then you get to get them back, and then you have to form a treaty.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
And then never talk about
Everybody's even.
It's one thing to say. I think the better statement is this is not the right thing to do. I don't know that I agree with the statement. It's not funny. It's not the right thing to do. There's a lot of things that we shouldn't do, but still are funny.
Yeah.
But maybe they shouldn't be. Or
I mean, maybe it's
not
an indictment
appropriate.
on us for laughing.
Right? Yeah. Oh, sure.
If you notice that the dad and the son didn't give that much of a description.
They
on,
really
like,
didn't.
Like what they were
Looked
wearing.
like teenagers.
I think I would have pressed them a little harder.
Yeah. It was just very vague. Like, some teenagers did it.
It looked like some ball fields were around. It looked like some playgrounds were around. No telling. They probably saw him go in, decided that'd be funny.
So you think the dad did it or the son did it and the dad's covering for the son?
Aha! And Rick,
Might have been the son. I'd like to know the age of the son.
Rick, you alluded to it. We've bought a drone for our newsroom, and we need a reason to use it because it really didn't add anything to the story with the drone shot.
No, I don't. I know.
It's like, hey, we bought this, we got to use it.
Yep.
I know that's hard for Adler to hear, but I will agree with you. And somebody says, so this, who's got the porta potty story? I'm covering it. I'm thinking the drone. You're going to do a drone
Greg,
shot.
I'm always amazed with the things you pick out to be odd about
a good point.
story.
I mean, that story didn't need drone coverage. It didn't.
It didn't.
It involved a portalet and a guy with a funny accent.
I think it did because it showed you the big playground and showed you the area it was in where these vandals could have come
got to do
from.
with somebody tumping you over? Now, if you got footage of it being tumped over,
it put me there.
At first, I thought it was
drone
going to be a
footage
story.
of it flipping. Yes,
I thought it was going to be a story about a college. That building when it first started.
Look,
like it was
this
a college.
property just sold. They're going to put a community center here, something like that.
A celebrity's home that's for
That's
sale.
the voice they got.
Yeah, they got that in there.
Right.
Yeah, that was a new drone. That was a new drone.
We got to use like right there. That view had nothing to do with.
Was that a church or was that a college? What was
I'm
it?
not sure what that was.
Now I do like the footage of this.
Now
guy.
this right here, him walking. Cause
I think that's a drone too, by the way.
Him walking with his hand in his pocket.
What about that on the ground there?
What about him going into the porta potty?
See, that was a good shot.
That's a good shot.
Can you back up to his shoes?
They're on clouds.
If I was him, I don't think I'd go in there again.
No,
I would hold it.
Even for the shot.
No way, no how.
Yeah, even for the reenactment.
So these shoes, right?
Yeah, I've seen those. Those are pretty
on
common.
clouds.
Well, here's the thing, and we've all had this happen, and of course, right there. So I've been told by many people these are the most comfortable shoes the world's ever known.
You're walking on a cloud.
Okay, so
what's the name of?
So
on cloud.
I don't know.
On cloud.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, there's different styles.
Rick, you have
got some.
I know. So a friend told me the same thing, and I know that. And this is, of course, you have to take into account that I have a club foot. Okay, and I have a bad foot.
Rick, you can't
Don't
still
laugh,
say
Greg.
that.
Don't laugh at that.
Yeah, I've been laughing since we was kids.
Right. But anyway, and I have the injured foot too. So there's a lot of my feet are not good.
No.
And so this person very kindly said, you ever have somebody say, I tell you what, I'm going to get you a pair. They're so fired up about it.
I want you to experience it.
Because you won't give in to going.
That's an expensive
and I
pair.
get a call from Sherry one day, and she said, there's like somebody's dropped shoes off on the porch. And I'm
They
like,
went that
okay.
far?
And so I went home, and I put them expecting to walk on a cloud. And of course,
There's a lot of pressure.
And of course, they hurt my feet, and I hate them.
Really?
But I don't think it's the shoe. I think
I'm
only
wearing
certain.
some-
I just stay with my New Balance.
Yeah, only certain shoes work with my feet.
My Campus Cruisers.
Rick, in your defense, a couple years ago, you know how to run that 10K.
Oh yeah, I
And
forgot about that.
everybody
Isn't that
told
fun?
me this was the shoe. To
The same
get.
one.
And I went out and spent a
Oh, yeah.
ridiculous amount
Oh,
of
yeah.
money for the best running shoe that they had. I've never had more blisters on my feet
Really?
Okay.
in my lifetime, and it wasn't comfortable.
Makes me feel better.
So
Oh, no.
to each his own. I
Have you
get
got
it's
a
a good
club foot?
shoe and a good brand, and everybody likes it, but it didn't work out for me.
It doesn't.
And I gave it a good effort.
Yeah, it doesn't
So
work
it
with
was
every-
billed as a running shoe.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I got the running shoe version.
Yeah.
This is the running shoe version, the latest, and it's got this thick cloud here. Now this is much softer. The ones he was wearing are really hard.
And that's the
flat.
kind that were given to me.
Where'd you whip that shoe out from?
Off my foot.
You smell it?
Yeah, but I had the same experience, and I thought.
And unlike you, I couldn't get the 170 back that I paid for them.
Right. You actually went in.
I mean,
All
I
right.
invested because I needed to train and I need to do for this thing. And
There was no outfit.
nobody dropped them off at my porch.
You take 170 and ate it.
Yes, just
Sorry.
See, at least
with
I had
blisters.
At least I had no investment. When they hurt my foot, guess what I did? I just put them back in the box.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adler.
I'm just showing people what a club foot looks like if they don't know.
You know how people have told you to cut your Tom McGregor in half?
Yeah.
Now's the time.
Okay. All right.
At your
Rick
age,
was a clubby.
At your age,
What?
Rick was
Whoa.
a clubby. There
Thanks,
it is.
Greg.
I mean, he was good with it.
Yeah, he thinks it's funny.
They corrected it.
You gonna laugh at baby pictures of me in full cast?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I'm not gonna laugh at it, but
My
I'm
corrective shoes till elementary school?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Eddie Van Adler taking your phone calls. this hour as they rotate duties on the YouTube Live and the phones. So the team's all here, and welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for yet another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
We do have a charity charge with Buffalo Wild Wings going on today. So if you are in the areas where the participating Buffalo Wild Wings team up with Rick and Bubba once a month for a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge, Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, and Pell City, there in the great state of Alabama. 10% of all food sales today go to Neighborhood Bridges. And so a great organization. Find out more about them, if you'd like to, by going to neighborhoodbridges.org. So that is going on today. So go out and enjoy that. Bubba, I mean, when you're thinking about things going on tonight, and a lot of people are emailing about it, a couple of good emails. We have one that thinks that what you said a minute ago could potentially be the next big Rick and Bubba T-shirt. And when you said it a minute ago, and just put on the shirt, "Don't talk, just look cute."
Yeah, I think that goes a long way for dogs. I know that.
It really, right. If it works for dogs, could work for us. The other is people talking about you in a programming dilemma tonight. I mean, the new series of The Bachelor has a 2-hour special and the national championship in college football.
Yeah, I'm on Team Madison P. We're pulling hard for her, and it's gonna be tough because usually I'm a passive watcher. I'm trying to be a little more active in this one since we know the family. So I will be watching the national championship game. I'm not saying I won't switch over during commercials just to see where it's at.
Will you have Betty in another room watching you?
Yeah, Betty will be watching the Bachelor upstairs.
Okay, well,
and I'll be downstairs.
You can get updates.
Yeah. But see, this is the finale. This is the big final for college football, so it takes priority. I mean, they're at the very beginning of the Bachelor, so it would be, it's early in that. So we still got a lot of Bachelor to go.
But like back during the NFL season, you would watch the Bachelor over like Monday Night Football and just a regular season game.
Well, I usually didn't watch it like that. It's only when I would go to bed. Betty's already dialed in back there, so
you would leave.
She gets to run the remote in the bedroom.
You were done with the NFL game, and then you went to the bedroom, and The Bachelor was on as you fell asleep.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's it. That's it.
Okay. Well,
thank you for that, Rick.
Yep.
I needed all that.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for everybody. No panic.
A little another dilemma for Bubba because he's our royal family reporter.
I'm out of the loop on all that. Nexus, whatever.
You told us about this. The big story last week. Of course, everybody's now. Of course, now everybody's finding out that it was all planned. But that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are trying to leave the royal family responsibilities while still paying tribute to the Queen.
You have to do that, Rick.
and then move,
serve the Queen, the crown,
and make Los Angeles their new home. That they're going to step back. That's the word they use as members of the royal family. But here is an update, and you are not going to like it.
No, I know what they said exactly. I know, and I don't know if you have been seeing the stories coming out, Rick, but it's. Yeah, Harry saying that William's bullying him. It's just like two brothers. Yes, that was the headline.
Let me tell you something. If either one of us ever says that phrase,
what
a bunch of candies. What a bunch of candies. My brother is bullying me. Prince Harry.
Bullying back.
Now, the Queen, has called them all in for a big meeting, and the Queen's husband said he's out of there. He don't want anything to do with it. He left.
I hope he's not driving.
Well, he has a driver. They showed him leaving, but somebody else is driving, so the streets are safe.
Megan's in Canada right now, so during that meeting, she's just going to be on the conference call. She's not even there in person.
By the way, the Queen's husband's around her.
Oh, yes.
Well, he's out, so the Queen has called in Prince Charles and
Philip.
The boys and all that. Yeah, Philip's bailed on it. He said, I've had enough.
Go check the history of Philip. He's around.
He's 90-something? He don't want to fool with all
this. He couldn't care less what happened.
He's got to get back out to his polo game.
But here is the statement, and I will tell you this.
Fox hunt.
Those you out there that love the Royals, if you're a Trump supporter, you're not going to like this. They're saying that they want to make Los Angeles their home following their big announcement, but they said they're only going to do that because they plan to live in Canada now. The goal is to eventually have a home or business in Los Angeles, but are you ready for it? Wait for it.
Yeah.
Wait for it. Wait for it. They will not make the United States their home until Donald Trump is no longer president.
So they're not going to move into 2025? Is that it?
So really, we know 21 minutes past the hour. We're back. Coming up this weekend, believe it or not, Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday. The Super Bowl is here. It will be the Chiefs against the 49ers. And it was this should be an interesting matchup. Two really good teams and a lot of good stories that go with it. And we start talking about the money tied to the big game.
Well,
am I supposed to say the big game?
Geographically, it's going to be good for the cities, kind of in between.
Mm-hmm.
Should have good, both teams have a big supportive fan base. You have to think about Las Vegas, though, the events that it has hosted over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad Ali bouts, Formula One races, Stanley Cup finals, Elvis Presley's wedding, Evil Knievel's jumps.
That. Oh, yeah.
You know, you remember people used to come there to watch atomic bomb test out in the desert.
Well, you've told us about that.
Yeah. Not as popular, but yes.
It's no surprise, though, that this year's Super Bowl will represent a historic windfall for the Sin City. With 68,000 fans attending the game and many more expected to be outside, they expect a revenue boost of $600 million, according to the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. How about that?
$600 million.
Mm-hmm.
And they said if Taylor Swift comes, it will be $1 billion.
Well, they expect her to be there, of course. They said the total economic impact, when you talk about bars, sports books, restaurants, theaters, all the rest of it, it could be north of $1 billion. Good night. Yeah, you got to count the betting part of it.
And then we did a story the other day, and we talked about this even last Wednesday. Is 30 seconds right now $7 million on the Super Bowl.
And
tickets are running, according to this story, a little over $9,000.
How about that?
Gracious. Okay, what? Yeah, all right.
I don't know. Like, I'm speechless. Who goes to this?
So, in other words, if the whole show wants to go, I need to find $54,000. Yeah.
I guess I don't know if that's the high end.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I saw the same thing, Bubba. I think it's average. Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
Well, let's just go to StubHub and see.
Are you going to StubHub to try to get us some?
Well, let's just see what they say it is.
All right.
You know?
Right.
I'll check it out.
So, wow. And that's one of those things. Is there anybody on the show? I know you're Chiefs because that's your childhood team. So, Bubba, you're Chiefs because you just like the Chiefs in their modern.
Yeah, I'm not.
setup.
I'm not anti either one.
But you're probably pulling for the Chiefs.
My son's a 49er
really
because he likes McCaffrey.
Yeah.
So I do like watching the Chiefs play, and I like Big Andy.
And I remember when the 49ers owned it.
Right
back in those days.
Now the Chiefs own it too.
Yeah,
so we don't really have a team here that we go.
I do on this, and I love to be in this position. I don't care who wins. So, like, if one team's leading, the other team's got the ball, I'm hoping they'll score to cut it close.
Yes.
I just want it to come down to the last play of the game. And I have no desire, care at all who wins.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I really wish the Lions could have got over that.
Yeah, that'd have been much better.
That would have been a lot of fun.
That would have been.
Of course, they probably get one.
Yeah, I think you got two really good teams, though. I don't think, you never know, but you don't think one of these will get blown out. Even if the Chiefs got way behind, they can catch up. Right. They've done that before. I'm just looking at prices here on StubHub. They're showing a range of $5,100 up to $762,000.
That's quite a range.
What's
good gracious?
It's quite a range.
Most of them that you see are in the $7,000. A lot of $7,000.
A lot of $7,000.
Yeah.
So can we say that's the best price we can get at $7,000?
Well, the best price, if you want, let's see, section 437, row 10, that's $5,300 each. And that is, that's, yeah. You may be in another county in that seat.
Are you surprised that I know the pros don't do as big as stadiums as some of the big colleges? So
they're usually in the 70s.
68,000. That's pretty normal.
68, 70 indoors is a really big stadium.
Have any of y'all seen any of what the Titans' new stadium is going to be?
We had on the kickoff hour. We had some drawings that when we brought it up when it first came out that they were doing it. But yeah, it looks to be really nice.
Yeah,
like this one here in Vegas looks really.
Oh,
cool.
it's really cool. Yeah, it's really cool.
The Titans' new stadium will hold 62. Yeah.
So are we talking? Do I have this right? If I remember, Usher is the halftime show.
Yes.
Usher.
Does that fire anybody up?
Not
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, I think he'll do a good job. He's got a lot of hits that a lot of people forgot were his hits.
Who's the secondary artists and stuff? They normally have
Yeah.
more than just one.
I saw it. Who was it?
Let me see here. Super Bowl 58.
I heard Kevin Derryberry. I could be wrong.
You maybe.
No,
I
that
think
is
that's
correct.
it.
That is
Well,
correct.
You're right.
Let's face it, Taylor Swift will be in the house. You never know.
They showed she's flying from Japan
Yeah.
to there, like 13, 14 hours, something like that, to get to the game.
Can you imagine, honestly, I mean, because I know that they're usually very subdued and disciplined, our Asian brothers and sisters, and especially the Japanese. But you think they won't go nuts when Taylor Swift hits the stage? And don't they do this?
Yeah, don't they sit there real quiet?
And then, don't they do this right here?
Maybe,
No, they,
yeah,
do, they do something with their hands.
Right. Bob, I think you're talking about the deaf.
Well, maybe it is. I
Right,
don't know.
This is deaf applause.
Yeah,
It
see,
seems like-
I think they
It
do
seems
that.
like I remember Masaki Itagaki said they
Then
do
he said
this.
go faster.
He said, and the faster, the more excited they are.
But I've heard about artists talking about you playing these huge arenas and they're all sitting there.
I know. Very disciplined, very quiet.
Yes.
They're some of the most enthusiastic, but they're also the most quiet. It's a very weird combo. Some people are predicting that Usher could have some special guests like Justin Bieber or maybe Luda.
I love that.
You, buddy.
Thank you for saying that
Ludacris.
like that.
Oh,
Thank
Luda.
you so much.
Chris, yeah.
Do you think his commercials are funny?
Yeah, I do.
are.
I do think he's fun.
I agree with that.
And I like him in the movies.
It says
I think he does a good job.
Reba McEntire will sing the national anthem.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
New
Post
friend of ours?
Malone will sing America
I know
the
where
Beautiful.
she's practicing.
Really?
You missed that, didn't you?
I did.
Post Malone will sing America the Beautiful.
I don't think that's necessary.
Reba, how many of these is she going to throw in? She does that a lot when she sings.
Greg, why are you doing
Was
that?
she chewing?
That's not
She
right.
does. Just
Greg.
watch. Y'all
Who are you talking about?
No,
Oh,
that's-
say, didn't you? You watch.
He's
Just
talking
watch.
about how Reba moves her mouth. Why do you have to do that?
Just watch.
She's
it.
got a weird jaw. She does, Greg, but you don't have to
I
say
mean, it's a
it.
technique.
You
It's
don't
a
have to
singing
say
technique.
How does she do it? You just killed her being on the show. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's a technique. It works.
How many people were so close to being on the show and then they heard Greg?
Guys, that's nothing bad. That's a singing technique.
I would say
that
this:
you
she's
learn.
probably closer than most.
She is, Greg.
Yeah,
Helps
I
you
mean,
breathe
real
in and all
close.
that.
Now, this is my favorite part, and I know you've been studying it for years, where he starts trying to backpedal just a little bit.
Well, that's why I
and
didn't say what I wanted to say in that last segment.
He takes like a paintbrush that has PR on it, and it just splatters. He can't quite get it painted.
Let me just say this. Rick, you better be glad that story was from Coleman, because I was feeling to really unload on that, but I knew they may hear it.
Jasper.
So
That was Jasper.
Well, whatever, same thing.
Right.
No?
Wow. On the air.
By the way, I
On
can't
the
believe
air.
I can't believe
Just
that.
send it directly to Greg.
Yeah, don't copy anybody.
I think everybody here missed. Well, I had a job lined up, and they stole the tower.
Dang it.
Bottom of the hour, let's talk to America. 866 We Be Big is our number. When we come back, we'll find out what's on your mind. It belongs to you. We'll go phone troll this time. We haven't done one of those today. We get a lot more people in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back tax,
Another reason to vote for Trump.
I was about to say, you beat me
That's
to
it, right there.
That's good. It probably sounded better coming from you. That's another motivation. If you want to keep these idiot royals out of our country, vote for Trump because they're not going to come here. Meghan Markle refers to Trump as divisive and misogynist.
Yeah.
Misogynistic. That's hard to say.
I don't like.
No, she says the word like when you say
misogynistic.
she's putting
misogynist. I don't like that word misogynist.
Misogynistic. Misogynistic.
That's it.
That's it.
True, that's tough.
Misogynistic.
I should have just said she calls him a misogynist. That'd been easier. But she says he's misogynistic.
Now the reports,
she know? Who
Rick.
cares
Some of the
what-
reports out are saying Harry is really tore up about this because he doesn't want to leave, but he wants to stay with his wife.
Yeah.
So he's hung in the
We
middle.
know what that is.
Oh well, yeah, we know what that is.
I mean,
But her
he
friend,
did.
she's had friends. She's had friends come out that said, "Look, if you've ever been around her or a friend of her, it's her way or the highway. It's always been that way."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's caught up in it now.
Guys, wow, imagine that.
Let me tell you what's going to win. This has won more games in a row than Clemson. I mean, he's
undefeated.
He's going exactly where she's going to go. Because trust me, if he decides saying we'll decide which one of us can be mad longer, you can't out-mad him.
No.
I mean, it's impossible.
But you got the queen on the other side, and she's got the pocketbook and the titles and access and all that.
Oh, but then once the wife turns on your mama, you got real issues.
But what about when your mom is the Queen of England, Rick?
Yeah, but
that's a different level.
She's American.
Well, he'll end up being well taken care of by his mommy with no wife. That's what that's going to happen.
Right.
But the queen is apparently proposing some type of compromise where they would stay in England but not be in the palace and be out in the country and still have some duties but not all the duties.
Well, they're really mad because Oprah was in the news the other day because they were like talking to her about this deal, and she said that, hey, we didn't do anything.
Right, she said I wasn't
a part of it. Well, now Elton John, they're saying that they've been talking to him about the whole situation.
Why are we talking to Elton John about it?
And President Obama as well, the Obamas, they've been consulting them as well. So the Queen is all mad because they all knew and she didn't.
Right. Well, you know what? You don't ever tell the person that's going to ruin it.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to get
That's why Trump didn't tell the Congress he was going to take out the general.
Thank you.
I mean,
exactly. It's a perfect example of what I'm talking about.
They march right up there and start leaking.
So anyway, all right, we'll come back. So there it is. They're not going to move to the United States.
Well, I don't know what we're going to do
until Trump's not the president.
No, well, that's another reason to vote for him in November.
I will give that a big, giant 3-star. Who cares?
He said his brother bullies him.
That's what he said.
I haven't seen that, did he?
It was in the headlines.
I don't doubt it.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is We the Kingdom. Holy water. Bubba, I know, Greg, when did you go to bed?
A little bit before 11. About 9 minutes to go in the game, I said, it's over.
Helmsy, halftime?
Halftime for me.
Adler?
2 minutes. 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left, so really.
It was a little bit before 11.
And
I saw interviews on the field after the game.
Bubba, Speedy.
About 11:30.
And me, we were 11:30. And I guess
I'm not happy with myself today.
I bailed.
And Bubba's tried to talk me through it because I'm kind of on myself a little bit because the time that hurt me, the time that cost me, nothing really changed in the game.
No.
But it's like I thought something might change, so I stayed with it, but nothing did change. And so it's one of those things where you get up and you start going through the routine. You have all these weird things. Like one time I thought I was up and I wasn't. I dreamed I was up and I really wasn't up. and then there was that time which I sent out the text, and I was watching your text, Bubba, and you saw the one-armed Girl Scout in the shower. And and I actually then I did that deal where I sat in my truck, but I didn't know where I worked. 35 minutes past the hour. Here we go. Rick and Bubba Show. We're going phone trolling at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Rick, I'm new to the show. What's this phone troll thing? Well, it's a phone segment, but we're limiting everyone to 30 seconds now. So the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Then we move to the next caller. And mypillow.com/Bubba. We got Valentine's coming up. Helmsy just had a birthday. Maybe somebody you know has a birthday. Maybe it's an anniversary. I've got one coming up this weekend. There's 200 or so unique offerings, and they can handle just about anything at mypillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now. The lightweight men's or women's bathrobes are just $48.98. My Pillow hoodies are $29.99. My slippers, $59.98. Down comforters are 60% off. And the My Pillow 2.0s are 50% off. Right now, some great gift ideas with this great American company at mypillow.com/Bubba. You can also find the link that gets you right to these savings at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, a shout out before we go to the phones.
Well, Rick, we want to thank super listener Kathy Wilson.
Thanks,
she
Kathy.
dropped by some cholesterol-reducing Oreo cookies and also thought Speedy's idea was so good it has already been in the store. And she brought us some Oreo ice cream.
We got Oreo ice cream, too?
I thought that was cookies and cream.
Well, it's kind of the same
The cookies
thing.
are Oreos in there.
It's not the same thing. But it was very sweet of her.
An obscure chocolate cookies.
I'm not going to argue with the guy that came up with the idea.
That's right.
So
That's right. You're right.
Whatever you say.
Yeah.
You're right, Speedy.
Oreo ice cream and cookies and cream are two different flavors. Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that. Okay.
But it's very delicious.
It's a good
ice
idea,
cream.
though.
It's very
You know
good
what I
idea.
say to you? Eureka.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, by the way, did you see Bluebell? That was a Bluebell that they brought by.
Yeah.
The new cereal flavor they have.
What?
They brought some by the other day.
Now, I knew they brought by some cinnamon
twist, and then their latest one is like cereal
What
flavor.
kind of cereal?
I have it in there. I can go get it.
Yeah.
Let me go see.
Sure. To the phones we go. Let's go to Craig in Gardendale. Craig, 30 seconds listening to ZZK. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, y'all need to leave Speedy alone. He's on to something good. I mean, I'm excited about this new Oreo cookie ice cream he's come up with.
Yeah, I mean, it is something to be excited about. There's no question. Jason in South Carolina. Jason, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just wanted to talk about a lot of cities are, not even cities, it looks like nationwide, a lot of kids are not playing tackle football now. It's mainly concentrated to flag football. I wanted to see if you guys thought that would affect college and maybe even possibly NFL sports, 10, 15 years down the road.
Well, flag football started, it's been a while back because I got a kid that'll be 25 tomorrow, and he played flag football. So it was kind of used as an introduction to football to where the kids are so little, maybe tackle's not the best thing, but it introduces them to football. And I think in that role, it actually serves a good purpose.
Yeah, get you started.
We had a lot of fun with it. But I do think if the rule changes continue and the concern about people getting hurt in a contact or a collision sport, it's a better way to put it. That's what I was always told. It's not a contact sport. It's a collision sport. It may find its way to flag football one day. I don't think you'll pack, 70,000 seat arenas for flag football. But there may come a point where the safety of the people playing is so prevalent that we reduce it down to flag football at some point. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I think flag football serves a role. I think it's great that women are playing flag football. I think that's great until, of course, all the transgender men come in and dominate. But, who declare themselves women or transgender women. I guess that's what you'd call a man who's acting like a woman. But I'm not anti-flag football.
No, I'm not either.
Now, do I want to go to a coliseum and watch flag football? I don't. I don't know. I think the money will keep at least some form of the current football alive, because if they change it too much, people are not going to pay the money to see it that they do, because people love the collisions.
Yeah, the flag football is a good introduction level, or for folks that want to play that don't want to have the contact, recreationally or whatever. But it's like baseball. You don't start out with a guy pitching at 60 foot. You kind of got to work your way up, and they have the goals lower for the little kids in basketball. So I'm not opposed to that. It's just when do you transition over, and that would be a better debate.
All right, I've got the cereal Bluebell ice cream, and I'm looking at it. Fruity cereal. It's like Fruit Loops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love cereal as the.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering what type of cereal.
Yeah, it does look like Fruit Loops.
It could be Captain Crunch, or it could be Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
In between.
Yeah, that's the Fruit Loop kind of cereal. I would like for them to consider Captain Crunch on one.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you, Captain Crunch and ice cream. That doesn't sound too bad at all. We continue. Let's go to Mike in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. Yeah, I'm a long-time listener, man. I hate y'all are closing the show. Just wondered if you had any plans on putting the band back together for a blowout celebration at the end of the year.
To put the world's greatest garage band back together, the pieces, first of all, Mark Phillips, Moment of Silence, has gone on in.
Yeah.
Ryan Greenwood is immersed in women's softball. He's in Louisville, Kentucky. We have Adler can handle the drumming if we need it, and of course he can play the axe. Greg has not picked up the bass, and I don't know when. It might be ugly. That would be, sometimes you shouldn't tamper with the members.
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
That's like riding a bike.
Yeah.
You can pick it right back up. Let's do it.
Yeah, I know. Wasn't it sad that the band shut down before you got here, because you would have been such a great addition to that?
I know. It would have been
Adler,
so
for
great.
just a minute, you sounded like my motivational speech I got today.
That is funny. It was close, wasn't it? From the great William Hung. Zachary in Oklahoma. Zachary, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. How we doing?
We're good.
Great.
You had that caller calling earlier about the waffle stomp or whatever it was. I used to like waffles, but that's over.
Yeah. I never heard that term.
Yeah. Where are you on waffles?
Oh, I love waffles. Who doesn't love waffles?
Over a pancake?
Well, they're pancakes that hold the syrup
Right,
better.
yeah.
I mean, it's the same stuff.
Do
isn't
you
it?
like the
And you
Eggos?
get a little more crunchy on it, too.
Do you like some of the instant ones at all?
I'll take whatever I
It's-
get.
I mean, it's nothing like the Waffle House or anything like
You
that.
put Miss Butterworth on it, anything's good.
Have y'all ever had
I'll take log cabin.
And my grandmother used to do this. Have you ever had anybody that would take what is basically a grilled cheese and put it in a waffle iron, and they would take the bread and the cheese and everything in there, and they bring it down and toast it with the waffle iron, and then they would pull off little squares, and it would be crispy bread with cheese on the inside.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
And little pieces.
Sometimes we'll use an old George Foreman to kind of do that a little bit.
Yeah. Let's go to David in Georgia. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, I just want to apologize. Yesterday I called and I messed up Bronner's name.
That's
I
okay.
apologize for
That's
that.
not, man. That's all right. You meant well, and I knew where your heart was. You don't worry about that.
Golden ticket seats. How far out can you get those, and where do we go to do that?
Not very far out. We put it usually 30 days maybe, and you can find that at rickandbubba.com.
We know
under
a little
contact.
more about the schedules then,
Yeah,
so we don't have to go back and rearrange stuff.
We've learned from the past. We used to do it a year at a time, and that turned into kind of a nightmare. People would book way out,
and not show
and then
up.
we'd have people grab multiple months just to cover their own schedule, then not show up when other people really wanted to come. So we did it to keep people from dominating all the seats and not allowing others to have their chance. So we do it on a shorter window. So usually about 30 days.
That way everybody knows their schedule, we know ours.
That's right. Yeah, you have more of an idea what you're doing. Let's go to Watson in Tuscaloosa. Watson, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey fellas, love the show.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say I played a little bit of college football, but my personal opinion on it is that flag football is to get people into the sport and for Sunday afternoon picnics, but not for Coliseums like you're saying.
Yeah, and basically now the Pro Bowl has turned into flag football, something recreational, exhibition, or introduction to football. Yeah, if you take it outside of that. Now, when women playing it and that being their main sport, I think that's great because I don't think there's something about women being put out in the collision sport that just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like
and older
it doesn't feel
people,
like our
I mean-
society is evolving. It feels like we're devolving. Yeah, when we do
older folks that may be beyond their collision days. I mean, we used to have a real good church league, soft flag football league.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun to go out and play on Saturday.
that way you get to pick a new injury, just pulled muscles.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
as opposed to separated shoulders.
Well, you probably had a few of those.
Yeah, we'll be back. Is blocking live in flag football? It's not live, is it?
It's supposed to be shadow blocking, I
Okay.
think. But you know how that goes.
Yes, I do. I'm very familiar with that. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up as we wrap up the hour right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I didn't know where to go. I'm like, why am I in the truck? What am I doing?
I was in the parking deck, but I couldn't remember where the studio
Right.
was.
Yes.
It was all
Sure.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. It was. At one point, I sat down and was having breakfast at the Waffle House.
Yeah.
So it's. I don't know what's. We'll hurt today, but we'll get it in. And I know, Greg, you talked about this a little bit.
The
You're
show
right.
may be an hour short today.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
I just don't know why we do a lot of. We make these games so long. I mean, they don't have to be that long.
Well, you got two passing teams that stop the clock a lot.
Well, we also slow
we
the
got to
games.
review every
Oh
stupid
my goodness!
If you had a running team, that thing would have been over in 3 hours.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you had two wishbone teams.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's why we all should bring the wishbone back so we can all go to bed at a decent time. Army, Navy, what was that game last? Hour and a half?
Yeah. Well, Rick, here's the thing. You at one point in the third quarter, it's still close. You still think Clemson, could hit a quick touchdown and get a turnover. I mean, they were still in the game right up, to really close to the end of the game. And every time you thought LSU might put them away when they missed the field goal, you thought, could that be it? Right. And there was just a lot going on there, and it was a good game. You hated to turn it off. You had the president there. You had, and you never know. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, it was just like you can't leave this. And I'm hurting. I hate I did it, but I enjoyed it.
It looked like
it's fine.
And when it went into the fourth and it started getting in, then suddenly it looked like Trevor Lawrence could not complete a pass.
Yeah,
his throws didn't even look right. And from that point on, I thought there's no way he's going to pull anything.
Yes,
out.
Sunshine got in trouble. They got. I don't know if something about what LSU was doing got him kind of rattled. I don't mean rattled like he just. But he wasn't sure what he was seeing.
He wasn't throwing the ball good. I mean, he looked like he was shot putting a few of them, and even the touchdown pass he threw that got called back for pass interference. It was wobbling. I mean, it looked like a duck. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if he hurt his hand or
no, he didn't. Something. He didn't hurt anything. I heard an interview. He just said that they did a good job disguising what they were doing.
He looked confused a little bit.
He just
But
he gave credit to LSU.
Well, you got to understand that's two defense coordinators that are both very, very good against two really good offense coordinators. It was great to watch.
Yeah, and he also didn't make excuses. He just said I didn't have a good night.
Yeah, they didn't make excuses. Look, Clemson handled it just like you knew they would. I noticed Dabo, he went when the guy got thrown out, talked to him personally, went to the quarterback after it was over. And
that was ridiculous. I mean, I know that's the rule. And
there's something that's wrong with that. I told Sherry.
There was a day when you'd have been celebrated for perfect form.
I know. Sherry and I were talking about that. I said, what's so weird is this is exactly how we were told to tackle.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, lawyers and courts and big settlements have changed all that. So
that changed the way you play.
I think the rule. I think the rule has to be adapted, though. I hate for somebody to be thrown out of a game because they made a mistake.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Maybe you set them for so many plays or something. I don't know, but I hate to see them have to go to the locker room.
Well, plus we see some of them that we all say that person should be thrown out of the game. It was blatant. There was intent to hurt somebody. But then it always happens. It goes back to this difference we have, even spiritually. We can't seem to ever really figure out the difference between obedience and legalism. They're not the same thing. And you need to be obedient to the rules, but we don't need to be so legalistic about it. There was no intent for anyone there to. It wasn't cheap. It wouldn't put anybody at risk.
The rule was cut and dry, and they need to change the rule.
No, all right.
I thought the referees overall did a great job. I mean, they handled everything.
Oh, sure they did.
They missed one hand out of bounds, but I don't think that was a biggie. You're watching their feet. You don't think about their hand.
16 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back. 21. At the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. Wrapping up another hour. Don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives. Available for you every day on our podcast channel and our YouTube channel. Go back and catch any part of the Rick and Bubba Show you might have missed. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you also get a best of hour every day. The podcast archive also has a best of hour if you just kind of want to go nutshell. So that's all available to you. Greg, I know tonight you have appointment TV. The fellows were just telling me that you need to be reminded, though I bet you don't have to be reminded, that 1,000 Pound Sisters season finale tonight.
That's right, Rick. We're coming down to it. We're getting back home from Pensacola.
Okay.
And I saw the highlights. It's like getting kind of dramatic.
Really?
Now, what kind of plot twist can we expect?
Well, I may be wrong, but it almost looks like somebody went on in.
Whoa! One of the who would have thought that they seem so healthy?
Mm-hmm. And that was just so. I mean, they didn't identify who, but I have my ideas.
It's not one of the sisters, but
no,
it is somebody
it's one of the
there.
side characters.
Okay.
I mean, what have y'all already seen the episode?
Just on the previews, they showed a bunch.
Yeah,
but I think I have to check. It comes on later, and if it comes on at 9, then I had to tape it or DVR it. What do you want to call it?
Did you say tape it?
Tape it.
Okay.
And watch it the next day because I can't stay up all night.
Right.
Not even for 1,000 Pound Sisters.
The finale? The
I can
season
catch up.
finale?
But yeah, I don't know. It looks like it's getting rough. Last week they got in a big fight down at the beach.
Good
Amy got physical with one of her sisters. Got pushing her around a little
So
bit.
one of those looks like they've lost a lot of weight.
No, they have.
But
when they show flashbacks.
Well, how big was the one seated?
Oh, she's lost a lot of weight since then.
What? Since this
she's
picture?
not that big. Yeah.
What about the one on the left? She looks like she was way out ahead of her.
She was.
Okay.
Definitely. But yeah. Oh yeah. She's still about the same. No big nog there.
Greg, you can't refer to her as Big Nog.
Listen, have you ever noticed that Tammy, and she's lost a little weight, she actually had a fat forehead.
Yeah, 8 head.
She made fun of it. Listen, they make fun of everything, and they dog each other constantly. It's hilarious.
Are you just talking about her forehead?
Yeah, it's stuck out.
From weight?
I guess. It's gone down since she's lost them. I mean, a little bit.
It has gone down?
A little bit.
You can lose weight in your forehead?
Mm-hmm. Evidently, you can.
I didn't know that.
But
is this the one, Greg, talking about her forehead?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So this guy, yeah.
That's the same woman that was in that sitting down just now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good night.
She's doing great.
That comes out over her nose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It's like a visor.
Yeah.
Oh, Greg.
Great.
A meat visor.
No, Greg, no.
Oh, good night.
See, that's her now.
Oh, Rick.
She's doing good.
Lost a tooth in the process, but we'll work on that.
Now, how?
Maybe we can
how
get
did,
Dr. Dudney on it.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I just looked and there it is. Probably eating.
She went to that outfit a little early.
She did, but you got to understand, she made it to the beach finally.
I know. Sometimes
the thing about that show is the characters in it. Yeah, we're all huge, but the way they talk to each other and nearly getting fights, it is hilarious.
What, can I ask you this? I'm
hilarious.
just going to ask you a straight question. I think I know the answer.
See, there they are now.
Would they be as entertaining if they weren't huge?
No. Okay. Well, they would be entertaining, but not as entertaining.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Amy's got her hair purple. But,
Right. And now the one on the right is
that's Tammy.
Tammy.
Is
Yeah.
that's obviously that's before
Has she lost some hair?
Tammy has lost some since then. Yeah.
Is
still
she sick?
Still on oxygen?
No, she's had the surgery and she's trying to do better.
Is she still on oxygen?
No, she had a trach and they took it out.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah.
Well. Greg, the finale tonight.
Listen, they can get fight. There's 2 other sisters and a brother
that
are not in that picture, and they're all something else.
All large?
Yes.
What
Every
they
one of them has had the surgery.
Every
Y'all
single
remember
person.
Every one of them.
Y'all remember we used to have like really good shows.
Do you remember? Remember how funny Andy Griffith was?
And Seinfeld.
Seinfeld.
Any of those.
Yeah.
Even back
I'll be
then,
watching
you
the
know?
finale. Y'all keep hating.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
I know.
It
Greg,
is
you're
hilarious.
You're in.
How do they get around? Like what
Nobody's
vehicles do
hating.
they-
Well,
We
so you
just
got to
ain't
understand,
loving.
Tammy used to ride in a van that had the seat taken out of it, so she could fit in it. Now the seat's back in it. She actually rode shotgun.
Good
the
for
other
her.
way. She hadn't rode shotgun in years. Got on a plane.
Wow.
That's
Granted, they had to get some other passengers off so the plane could take off. But yeah, got on the plane. I made that part up.
Good for her.
But no, the first one before she lost, she couldn't. They had the seat taken out of the van, and she would just lay back there in the floorboard.
Okay.
All right.
Good night.
All right. That's got to be. That's got to be a wake up call.
Your visual of they've come a long way.
That's got to be. They have come.
All right,
good
Greg,
for them.
All right, this 9 p.m. Eastern, so 8 Central on
Can
TLC.
you do that?
What about 8?
I usually like to be in bed at 8.
Okay.
But tonight I may make an exception.
Okay.
Give me an afternoon nap. Get ready for it.
It's one of those must-see TV days.
Now, what's going on here, Greg? What's going on?
At
here?
one time, that was her boyfriend. That's when she was where he looks like the trash heap on Fraggle Rock.
Greg,
Okay.
oh my gosh.
All right. That's true, but you don't need to say it.
Is that not what it looks like?
Oh my God.
Is that her?
Yeah, that was her boyfriend.
Yeah, but that's not her husband.
No.
Okay.
No. Caleb. That's not Caleb.
What kind
Caleb's as big as she was.
What kind of reference is the trash heap on Fraggle Rock?
Just popped in my mind. But do you remember it? Is that not perfect?
Yeah, I remember it. I didn't.
But she's not that
until
way now. She's doing better.
She is doing better. God
Okay,
bless
here's
her.
Caleb, Greg. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Caleb.
Oh,
that's her
all right.
husband. They're actually married.
Oh, good night.
They're
And
both
I
on
never
oxygen.
understood. Well, that she's since come off that.
There's a lot
But
about that
Caleb,
picture I can't understand.
You don't have to take the mouse down there, Greg.
Caleb's at a
I'm not
place
doing-
where
I'm
they're supposed to
framing
be
the picture.
losing weight, but he seems to be getting bigger.
Well, God, he needs to watch it. He needs to watch it.
I don't want to spoil anything.
Well, Greg, I'm glad you got the season finale for this.
Oh yeah,
uplifting show.
Yeah, what a pick me up this is.
Yeah.
So that's.
After
you
this,
watch-
I don't even want to lower my cholesterol with Oreos.
No,
If the Super Bowl came, if the Super Bowl came on at the exact same time as this finale, which one would you?
That'd be a
watch?
struggle.
Well, the game's 4 hours. I can get this hour in.
That's why they have
I'll watch it
DVRs.
instead of Usher.
I'd watch it instead of Usher.
No doubt.
I wonder if Little John's going to make an appearance. by the way.
He normally does on every. A Little John. Yeah, that's all he does. That's all he does.
I don't even know who that is.
He's a rapper who basically all he does is go yeah
and okay.
That's all he does.
Yeah,
Pretty
that's
much.
it.
Well, I hate I missed
I'm
that.
out of the loop.
He had a good run during Usher's
did.
kind of heyday. Yeah, he
Okay,
did.
so all right.
I wish Usher would bring Sugar Hill Gang out.
Oh yeah.
Bubba, I don't know how we get Apple goggles in here.
Yeah.
I
Well,
know-
we got more footage of the Apple goggles, the Vision Pro that's out, and
yeah. Right now, I need to see other things.
yeah, I do. I need
Right.
something to get that last vision out of my eyes.
Tammy would have a tough time wearing them with that.
Do they
forehead.
have Apple goggles where I can't see 1,000-pound sisters?
Yeah, and I need Apple earpieces not to hear what's going on.
So this is what the Apple goggles actually see. This is how it breaks down the world. This is how
Well, who
it
wants
maps.
to see that? That looks ridiculous.
What if Tammy was
it's not
sitting
for
in there,
you.
Greg?
It's not for you. It's how the Apple Vision goggles map the world. So you can see how complex and live
Yeah, but-
it's mapping everything. It can see the couches, the walls, the
But
paintings.
did we all want to walk around with these big goggles on though?
No, Greg.
Why
we
don't- I
don't.
mean,
I'll take them over what you just showed me.
Yeah. If it will augment that reality, I'm all for it.
I never thought I wanted to go to an augmented reality, but I do.
But the fact that it can do this in real time is just unbelievable. And here, I'll show you a benefit of it. What you can actually do with this mapping of an area.
we're gonna play a piano again.
No, well, kind of. It's just it's a different way to work. Check it out.
I'll show you a couple more things.
Okay.
Got the messages again.
We saw that
Got
yesterday.
music set up here.
But it's everywhere in his
Big
house.
screen TV set up on my wall.
He's got a TV where his TV should be.
Gordon Ramsay showing me how to cook above the stove.
YouTube in the kitchen.
Notes right here. for some
Grocery
groceries.
list on the fridge. Grocery list on the fridge.
Walk around
Do you hear the
freely.
letdown in Greg's voice?
Here's what it looks like when it's on.
Compared to 1,000-pound sisters.
But you got goggles on the
So
whole
I got
time.
to walk around with that on the whole time.
Yes, Greg,
Like I'm
you do.
scuba diving.
Yes, you
Yes,
do.
Greg.
Is that a real
Man,
person?
Can't wait to live that way.
That's a real person. Yeah. Guys, for real though, you know how there's people, you know how people can see what you're looking at when you hold a phone? People around you can see that. With these goggles, that's not the case.
Well, good.
That's bad.
You're clean. You're good.
That's bad.
Yeah.
People are going to be watching things in public they shouldn't watch.
Whoever thought that would happen? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I knew all of my life that someday it would end. Get up and go outside. Don't let the old man